Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Our host this weekend, Central Florida region of the SCCA. Here we are at Sebring International Raceway. I am looking lovingly at the Mobile One 50 Years Bridge here at this absolutely iconic and legendary racetrack SCCA gets to go to every January here to start our Super Tour. Round number 2 today. I'm Brian Bielanski. And we have Gregg Ginsberg here with me as well. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Brian. Good morning, everybody watching us from around the world. And welcome to day number 2 here at Sebring International Raceway. And Brian, if you look in the sky,
I see it.
It's blue. It's
Yes.
not gray.
I know.
The concrete here at Hendricks Army Airfield, Sebring International Raceway,
Yes.
is dry. It is absolutely glorious here today. A little chilly. 45 degrees to start the racing off here, but our first race group, and I think a couple of them are going to have to contend with it. Let's do this, Brian. Let's quickly, before we run down the starting grid for our first of 8 feature races today, take a quick look at beautiful Sebring International Raceway.
And here we go, flying in from high above, and this is the Sebring International Raceway track. 3.7 miles of asphalt and concrete, mostly asphalt. Mostly concrete, I should say. 17 turns, first race back in 1950. Here you can see the layout. It's a little bit different from that original layout, but you've got that sunset curve there, the big turn 17, the almond straight, big bend, the hairpin. It is all there, and we are going to race on it today. And let's get to our starting lineup.
All right, Brian. First group of the day, small bore production and B-Spec. Much like yesterday, we're going to have the B-Spec racers with a separate start from our production cars. But we're going to run down the B-Spec first, where we had 12 qualifiers. Starting 12th, driving the number 78 Mazda 2. It's a Nick Patel, with John Robinson driving the number 46 Mazda 2. Starting in 10th position is Lee Davis out of Marietta, Georgia, in a Mini Cooper, with Greg Ely out of Statham, Georgia. He also is driving a Mini Cooper today. Starting in 8th, yesterday's race winner, Brian, she had an amazing start. She is out of Racine, Wisconsin, driving a Mazda 2. It is Stephanie Anderson. Joseph Gersh in the number 38 Toyota Yaris will start in 7th position today. Starting 6th in B-Spec is Chris Taylor, another podium finisher. I told him yesterday that he was on fire. He got a good he got a good laugh out of that. He is driving the number 34 Mazda 2. Jason Grant, driving a Honda Fit, will be driving the number 02 machine. He starts 5th. Starting 4th is Josh Schmidt out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, in his Chevy Sonic, with Tom Pendergrass, one of 2 drivers that went out on dry tires in the rain yesterday, and boy, was it a mistake. The Mini Cooper driver will start 3rd. And your front row today, the other driver who is ruining his decision yesterday to go out on dry weather tires, Luke Russell, driving the number 193 Honda Fit, and your pole sitter today in B-Spec is Stuart Black in the number 40 Chevy Sonic. Now let's move over to our production car classes, E production, F production, H production. Starting 19th today, Rob Horrell in the number 91 Honda CRX. Louis Bastani in the number 65 E production Mazda Miatas out of Melbourne, Florida. He starts 18th, with Leanna Wright in her H production Mini Cooper starting 17th. Starting 16th today, Rodin Unessi driving an E production BMW 325, with Yuri Kolatzos in the black number 77 Mazda RX-7 starting 15th. Andrew Wright out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, in a Triumph Spitfire will start 14th. That's an H production machine, with Thomas Burt in the number 0 H production Mazda RX-7 starting 13th. Mike Ogren, your H production winner yesterday, in the number 199 Volkswagen Scirocco. He's out of Dunedin, Florida, with Whitfield Gregg starting 11th. He's in the number 17 Mazda MX-5. He's from Manson, Washington. Then we've got Richard Gallup. He is in the number 115 F production Mazda Miata. He starts 10th. Mark Weber in the number 25 F production Mazda Miata out of St. Louis, Missouri, starts 9th. John Bell will start on the outside of row number 4, the number 162 Mazda RX-7. will be there with Kip Van Steenberg in the 1972 E-Production Porsche 914 starting 7th. Then we've got Sean Sikis. He is starting 6th today. He's in the number 148 Mazda RX-7. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, with Paul Mavoli in his Nissan Sentra. Didn't take to the grid yesterday. The Treasure Island, Florida driver starts 5th. Chris Haldeman starting on the outside of row number 2, driving the number 28 E-Production Mazda RX-7, with Doug Piner starting 3rd today. He's in the number 06 BMW Z3. He's out of Hempstead, New York. And your front row today made up of F-Production drivers. Former GT Light national champion in the number 178 Honda CRX from Overland Park, Kansas. Actually, just recently moved to Virginia. Chris Bovis, with Ken Kennard, your winner yesterday, driving the number 51 Acura Integra. He is your pole sitter today, Brian, as the lights are out on the our first of 2 pace cars, and they're bringing Ken Kennard there in that orange and black Integra. Chris Bovis in the white and blue and orange Honda CRX into the Sunset Bend, and they will see the green flag when they come onto the front straight.
And what a difference a year makes. Last year, this was the soggiest of racing days at Sebring. This year, beautiful blue skies, sun in the sky, along with the green flag. It's just flying right now here at Sebring. 3 wide, already fanning out here, going down that main straightaway turn towards the first turn for the first time. Ken Kennard in that orange car leading the way, and that is the Acura Integra. He comes around the first corner, all those cars funneling down, and I see them doing what race cars do. A little chilly this morning, so the temperatures gonna take a second for these tires to get up to speed, but so far so good. Thomas Pendergrass sent me a message last night. He said, "I saw you noticed my tire gamble. Ended up being the worst decision all weekend." Well, you know what? Sometimes you got to roll the dice, and he will try to make his way up through the B-Spec field here when that race comes across the line, which is right now. Green flag is in the air for that group. One car pops out on the inside. Stephanie Anderson, is she going to get a big run like she did yesterday? Guess what? The people in front are not going to let that happen today.
They were ready for it today, Brian. Yesterday, she jumped from 8th all the way up to 1st. Of course, a couple of those drivers ahead of her were on those dry weather tires, but she still looks like she picks up a couple positions. In our production car group, it looked as though we've got at least one car going around, and I believe that might be the 84 of Lee Davis, the Mini Cooper that went around. Also noticed that Chris Bovis dropped a couple positions in our production car group. We'll see, and again, as they are on, for the most part, not on DOT tires, they don't come up to temperature nearly as quickly. The Goodyear tires that the B-Spec drivers are on should fire up pretty quickly for them. But it was definitely a challenge. Aaron, you can already see.
Wow, look at the lead that Ken Kennard has.
That's right, with Doug Piner, our E-Production leader, running in 2nd position. It was a funny story. I got a message from Ben Tyler, who we had in the chat yesterday, flag chief for the North Carolina region of the SCCA, asking how long North Carolina region driver Doug Piner would keep his driver's side door on. There was during the E-Production National Championship race at the runoffs this past year, the door skin actually separated from the door panel itself during the race and was dragging along on the pavement for, I don't know, about 10 laps. Anyway, let's jump back over to this B-Spec race, Brian.
Here they come through turn 10 and 11. We watched this corner yesterday a lot of drifting and sliding through this corner. One of the tightest sections here at Sebring as they come now through 13 and head their way down towards that awesome section, including Lamar and onto the Ullman Straight here. You know, it's funny. There's that section, and I didn't even know how to pronounce it until I heard you say it yesterday. Is it the Ginbein? Ben?
Jean de Bien. Think French, man.
I'm not
Jean
French.
de Bien.
I'm a Bielanski. Anyway.
Apparently he's not Italian either, Brendan.
No. I had always avoided saying because I didn't know how to say it, and there's good reason for that. Here we go.
Remind me how you pronounce Michio later today, Brian.
Okay, good.
All right, let's take a look here at the field working through. So we saw Kennard at the front of the field. Chris Haldeman running 2nd in E-Production right now. Great run for him in the Mazda RX-8, and I believe that was a car that he ran in Touring 4 at the runoffs earlier this year, so he has now set it up for production car racing. Finished yesterday back, actually he did not take the green in that Mazda yesterday. Yesterday in E-Production, Sean Seguis took the win in his Mazda RX-7, with Whitfield Gregg finishing second and Doug Piner finishing in third position.
Urban's in the chat this morning. Ricky Henderson's in the chat. He asked if there's ever been an SCCA event at the Charlotte Roval.
Yes.
Greg, you know that well. You and I
Absolutely.
have both done an event at the Roval, haven't we?
I've done multiple events at the Roval. We haven't had one in the last couple of years, I think there has only been one event since they put in the chicanes on the front straight and the back straight at the Roval. We used to run for years the old road course before the modifications were made. Races held by the Central Carolina region of the SCCA. There were races on the U.S. Majors Tour there, as well as regional races. And I can tell you a neat little story about running a night endurance race in the rain with the SCCA.
There we go. 13 laps to go. That's our goal today, get to 14 laps with all these races. We also have a 35-minute clock in case things go sideways. But going for 14 laps here at Sebring. Doesn't sound like a lot of laps, but yeah, that is a trip on this bumpy, long racetrack, and it is a fun place to go. And 14 laps are, I think a lot of these drivers are like, I'm ready to be done after 14 laps. All right, there we go. That's Doug Piner in that green BMW. He is your lead car in E-Production. Second place is Chris Haldeman. Third place is Kip Van Steenberg. We didn't even see Ken Kennard in that picture because he is 10.9 seconds ahead of the pack. There he is. And you'll see he'll be out of this picture before you even see second place overall. Doug Piner, who will be coming into our picture right about now. Oh, and a pass for the lead in E-Production. I believe that's Chris Haldeman going around Doug Piner. They're going into turn 5. Nice clean pass, and they come on through.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, I think we said that Haldeman was driving a Mazda RX-8 and the car that he ran at the runoffs. That is actually not the case. Just had, and we can see it there in that shot. He's in an ND Mazda MX-5 as he now comes into turn 1 right behind the gaggle, right behind him, led by Piner. Kip Van Steenberg in there as well in that Porsche 914-6. Also Sean Seguis and Paul Mavoli in that group as well.
Haldeman in that RX-8 already opening up about 6 car lengths lead over Piner here. Yeah, maybe a 4 car lengths lead over Piner. And then Piner closes up going into 10. And the cars right behind him are Kip Van Steenberg and Sean Seguis. Those are both also E-Production cars. And then that final car is Paul Mavoli. Sunrise here at Sebring. The golden hour looks absolutely beautiful on our cameras this morning. Thanks again to DriversEye Live for all of the efforts they put in to help us bring the live stream to the masses here. Nothing better than the golden hour at a racetrack, Greg.
No, absolutely not. And so that ND Miata, not Mazda RX-8, Brian, opening up now a much larger lead over Doug Piner in F-Production. In the course of about half a lap, he's now opened up about 10 car lengths on Piner, with Kip Van Steenberg and Sean Seguis behind. As we jump back over to the B-Spec race, and things are pretty close there right at the front of the field with Stuart Black and Chris Taylor. Tom Pendergrass and Luke Russell doing much better with dry wet tires today. There they are, nose to tail. And a matter of fact, look at that, as Chris Taylor has now dropped behind Tom Pendergrass and Luke Russell there as they come into turn number 9. Chris Taylor in the orange and blue number 34 machine with appears to be Josh Schmidt in that silver 119 Chevy Sonic, about 5 car lengths back from our top 4.
This is the Thomas Pendergrass redemption race here after what happened yesterday. He ran up front a lot of the time last weekend at Homestead also.
Yeah.
But he's been down here really running this car well over the last 2 weekends. Has not had the best of luck. Yesterday, just a bad decision on strategy, but has not had great luck, but still running in second place now, trying to hunt down Stuart Black. So you've got the black car of Thomas Pendergrass trying to catch Stuart Black. There's some irony there. Chris Taylor is in second. Luke Russell, who was also strong yesterday, is in fourth at the moment.
And Brian, we had a question from Bob McCarrigan in the chat asking when our Big Bore drivers run, and we should have the schedule for you in the YouTube description. But our Big Bore racers are race group number 4, and they are scheduled to race before lunch. Scheduled start time right around 10:35 this morning. Should mention that while yesterday's races were all 25-minute timed races, today's feature races, 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And you can see that on the ticker there up at the top of the screen.
That is exactly the plan. Let's hope we can stick to it. Here's our B-Spec crew here coming through turn 3. First place car is Stuart Black. Then you've got Thomas Pendergrass, followed by Luke Russell, and then Chris Taylor. Luke Russell making that move going into 17, I believe, and he was there across the line. Chris Taylor is going to try to stay right on his rear bumper, and then if those two cars can catch Pendergrass and Black, we'll have a 4-car race here in B-Spec.
Yeah, and it does appear as though a few of them have, actually both Chris Taylor and Luke Russell have dropped a little bit off of Pendergrass and Stuart Black. I am getting word, Brian, that we do have one car that is off the track, and the driver is out of the car, and I'm fairly certain that is Chris Bovis, who finished second yesterday in that production, second overall in the number 178 CRX. Trying to track where that car is currently. I believe it's over by turn 9.
Yeah, I don't think if we drop the pylon, we'll be able to see it. I think it's too far to the left of this camera also.
Yeah.
But anyway, I also want to mention our H production crew, give them a little bit of love. Mike Ogren in one of my favorite cars, his VW Scirocco. He has a 2.4 second lead over Andrew Wright, who is ahead of Leanna Wright, and by waiting for Leanna to cross the line here so I can get a gap between second and third. It's pretty significant, though. I think we're going to be talking probably about 25 seconds here is the gap between second and third in H production. And Robert Harrell did not take the green flag this morning, so he would have been our 4th car in HP.
Yeah, Rob Horrell had issues, did not take the green yesterday, had mechanical issues during qualifying, and if you remember, he had retired early at Homestead a week ago as well during the feature race. We do have emergency services teams now responding to Chris Bovis's Honda CRX, so we'll probably see him come into that view there in just a moment. Here's the B-Spec race, Brian, coming out of the Sunset Bend, and you'll see now that Luke Russell and Chris Taylor have started to close up just a little bit on Tom Pendergrass, as Pendergrass is now dropping off the back of Stuart Black. Big change there is now you see coming down the inside, trying to outbreak the Honda Fit of Russell is Josh Schmidt. Josh Schmidt getting past Chris Taylor as they came into the Sunset Bend, and it looks like Schmidt might have had some issues there coming through turn 1, and he now falls back behind Chris Taylor and considerably further back.
Yeah, it's a good ways back. So Black, Pendergrass, Russell, your top 3. Then Schmidt, who has fallen back behind Chris Taylor. Stephanie Anderson, not quite the start that she had yesterday. She is mired in 6th place right now. But she's in sunny Florida versus Racine, Wisconsin. So I don't believe she's complaining.
No, not at all. Well, we'll have to check, because I'm fairly certain, Brian, although she keeps her her residency in Wisconsin. She's been living out in Texas for the last couple of years.
Okay.
And the Mazda 2 that she's running is supported out of Chris Haldeman's.
Chris Taylor. Oh, Chris Haldeman.
No, Chris Haldeman's X Factor Racing shop.
Right.
And we see there is our leaders in the production classes starting to come up on the back of the B-Spec field there. And look at this, Brian. So this right now, we're looking at Doug Piner.
Yep.
And Piner is your E-production leader. He's got the Mazda RX-7 of Segis, and then Haldeman back behind. So Haldeman now has dropped back a couple of positions. And it looks like Haldeman now slotted in behind the F-production race car of Paul Mavoli. Mavoli in that white and blue Nissan Sentra, formerly a GT Light car.
Right.
And as we discussed yesterday, GT Light at the national U.S. Majors Tour and Super Tour level has been melded into F production. Major difference. They can't run with the wings on the rear deck any longer. So definitely changes the handling profile for those cars.
Former B-Spec superstar, wink, wink, nod, nod, Daniel Dennehy Rodriguez in the chat. Suggests that the Mazda 2s might be a little down on the power on the top end. Says it looks like the Chevys and the Minis seem to have the straight line, quote unquote, handling today. Dan, good to see you, my friend. Happy to have you here in the chat with us.
Yeah, howdy, Dan. And Dan's back to racing Honda Fits, albeit ones that have a lot more horsepower right now than the 105 or so that our B-Spec cars have. And he's got it right. The Chevy Sonic's pretty much known for having very good top speed, and again, they dig out of corners very well. They do have more displacement than every other B-Spec racer. Certainly an advantage that you have with the Mini Coopers is they have an independent rear suspension, whereas I believe almost every other chassis that you see in B-Spec has a twist beam rear, much like the older Volkswagen, original like A1 and A2 Volkswagen Golfs, but not an independent rear suspension for everything except for the Mini.
And I will say, though, with all of that said, the first place car is a Sonic, the second place car is a Mini, and the third place car is a Honda Fit. So still a good bit of parity in the class, even with each car's individual positive notes. So that's been that's why there's so many B-Spec cars racing these days.
That's right.
Besides the big effort to get B-Spec drivers out there put on by a handful of drivers to promote the class and to bring in new people, if these cars didn't race well together, they wouldn't be out there with all these cars this weekend. So that's pretty fantastic.
All right, Brian, as we're just about halfway through our 14-lap or 35-minute race, let's do this. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group and take a quick break to thank some of our partners. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 2, SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with racing action from Sebring International Raceway. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We are back here at Sebring International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Good thanks to our big friends at Central Florida Region for hosting us this weekend. We're coming back here. Thank you, Bryce McGuire, for telling us to take a look at Piner and Seguis. They are 1 and 2. Just when we started watching them during the break, Seguis had made the pass to go into first place. He is the red and black car, but then Piner has gotten back around him on this lap. Lots of traffic involved. Not sure if that had a role in any of this, but there is Piner in the green BMW back in first place in F production. And then there is the Mazda RX-7. Is that John Bell who's made his way through as well?
Well, there is, Brian, the red Mazda RX-7 that we were talking about there.
Seguis.
Right, it's Seguis in E-production. We do have Paul Mavoli, who just got around Doug Piner.
Got it, okay.
Mavoli's in the white and blue Nissan. He is currently running second in F production and was caught up in that group as well. And it looks like he's now fighting with Seguis through 17, trying to come underneath them. So a little interclass, or is that intra-class racing?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's one of the two.
So in the course of one lap, Seguis took the lead. Piner took it back and has now opened a 1.1 second lead going into turn one. It looks like that gap has closed up just a little bit. I don't think Seguis is 1.1 seconds back anymore. And he is now catching up. And then there is that Nissan that we were talking about from F production, also right there as well.
All right, Brian, we do have a car over by turn 6, right underneath the Corvette bridge, driver's left, that has stopped. And that is, what do we say? It's the Yuri Colosso's car, the 77 black Mazda RX-7. The E-production car there has come to a stop. So we do have a local caution going into that area.
6 laps to go here in this first feature race of the weekend. 8 races total today. We'll have 5 before lunch and 3 after lunch. There's Piner with Seguis right there behind him. Really nice battle here in E-production. Paul Mavoli is the Nissan. We've been talking about him a little bit. He is a full 21 seconds back from Ken Kennard, your race leader in the Acura Integra. Ken Kennard hails from none other than Sebring, Florida. So my suspicion is he might know a little bit about this racetrack.
Yeah, maybe a little.
You know, might have a few laps in the book here.
All right, Brian, we do have emergency services teams now right underneath the pedestrian bridge, the Corvette bridge, over by turn 6. So we've got the still, of course, being covered by the local caution. And we'll see if they can move that car out of the way here soon enough. As we now track coming down the back straight here. This has been a nice little fight here in B-Spec, not for the lead, mind you, here as they are fighting their way under. Actually, I guess there's Stuart Black, and he's about to have Doug Piner come up on him. We just saw a moment ago where Tom Pendergrass had worked his way right back to the back bumper of Stuart Black, our B-Spec leader. But with some of that E-production and F-production traffic working through, they got separated. And that has allowed now Josh Schmidt to work his way back into the fight. And we see now Schmidt working around both Tom Pendergrass as well as Luke Russell going into turn number 1. And he's going to try to catch a draft right off of the back of Chris Haldeman's ND Miata, and doesn't get it done, as we now have Tom Pendergrass coming underneath the Chevy Sonic, and Luke Russell's going to try the same thing going into four.
Yes, this 3-car battle for second place in B-Spec really heating up here with 5 laps to go. Pendergrass, Schmidt, and Russell with the fight here. And here they come again now. You're going to see them. That's that little group coming up right now under the bridge. That's Pendergrass in first, Schmidt's in second, Russell is in third as they come right through the Hawk Performance braking zone. That's turn 7 here at Sebring. And they are having a ton of fun. I just love the camaraderie in this class. They get out of the class, cars after the race, hug each other, high fives. It's pretty fun. And now Josh Schmidt back around. He now takes the second place position here. The first place car is the one right in our view right now. That is Stuart Black. You can see he's got about a 3-second lead over the battle for second place, and he's happy. Let these 2-3 guys play back there, do all their dicing and slicing, because every time they stay out of the draft, he gets to pull away a little bit more, a little bit more every lap. There you go. That's Schmidt, and then Pendergrass, and then Russell.
All right, Brian, Doug Piner just resets fastest lap of the race, turns into 2:29.573. Now, you remember we were talking yesterday about Kip Van Steenberg, who brought out his Porsche 914-6 this weekend, and I said that the Porsche 944 that he had been running the last couple of years in STU was previously an E-production car and had the E-production track record here. To put things in perspective, Piner just ran a 229.5. Kip Van Steenberg in that Porsche 944 back in 2017 turned a 222.9 in that car. When I say it was a rocket ship, I mean, it literally could have been launched from Cape Canaveral just north of here.
And there is that second place battle in B-Spec, and not too far back, but not in the draft at the moment, is Chris Taylor. We've been talking about him being hot this weekend. That's because that's a reference to his trailer that burned down back in December with a bunch of cars in it, as well as his tools and everything. And he's been able to put enough together to get here with some cars this weekend. So big props to Chris for making that happen for himself and his clients. So there we go. Let's get another call to grid in here.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 2, SMX. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your feature race is next. Race group 2, please head to the grid.
Former national champion Stephen Trone is in the chat. KC Racing in the chat. Dave Hoffman thanks us for the coverage. Much appreciated from the semi-frozen north. Our good friend Anna Chrisman is in the chat as well. Thank you all for being here this morning. Race number 2 of this year's 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here at Sebring International Raceway. 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go next time by. Ken Kennard, we haven't talked a lot about him because he's just got himself a big old lead in that production. Right now, he is 17.8 seconds ahead of the second place car, Paul Mavoli. And then you've got, there's a car with number 45 on the back of it. That's never a good thing.
No, indeed, it is not.
It's not the fast way around Sebring.
No, it typically is not. And you know, we were just talking about Kip Van Steenberg's Porsche 944. Well, that is the Porsche 914-6 of Kip Van Steenberg. He was also parked over by turn 8 around the wall, and so as you can see there, we have the emergency services teams have picked him up and brought him back. As they say, Brian, they're always fastest before they go. Steenberg turned his fastest lap right before it went. But he's going to retire after only 3 laps here, as things are definitely tightening up in that battle between the red Mazda second-gen RX-7 of Sean Seguis and the black ND Miata of Chris Haldeman for second in E-Production.
Talking about that Chris Taylor trailer fire. 2 of the cars lost. One of them was Kent Carter's B-Spec car, and the other one was Diane's Spec Miata was in there as well. That's going to be a new one.
Diane Carter.
Yeah, Diane Carter. She's getting a new one. So making the best of a bad situation. We miss having them here at the racetrack this weekend. They are always fun to be around.
All right, here comes that battle for second, Brian, that we were talking about between Seguis and Haldeman, the third and fourth cars through that line. And Seguis now opening up a little bit more of an advantage, probably around 6 car lengths. And frankly, neither are all that far behind our leader in E-Production, Doug Piner. Piner is in the bright green BMW Z3, pardon me. As we now have, when they come across the start-finish line in about half a lap, we'll have 2 laps remaining here from Sebring.
Paul Mavoli making his way around a slower car there. Really nicely done. There's some pretty wide speed differentials here between the classes in this race. One would suggest that B-Spec is one of our slowest, if not the slowest class here this weekend. And F production and E production are not. But they seem to play well together most of the time. Very well so far in this race. I haven't seen any issues at all. Ken Kennard's going to come under the start stand here with 2 laps to go now. As he comes up on one of the, that is the car livery. The liveries in B-Spec, DDR mentioned this earlier, some of the best in the club. The green and yellow car is a throwback livery to the Days of Thunder, which I'm hearing there might be a Days of Thunder 2. I know we're all on the edge of our seats waiting for that. Anyway.
Well, my understanding is they started filming that in Milwaukee in the fall with Jim Drago and Danny Stain.
Good point. Anyway, the green and yellow car is the City Ford, I think it was City Chevy or City Ford livery car mock-up that was supposed to be like the Days of Thunder. All these cool liveries date back to one of the runoffs at Indy.
That's correct. The 2020 runoffs at Indianapolis, where all of our B-Spec racers came out with throwback liveries.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, indeed. And so a lot of NASCAR liveries.
Yep.
I think probably the best one was 2015 national champion Kyle Keenan came out in his mentor John Balcom's livery. John Balcom used to race a GT Mazda RX-3.
Okay.
And I believe that car is still racing in SCCA road racing. But Kyle came out with a Mazda 2 that used the same livery, and it was a great throwback. Here, cool. As we look at this, and this, Brian, this is the fight for the lead in E-Production, as of course time is running down, and you can see there Sean Seguis literally throwing the car through turns 9 and 10, trying to catch up to Doug Piner, who's leading this race in E-Production, and they've both now seemingly have run and left Chris Haldeman in that ND Miata behind, as Haldeman continues to fall off the pace. That last time by, although both Seguis and Haldeman turned their fastest lap, Seguis was about 0.3 faster.
They are coming up with, it'll be 1 lap to go this time by. Still keeping an eye on that. Well, here is your race leader, Ken Kennard, coming under the turn 17 WeatherTech Bridge. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go in race number 1 here at Sebring. And we will have the last few laps for you, or last lap here in its entirety. There's Doug Piner coming through. Right behind him is Seguis.
And that last time by, Brian, Piner was almost 4/10 off of Seguis' pace. So again, Seguis really starting to close things down. The question is, although he's got just about 3.5 miles remaining on this lap, can he get up to the back of the BMW? But obviously a much more difficult piece here is whether or not he can make his way around. He's certainly closing things down, but look at him toss that rotary engine machine around as he came through turn 4. Once again, it looks like the rear tires on that Mazda RX-7 starting to maybe go away just a little bit.
And Piner's doing a great job of placing his car in a good position, which means a position that makes it very difficult to be passed. So that is something he has done really well here on these last couple of laps. So even if, as you said, Seguis gets close enough, as the saying goes, it's one thing to catch the guy in front of you, it's a whole other thing to get around him. So
well, they both came out of turn 8 that time.
Yes,
a little bit more cleanly. Let's take a look as they come into turn 10.
Yeah, that Mazda RX-7 it's pushing in some corners and loose in others. So I don't know what you adjust for that. And there's a whole lot of smoke coming out from the back of that car.
Paul Mavoli, yeah.
No, the one in front of it. I believe that car is about to expire. It is the Haldeman car.
No. The car right in front of them, that is the H Production Triumph Spitfire of Andrew Wright.
Okay. I guess maybe that's why it's smoking.
Yeah, well, you should see Sunbeam talking.
Yeah, as they drive around that smoking car, and there's a plane landing in the background, classic Sebring here. Is Seguis going to be able to catch Piner here on the final lap? I think Piner's got enough of a lead at the moment, and this should not be too much of an issue unless he has a real problem going through 17 here. Here they come to the checkered flag. That is Ken Kennard taking the overall lead and the F Production win. Now coming to the line in second place is Paul Mavoli, then Doug Piner, your winner in E Production, followed by Sean Seguis and Chris Haldeman. That's your top 3 right there in E Production. Now we'll just have to wait for the B-Spec cars to come around. There's Mark Webber. And here comes your B-Spec field right there.
And this is a little bit further back. Here we go.
Yep.
As we just saw come through the frame, the 2 Chevy Sonics, Stuart Black and then Josh Schmidt. And a little bit further back, Brian, Tom Pendergrass and Luke Russell were side by side coming through 14. And you'd see there, they are jockeying for position. Pendergrass, the leading car of the 2 in the Mini Cooper, with Luke Russell in the much higher roofed Honda Fit, maybe getting caught out a little bit coming through 16 and losing that position in what was just a last gasp jab at taking the last step on the podium now as they make the run down into 17.
That's Pendergrass on the inside and Luke Russell on the outside. We'll see which of them gets it. It looks like Black and Schmidt are going to take first and second without any issues. Oh, look at that car bounce through 17. That was Russell. It looks like Pendergrass had a better line. He should be able to hold on now to the checkered flag, and a big redemption third place finish after a bad day yesterday. Thomas Pendergrass will take the last spot on the podium in B-Spec.
And Brian, that's what you see what happens when you have an independent rear suspension.
Yes.
versus, well, not exactly a solid rear, but oh my God, the rear end of Luke Russell's Honda Fit just go bounding.
Oh, there's a car sideways. I believe that Mark Webber came almost completely sideways through turn 17, unless my eyes deceived me. And then he collected and brought it back together.
All right, so as the remainder of, and actually that just coming across the line, I believe that was Mike Ogren in his Volkswagen Scirocco taking the win. There's the Ogren Scirocco taking the win in H production. I think Andrew and Leanna Wright had already crossed the checkered flag. Yep. So let's run down the finishing order here, Brian. We'll start off with F production and our overall winner, Ken Kennard, out of Sebring, Florida. He runs the table here this weekend, and that is 4 races in a row for Kennard. He won both days at Homestead in F production last week as well. Paul Mavoli will finish second in class. Richard Gallup in the 115 Mazda Miata will finish third, with Mark Webber finishing in fourth. In E production, taking the win, Doug Piner out of Hempstead, North Carolina in his BMW Z3. Sean Sakis in his Mazda RX-7 finishing second. Chris Haldeman third. John Bell in his Mazda RX-7, the 162 car, finishing just off the podium in fourth. In H production, Mike Ogren in his Volkswagen Scirocco. He's out of Dunedin, Florida, takes the win. Andrew Wright second. Leanna Wright third. And then finally in B-Spec, Stuart Black, your winner here today, with Josh Schmidt second. Tom Pendergrass, as you mentioned, takes third. And Luke Russell will finish in fourth. All right, so Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 2, SMX. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 2 to the grid. All right, good. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Brian.
Send us to the promised land, Greg.
I will. You mean the airport right next door? All right, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Sebring. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, everybody. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And next up is SMX, our Class 4 NC Mazda Miatas. We had 24 racers set qualifying times over the last few days. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 24th today, driving the number 25 machine. He's out of Kansas City, Missouri. It's Brian Heitman with Justin Mason in the 15 Mazda out of Liberty, Missouri, starting in 23rd. Starting 22nd, David Panterick out of Canfield, Ohio, our 2017 GT1 National Champions in the number 57 car. Javier Sanchez will start 21st today. He's in the number 79 Mazda. He's out of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Glendale, California's Joey Andrews is starting 20th. Joey's in the 111 machine with Mateo Naranjo starting 19th. Mateo driving the number 1 car. He's out of Edwards, Illinois. Camden Gruber's out of Winchester, Virginia. He drives the number 24 machine. He starts 18th with Vaughn Mishko starting 17th, driving the number 99 car. He's out of Sylvan Lake, Michigan. East Meadow, New York's Michael Tinnis will start 16th in the number 26 car with Chase McIntyre from Akron, Ohio in the 13 Mazda starting in 15th position. Then we've got starting on the outside of row number 7 in 14th position, driving the number 40 car, Wes Duchak out of Jupiter, Florida with Mitchell Lowry starting in 13th. He's driving the number 2 car. He's from Springfield, Ohio. Skylar Cottrell is in the number 9 car. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, and he starts 12th. With Camden Hibbett out of Galena, Ohio. He's driving the number 32 Mazda. He starts 11th. Starting 10th on the outside of row number 5, Ayrton Grimm out of Hilliard, Ohio. He starts 10th in the number 21 car with Jason Fichter out of Jupiter, Florida, driving the number 7 machine. He starts 9th. Jack Murchison's out of Sykesville, Maryland. He's driving the number 3 car, starting 8th. And then Rocco Pasquarella in the number 195 machine. He's out of Boca Raton, Florida. He starts 7th. And by the way, I want to thank Rocco and Mama Pasquarella brought by some wonderful chocolate chip cookies and oatmeal cookies for us last night. Starting 6th on the outside of row number 3 today in the number 86 car. Didn't bring me any cookies. From Simi Valley, California, Cooper Hicks with Marcelo Paniccia from Aurora, Ontario, Canada, starting 5th today, driving the number 10 car. On the outside of row number 2, driving the number 98 machine. From Arlington, Texas, it's Logan Stretch. Cam Eben from Appleton, Wisconsin, is driving the number 55 Mazda. He'll start 3rd. And your front row today, starting 2nd, from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, driving the number 199 Mazda MX-5, it's Ethan Jacobs. And yesterday's winner, looking, I believe now, for 4 wins in a row. Brian from Bartlett, Illinois, driving the number 11 Mazda with a qualifying time at 2:28.473. It's Matthew Novak.
So let's make it perfectly clear, Greg. It is not a requirement to provide us with cookies for us to say nice things about you, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Next race, we're going to have like 87 dozen cookies coming up.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a collection box right outside the announce booth.
I love it. I love it.
Oh my! All right, so as we mentioned yesterday, Brian, with the lights out now on the safety car, Matt Novak took the win yesterday with Ethan Jacobs finishing 2nd. Marcelo Paniccia finished in 3rd with Jack Murchison. Rocco Pasquarella finishing 4th and 5th, and then Camden Gruber finished in 6th. And the order here, today's grid, is based on the fastest lap times from either of the 2 qualifying sessions, or yet the fastest time from yesterday's race. Whichever one of the 3 was faster would determine their positions on the grid for today.
Lights are out on the pace car. Look at those cars lined up. That is as perfect as you are ever going to see cars getting ready to come down the line for any race anywhere in the world. And look at how well they are put together here. That pace car is going to duck out onto pit lane, and we are going to get our cars underway here. Don't think there's anything that the starter won't like about this lineup as they come down for the green flag, and it is in the air. Green flag racing. Race lap number 1, race number 2. Second race of the weekend, all lined up here, and here we go down to turn 1 for the first time. Spec MX-5. Well, there's a car ducking out of the inside as they go 3 wide into turn 1. And will they come out 3 wide at the other end of turn 1? We're going to find out right now, Greg.
That's right, and I think that might have been Pinky. I think that might have been Skylar Cottrell's car. No, a little bit further back for Cottrell's car. That is actually I believe that was actually the Panacea car that we saw slotting in underneath. But a great start so far there with the 11 of Matt Novak opening up about a half a car length. Side by side now, Brian, as they come through turn 4 and 5, that is Logan Stretch with Marcelo Panacea alongside him as they come out of the Big Bend and down towards the Hawk Performance braking zone for the very first time. Challenging for position there, that is, I think, Cam Eben along with Ethan Jacobs. Now, we did have some onboard video live streaming from Ethan Jacobs' car during yesterday's race, getting word that that is not available this morning. We'll see if we can find another in-car possibly. But look at this fight as these drivers now. Yesterday, Brian, this section of the track
just
was
amazing.
Amazing yesterday because these cars were moving between oversteer and understeer in what were drying conditions but still damp conditions. The question here is how long it's going to take for the Spec Toyo tires on these racers, as we've got one driver going very wide through the tower turn at 13. He's gonna rejoin somewhere around Daytona, and
his tires had not come to temperature.
That is absolutely correct.
Here comes your leaders and basically everyone else who turns 15 and 16, and they are coming through nice and clean as they come down for the first time here into turn 17. And we will get our first rundown of how things all shook out on this first race lap in just a minute. First 3 cars getting a little bit of a breakaway between third and fourth. Not a ton. Certainly enough cars in that second little group to be able to draft up to the back of third place. So nothing to worry about there. But as our cars come across the line now for the first time, we've got Matthew Novak is your race leader, and then it is Marcello Panacea is in second. Marcello there, he was racing right from the get-go, looking to look on the inside into turn 1, and then made the move into turn 7. And car around, that's the 57 car.
Dave Panterick.
Dave Panterick. I wonder if he had a little help there. I don't know.
We'll see. Now, you mentioned Panacea there. He started in 5th position, and he had immediately taken a run down the inside and worked up 3 positions there on the start to outbrake Ethan Jacobs going into the braking zone at turn 7 at the hairpin.
Wow, whatever that car was, I think hurt its front splitter or something, because there was debris all over, or they kicked up old debris by going off there. But that was very interesting. I hope there's no damage on it. I mean, that was the Planet Miata car, team car there that went off at the exit of turn 5. There was some debris kicked up. I'm just not quite sure if that was there from old stuff or if that was off of that car. Here they come through turn 9. Doesn't look like that Planet Miata car is any worse for the wear there. Novak, Panacea, and Jacobs 1, 2, and 3, followed by Logan Stretch, Cam Eben, and Jack Murchison. That's your top 6 right now. 13 laps to go here. 14 lap races today. We also have a 35-minute time limit. If we don't have any big issues in these races, every group should get to 14 laps.
All right, and Brian, we do have a local caution now over at turn 5. We think that Dave Panterick, and we see him there, that is Dave Panterick's car, the 57 car. We think that he might have broken something when we saw him go around
that makes sense.
at turn number 1. Yeah, and so they're going to be sending some emergency services vehicles out to try and remove that car now. But so we will be under local caution over in that portion of the track, at least for the time being.
Yep. And that play at turn 5 where he's at there is not the best of spots. So they're going to have to go out and hopefully they can move him under the local caution. But that is just in an area where I don't think they'll want to leave him there. So hopefully they can get him tugged out of the way. We You can stay green flag for most of this racetrack, and they can get that done. Here they come around turn 17 for the second time. No changes in the running order here. It's Novak, Panizia, and Ethan Jacobs got around Panizia. So now it's Novak, Ethan Jacobs, and Marcello Panizia, Logan Stretch, Jack Murchison, and Michael Tinnis. That's your top 6 now.
All right, Brian, and as you'll notice here as our racers are coming into turn 3, we do have a local caution at 3.
Right.
And that is extending out that caution period because we do now have emergency services workers on the scene there at turn 5, right behind our timing pylon.
And we will see, hopefully. I saw another track truck coming out of the pit lane on our previous camera. Yes. I think that's the one that's actually going to do the tugging or the pushing. They'll get that down there. Look at that, 5 cars now, nose to tail in that front little pack, and not a whole lot of gap down to the 6th place car. Only about a 1.5 seconds between 5th and 6th.
And Brian, you'll notice there when you look at our timing pylon, Jack Murchison currently running 5th place in the number 3 machine. He's out of Sykesville, Maryland. Was on the and he's right at the back of this lead pack. Ran the fastest lap of the race that last time by, and I think a lot of that owes to the fact that he was able to use the draft maybe a little bit more than the cars directly behind him as he works his way through right now. And I would say, Murchison.
There was a little contact there, sending off one car off into the dirt. And I don't know if the white car just didn't know that car was on there outside, but good job to collect that car. Oh, there is a battle for the lead right there. That was Ethan Jacobs looking on the inside just briefly before Matthew Novak closed the door going into 16. I don't know if that's going to hurt his momentum and give Jacobs a chance to get around him at the end of this straightaway. But there was definitely a thought process there by Jacobs. And the Novak goes, don't think about that. I'm going to cut you off and keep going. But that's how it stands right now. Still, Novak, Jacobs, and Panizia going into turn 17 one more time. And then right behind him, Logan Stretch just waiting, watching, seeing if the guys in front of him will make a mistake, that he can pounce and move to the lead. Of course, Logan Stretch from the Bob Stretch lineage, Bob Stretch legendary sedan racer in many different categories, and his sons are racing with us last couple of years with us here, Matt and Logan Stretch. Yep.
And they've now expanded that Wheels America team, Brian, and brought in a couple of other drivers as well. As opposed to just being family members. Change of position now here, Brian, as we've got Michael Tinnis now moving up in the 6th position. He's gotten around Cam Eben. Eben, who started off today's race in 3rd position in the number 55 machine, now dropping back into 7th ahead of Ayrton Grimm.
Tire management underway in this race weekend, so these teams have had to use or have to use one set of tires from the start of the weekend to the end of the weekend, and it starts to see it at the end of these longer races on Sunday. Oh, nice little lockup there. 2 bits of lockup as they go into the Hawk Performance braking zone. By the end of this race, sometimes you see guys who didn't take care of their tires on Saturday pay the price for it on Sunday. Not sure if that's what's happening with Cam Eben, but he is definitely dropping back a little bit here early laps of this race.
Well, Brian, first off, the brake lockup that we saw coming into turn 7, that was Matteo Naranjo.
Yep.
Came over from the Formula F ranks where he picked up a number of wins on the Super Tour the last number of years, and also was your 2024 Formula Race Productions Formula 1600 Formula F champion. But I believe that based on the wet weather race yesterday, although I'm fairly certain most of our racers went out on dry weather tires based on the handling that we saw yesterday, I don't believe that they necessarily had to run the dry weather tires during yesterday's race. So there's a chance that some of these tires might be new. Newer, because both of the qualifying sessions for these racers were all on dry.
Yeah, and even if they did run a new tire, a dry weather tire, you don't scrub off as much with damp conditions.
Right.
A lot of sliding, but not a lot of scrubbing.
Right. And what we saw, there was a lot of sliding with almost all of these racers yesterday. All right, as our leaders now cross the line, and we now have 10 laps remaining. We've got 4 laps in the books here, Brian, and Novak continues his dominance in SMX here early on in the season here. And again, great runs for him last week at Homestead as well. We've got Gypsy Soul Pours in the chat cheering on Jack, and I would assume that would be Jack Murchison in the number 3 machine. Want to welcome them. And of course, we've got Nicole Cooper-Cephalo from Planet Miata cheering on their driver, Camden Gruber. Gruber sitting in 10th position currently. And good start for Camden, who started in 18th position, has already picked up 8 spots.
Apologies to Marcelo Panicia. I have probably said your name 18 different ways over the weekend, and I'm gonna get it one of these times right. So, regardless of how I say your name, you are doing a great job in 3rd place here, trying to keep up with Matthew Novak and Ethan Jacobs, and trying to hold off Logan Stretch in that number 10 car, that red and white liveried car. So.
Brian, if it's any consolation, you did a great job with Sport Black earlier in the last
Thank
race.
you. Thank you very much. That's how my friends treat me, people. But it absolutely deserved, you know, the running. My pronunciations are a running theme here, and I hope there's as much fun in hearing me struggle with them as there is with hearing me try to get them right. So it should be a drinking game. Every time I mispronounce somebody, we'd have 1,000 drunk people in the chat.
I would say every time I call somebody else Brian, and every time you do that, yeah. And our director, our producer Brendan, says our listeners would never make it through the day. All right, great fight here. Battle for the lead, Brian, coming in through Sunset. And Ethan Jacobs in that green 199 car, he is tucked right underneath Matt Novak. They come onto the front straight. And as they run down towards turn 1 now, we're seeing both Panicia and also Logan Stretch really start to close things up. Stretch had run the fastest lap of his race and was almost 0.2 of a second faster than the cars ahead. Camden Gruber, now your fastest racer here today, running a 2:29.43, but there you go, look at that top 4 now. You can throw a blanket over them, and once you get past our 5th place racer, Jack Murchison, you've got Michael Tinnis, Ayrton Grimm, Cam Evan, and Cooper Hicks. Well, let's throw in Camden Gruber as well, all bunched up together there coming into the Big Bend.
That top 4 now has pretty much broken the draft between them and Jack Murchison, so as long as they don't have any big issues, it is going to be really hard for Murchison to catch that lead pack at the moment. And then you've got this group of 10 cars from 6th on back: Tinnis, Grimm, Eben, Hicks, Gruber, and I believe Pascarella's right there as well, and maybe Jason Fichter. Those guys are going to have even a hard time catching Murchison at this point in time, but they have the benefit of a draft, and Murchison's out there all by his lonesome, which is kind of like no man's land. You know, he can't catch the people in the front. Now he's got to worry about this pack in the back coming up and catching him as well. So it is interesting to watch how this is about to play out with 9 laps to go, coming up on the halfway mark here on this race, couple laps before halfway. But the first 4 cars are doing a great job of pulling away and working together. And then at some point in time, they're going to get racy, and all bets will be off. Any of those cars in the top 4 have the legs to take the win here. Oh, look at those 2 cars. For a second, they looked like they were locked together, nose to tail, as they came through turn 14 there. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I believe that's Mitch Lowry and Vaughn Mishko currently running 15th and 16th, Brian, the 99 car, and the number 2 machine a little bit further back in the field. But yeah, and now, Brian, that second pack of the second pack that we have of Tinnis, Grimm, Eben, Hicks, and Gruber as they came all the way down the inside. Drivers right before they fanned out to come underneath the Sunset Bridge, and now making a run down the outside is Marcel Paniccia trying to work his way around Logan Stretch and couldn't get it done.
And
the amount of pavement was running out on him.
And Paniccia looked like he had that whole pack behind him working with him to get around the leader of the race and Matthew Novak. And then the two cars behind him decided, no, we're not helping you. They got back in line with Novak and let Paniccia kind of hang out to dry, and he moved back and forth. He's now gotten back around Logan Stretch to get into third, but he thought he had some partners, and the partners said, oh, no, we're not going to help you.
Yeah, not at all. Exactly. All right, so now we still, in that second pack, we've got Michael Tinnis and Ayrton Grimm. Grimm has gotten around Cooper Hicks, Camden Gruber. Cam Eben has now dropped back to 10th position, and he's got Rocco Pasquarella there joining that second pack is slowly but surely getting larger. It was only 5 cars, and you see now it is almost double in size, almost 10 cars
27
long.
cars.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Rocco Pasquarella there. Pasquarella now sitting in 11th position. Give us an extra cookie, and we move you up 2 spots. By the way, Jason Fichter now also sitting in 12th position.
Let's give
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's give a shout out to Camden Gruber. Started 13th. He's made his way up to 10th at this point in time. So a nice little move up through the field for him in this race. A 4-position improvement over the start of the race.
All right, Brian, we're just about halfway through this SMX race. Let's do this. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Sebring.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
laps to go in this race. Kent Carter says, don't fall for the cookie bribe, folks. Only timing and scoring can move you up in the field. Well, we make it up, Kent. It has nothing to do with what's factual here. So here
and whether we're hungry.
Panicia making a move, trying to get into first place going into turn 1. That's a lot like the move he made in the first lap of the race. Did not stick it this time. Let's see if he can at least end up in second place here. He's got the position going on the inside going into turn 3. Let's see where they're at when he comes into our view at turn 5, and it does look like at this point that Panicia makes the move into second place, but Matthew Novak, savvy and a little move there to keep himself in the lead here. He has led from pretty much the start of this race. I don't think he's ever given up the lead.
No, he hasn't.
Got to hold on to it for 6 more laps.
You know, and Brian, as we saw Panicia make that move down into turn number 3, that's the second time we've seen it recently where he got the pass made on Logan Stretch 2 laps prior. And, you know, for whatever reason, we just don't see the drivers defending against it here as they, even with their jockeying for position, they continue to open up the gap back to the rest of the field. As you see there, Jack Murchison in that gray number 3 machine, kind of on an island to his own, but the pack behind him starting to close things down. The last time by, and this is the effect of the draft. The second group, which is now led by Camden Gruber. Cam Gruber having gotten around Michael Tinnis, they're lapping at about 3/10 faster than Jack Murchison ahead, and certainly starting to close things down here.
And we just talked about Camden Gruber. He started 13th. He's now in 6th place. Big moving for Gruber here in this field. Don't think he's got enough to be able to get to the leaders. They've got a big gap, but that's a great move to get up to 6th place. And that would be him in that Planet Miata liveried car, the blue and day glow greenish yellow. I don't know what the color is. Nicole Cephalo's in the chat here. She can tell me what the color combination is. There's probably special blues and special greens.
She's going to give us the Pantone codes for it.
Exactly.
In case we want to recreate it ourselves. Yeah. But Camden Gruber there, I think I mentioned yesterday, he's got a lot of experience with NC Miatas, set ITS record at a couple different racetracks in an NC. I believe it was an RP Performance built NC Miata. Hi, Brett DePedro, and hi, Sissy Connolly. But he obviously the last 2 years. And now Panicia, Brian, coming down the inside, trying to work his way around Novak. Let's see if he can get it done. And if he can't there at turn 1, he's got himself set up for a move going into turn 3.
And now it looks like he's got a little bit of help trying to get around. The cars in 3rd and 4th are now pulling in line behind him, and they push him to the front for the first time in this race. Matthew Novak gives up the lead, and Marcello Panicia takes over the point here. But I got to tell you, Greg, I don't think that's going to be the last pass for the lead in this group.
No, it probably will not be, but we may have to see whether or not, and here you go, coming down into the Hawk Performance braking zone as Matthew Novak looks to take the lead back. For the moment, we don't see a lot of defensive driving, and I think that these drivers, as we still have 5 laps, that's a lot of mileage, Brian, that's almost 20 miles to go. I don't think the drivers at the front really want to risk that second pack coming back into play, and so you're not seeing a lot of side-by-side racing and defensive driving in the corners, as opposed to the group right behind, where Michael Tinnis now gives up another position, another Cam. This is actually Cam Eben in the 55 car, who started 3rd today, gets around the 26 machine. Cam Eben now moving up into 7th position, shuffling Michael Tinnis back one more, back down into 8th. They do also have Cooper Hicks in the 88 car sitting at the tail end of that pack.
I do think, though, unless one of them takes somebody out, even if they get racy up front, I don't see any way that second pack catches them in the last 5 laps here. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, because the second pack's also mixing it up as well. So I think the front pack can do pretty much whatever they want right now, as long as they don't hurt, knock anybody off the track and stay ahead of that second pack. But we'll see how that plays out. Of course, we now know that the Planet Miata car is Mariner blue and nitro yellow, which is actually green.
least
love
I know
that.
now that I'm not colorblind. All right,
Yes.
so I mentioned that second pack of Brian, that we've got Cooper Hicks, the 86 car, sitting at the tail end. He was the race winner in SMX at Buttonwillow last year. Was also the West Coast Majors champion in SMX. So we'll see if he can work his way up from 7th position here, and indeed he does as they cross the line now. Michael Tinnis, as he's sitting in 8th, Tinnis managed to get back around Camden Gruber, but Cooper Hicks, who's at the tail end of that pack, now works his way up into the 3rd position in that pack.
Camden Gruber actually started 18th. On my scoring, he was at 13th at the end of the first lap, and then he's now made his way up to wherever he is at this moment. And
well, he had worked up as high as 5th or 6th, and now sits at 9th. But I think we'll call him fast mover for now, and now leading that second pack is Cam Evan in the 55 car at Appleton, Wisconsin. Again, having started on row number 2, and Cam, we've seen him incredibly fast. If you recall, Brian, he was part of that incident at Turn 1 at Road America at the June Sprints last year, where ended up losing a wheel about midway through the race, going into Turn 1. But so incredibly quick, and also from a virtual racing standpoint, I think has perhaps one of the highest I ratings. I mean, he's pretty much known as an alien, driving the ND Mazda MX-5s in iRacing. And he's starting to work his way back through the field.
So we were talking about the front 4 cars not wanting to mix it up too much because the second pack could catch them. Well, the other reason you might not want to mix it up too much, because you might let the leader just drive away, and that looks like what's happening a little bit right now.
Yeah.
Matthew Novak opening up a 3 or 4 car length lead, while the cars behind them are trying to dice for second place and get up to first place. Those 3 cars are basically racing each other, and Matthew Novak now, you can see it's even wider. That's probably a 6 car length lead at the moment.
Yeah.
Panicia, Stretch, and Jacobs need to just stay in line.
Yeah, and I would say, and with that fighting, Brian, Stretch actually had gotten around Jacobs and Panicia, dropped Panicia now back down in the 4th position there.
Right.
But but indeed, the more they fight, that allows Novak to race away. But even with that, I think on that last lap, they've really opened up a pretty big size margin to that second pack, which has now swallowed Jack Murchison. Murchison now in the gray car on the inside. He's going to lose a position to Cam Evan.
Yeah, with 3 to go here now, it is unlikely that second pack's going to catch the lead 4. It's also getting to the point where it might be unlikely that the second, third, and fourth place driver are going to catch the leader if they don't get themselves together here. Let's do another call to grid here before we get to the last couple laps of this race.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for Race Group 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
There is our third, fourth, and fifth place car, second, third, and fourth place car going through our stream. Up front is still our race leader, Matthew Novak, and then the next group of cars we're going to see, look at how they're even further back now, lap by lap. That is 5th through 12th or 13th here. I can't count cars that fast. I ran out of fingers and toes, Greg.
Oh well, we already discussed my issues yesterday, and apparently my limit is less than 20. So.
Oh, I love it.
Oh my. All right, so as we talked about the folks at the front of the field there, again, Matthew Novak continuing to spread things out now over Logan Stretching.
He's checked out.
Yeah, and Ethan Jacobs, who was last year one of the Mazda SMX shootout winners, was one of the Mazda factory drivers, currently sitting in 3rd in that green number 199 car, and Panicia now sitting in 4th. And we might have, looks like we might have a change here as both Panicia and Jacobs try to draft past Logan Stretch coming in the sunset.
Yep, Stretch now drops to 4th place at that point in time. We'll see who it is who crosses the line. Oh, yeah, there it's Marcella Paniccia. That's the car mired in pointing in the wrong direction there. And now all of that pack of 10 cars is going to drive right past him. He has lost all of his momentum. The vast majority of those cars are going to drive past him, and he will probably slot back in maybe 8th or 9th position here. What a mistake. I don't know if there was contact or if it was just a mistake, but that is going to basically end the battle for him for podium position.
Yeah, and so that is going to drop as he tries to, and he's made this pass many times before. He gets past, he ends up getting past Michael Tinnis going into turn number probably that wasn't Tinnis. It was a little bit further back. Actually, it was Cooper Hicks in the 86 car that he worked his way around going into turn 3. But that's now going to move Cam Evan up into 3rd position, or probably in the 4th position with Tinnis, then Murchison, then Camden Gruber, then Paniccia, then Cooper Hicks, Skylar Cottrell in the number 9 car, part of that battle as well now. But that also, Brian, and I'm not saying that that there was contact, 'cause we did not see it, but I think in trying to avoid Paniccia going around, you'll notice now that Logan Stretch, that 98 car, has fallen off the back of Ethan Jacobs in the 199, a much bigger gap at the front than what we had seen on the previous lap.
It's possible that he just had to check up to make sure he didn't hit anybody. I don't see damage on the car. We'll get a closer look here when they're coming into 16. It's actually a pretty decent camera to check to see if there's any damage on that car. This one's also fairly good. The front end looks intact. I don't see anything that would signal that there's, but it could even been, when you're going through 17 in those bumps, Greg, even the lightest of taps could turn you around.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much.
No, it doesn't, Brian. But, you know, also the other part of that is turn 17 is very, very wide, as we discussed yesterday, as we've got a driver going through Jean de Beyond that, well, try to pick up which car that is.
Once that car got
it a little wrong.
Yeah, once that car got it a little wrong, he decided that it was the discretion was the better part of valor there, and let everybody go by and come back in cleanly. Because he could have tried to come back and taken out like 5 cars.
Exactly. So, Brian, you know, when you go through Sunset, it is so wide. There's so many different lines through there. And all you have to do is deviate your entry or your exit by just a couple of feet and end up on a piece of the concrete that you haven't been on before that can affect that car very, very differently and bounce it a different way. We saw that in the B-Spec race just, you know, a little bit earlier this morning when it tossed Luke Russell's Honda Fit pretty wildly. And, you know, even though some of these certainly the MX-5s have a suspension underneath them much more capable of handling those bumps than a Honda Fit, it could, you know, move the car in a direction that you're just not prepared for. As we now have, excuse me, Paniccia coming underneath Camden Gruber. So that's going to move Paniccia now back up in the 5th position behind Michael Tinnis, who now leads that 2nd group. But, you know, take a look at this lead pack here, Brian, now. Novak with almost 2.5 seconds on Ethan Jacobs. And Logan Stretch still trying to close things down, you know, as the white flag is in the air. You know, it's still a long way to go to get to the 199 car to fight there for the 2nd step on the podium.
It is, but Ethan Jacobs, Logan Stretch, all of these drivers, tons of experience, and when there's no one really battling you, it's not hard to put down a pretty decent lap to try to bring it home. And it looks like right now that's what all 3 of those drivers are just trying to get to the finish line here. No mistakes, hit your marks, and bring home podium finishes to the team and the family back at the ranch. And side by side here, back for 10th or 12th place right there. There is your leader. That is the black car, Matthew Novak. Then the green and black, or mostly green car of Ethan Jacobs. Then that beautiful red, white, and blue car of Logan Stretch is in 3rd. I think that's pretty much how that's going to finish up here as we get into our last, I would guess, what is it, about 3/4 of a mile from 16 to the finish line?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a little bit less than a mile here. As, they are working their way around some slower track. And that might be the Tinnis machine, Brian, that's having some issues there. Tennis, who started off in 16th position. Thank you, Max King, another New York and New Jersey driver here, reminding us of that. And it looks like Tennis might have had some issues there on that last run through 16 as the checkered flag's out in the air, Brian, for our winner, Matthew Novak.
Yep, Matthew Novak, then Ethan Jacobs, Logan Stretch, Michael Tinnis was in fourth place, but it's going to be, Marcello Panizia is going to finish in fourth here when it finally is all said and done, followed by
Michael Tinnis.
So it wasn't Tinnis who was slow.
Oh, no, it was Tinnis. He gave up that position to Panizia. Just did not have enough exit speed, but was still able to hold off Murchison, Cottrell, Victor, Grimm, and Hibbett to round out the top 10. And then a couple seconds back after Hibbett, we now see Cooper Hicks in that. Actually, it might have been the Cooper Hicks car. Now that I think about it, because Hicks finished about 2.5 seconds back from the pack that he was with.
And Camden Gruber dropped all the way back to 14th after having a heck of a run up to 6th place. So I'm not quite sure what the situation is with that car, but I'm sure he will be a little disappointed in the finish there. All right.
Yeah, both he and Cam Eben, because matter of fact, Brian, I'm showing Cam Eben still dropping through the field, that he has not crossed the finish line as of yet. I'm trying to see if I can pick up. There is a car over at 17. I'm showing it as the 42 car. Eben is in the 55. So we'll try to pick it up.
There is a car stopped in turn 7, it looks like.
Oh yeah, and matter of fact, I just got a message that indeed the 55 car is over at turn number 7.
And the reason I know that is because I'm looking at the Flagtronics monitor.
Aha. Well, there you go. Yep, and there he is.
Yeah, doesn't have the right number on it, but it's the only car dropping through the field. So I extrapolated, which is a big word for a guy like me to use, that was probably. Yeah, I did get that one right. I just figured that was probably the 55
Thankfully, it's not
car
an
there.
Italian word.
So exactly, extrapolate is not an Italian word, and that's why I got it right. Thank you. Right. That's my friends, people. All right, let's do a call to grid, and we'll take our break, and we come back, got some more racing action.
Attention in the paddock, Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers. This is your final call to the grid. All right, so as Matt Novak takes his victory lap around Sebring, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing action on the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. The 45th Annual Winter Vacation Central Florida region is our host this weekend. Big thank you to them and all of their workers. And now we have the next most fun class of the weekend, because they're all fun. But I love the Spec Racer Ford class. Near and dear to my heart, Greg. Let's do the starting lineup.
Right. All right, Brian. We had 58 drivers set qualifying times this weekend between the two qualifying sessions and yesterday's sprint race. Let's run down the top 30. Starting 30th today, driving the number 39 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Palm City, Florida, Mike Bakanowski. Charles Pigeon is from Abilene, Texas. He starts 29th, driving the 17 car. Zach Della is in the number 95. He's from Heartland, Wisconsin. He starts 28th. With Arvid Albanese starting 27th. He is in the number 177 car. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He did not take the green yesterday. His teammate, Trey Ayers, also not taking the green. Scheduled to start 26th today. He's in the number 71 car. He's out of Gainesville, Georgia. Tim Preble is starting 25th. He's in the number 20 machine, and he is out of Lake Worth, Florida. Jim Lebecco, his first race weekend of the year. He's in the number 0 machine. He's out of Salon, Ohio. Starts 24th. John Antonino is starting 23rd today. The driver of the number 59 car is out of Bakersfield, California. We talked to Morgan Burkhardt yesterday, Brian. That's one of his two students. David Dickerson is starting 22nd. He's in the number 38 car. He's out of Wall, New Jersey. TJ Preble is 20th. They're 21st on the grid today. He starts in the number 16 machine. He's out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. Sam Schechter's in the 55 car. He's out of Boyd's, Maryland. Starts 20th. Mac Harrison is in the 30 car. He's out of Washington, D.C., and he starts 19th. Colin Clark's out of Houston, Texas. Driver of the number 23 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 starts 18th, with Ben Jacobs starting 17th. He's in the number 171 machine. He's out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Atlanta, Georgia's Dan McBreen is in the 57 car. He starts 16th. Gianclaudio Angelini is out of New Haven, Connecticut. He drives the number 6 car, starting 15th. Starting on the outside of row number 7 is Vaughn Mishko out of Sylvan Lake, Michigan. He drives the number 114. Jackson Deal, the other students, is starting 13th today. He's in the number 58 car. He's out of Granger, Indiana. Nils Massus is driving the number 36 Spec Racer Ford. He's from Conroe, Texas. He starts 12th. Andrew Wisniewski is out of Destin, Florida. He starts 11th in the 132 car, with Todd Vanacore in the 119. He's out of Ormond Beach, Florida. He starts on the outside of row number 5. To his left is Nicholas Resputo from West Palm Beach, Florida. Nick is driving the number 3 car. Jacob Lauder is going to start 8th today. He's in the number 97 car. He's from Edmond, Oklahoma, with Racer X Denny Stripling starting 7th. He's in the number 14 and hails from McKinney, Texas. Then we got Jim Goffrey. Jim is out of Jupiter, Florida. He starts 6th in the number 68 car. Brian Schofield out of Lakeland, Florida will start 5th. Brian is driving the 61. Yesterday's race winner from Spartanburg, South Carolina, Clay Russell is in the number 31 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He starts 4th, with Caleb Schrader starting 3rd. Over to his left, he's from Tigard, Oregon. He drives the 99 car. And your front row today, starting 2nd from San Angelo, Texas, driving the orange and blue number 108 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. It's Dave Osborne. And your pole sitter today from Montpelier, Virginia, driving the blue number 123 with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 21 seconds, .287. It's Russ Turner.
All right, your top 4 yesterday's race was Clay Russell, Brian Schofield, Caleb Schrader, and Denny Stripling. We'll see if they can repeat that kind of success today. I would keep an eye, though, on Dave Ogburn. He is due for a really good run, starting in 2nd place today. Perfect racing conditions. I just think he's got a shot to be right there in the mix here at the end. So keep an eye on him.
Yeah, and Brian, we've seen what he does in non-perfect conditions. He had, I think, one of the most amazing drives at the runoffs this past year with a bent rear suspension, with the car practically crab walking down those monster long straights at Road America, and still managed to put the 108 car on the podium. The video watching that car go through corners with that bent rear was just mind-blowing. the amount of car control needed to keep that car on the not so straight and narrow. So yeah, we'll see.
Maybe we need to bend the car up a little bit for him to run fast.
Just sit me down on the corner, especially after I have Rocco's mom's cookies.
Oh, good stuff. All right, coming through turn 17, the front of the pack, actually a lot of the pack, lined up nicely in our SCCA rows of two as they come under the WeatherTech bridge here and head down towards the start stand. We will see if the starter is happy with what he sees, and I think he will be. It looks like a nicely packed up field. The starter got the green flag in the air, and right away, they span out 3 and 4 wide. Oh, there's a car coming up on the outside there early. This is going to be a heck of a run into turn number 1.
They're 25 wide, Brian.
Wow, look at that, folks.
Yeah, and there you go. Look at that. As they come through turn 1, Schofield, who started third, managed to get down to the inside underneath Russ Turner, and he's going to lead the field down in the 1 as they're still trying to figure out their way how to funnel through turn number 1 now. A little bit further back, then we've got Dave Ogburn. Clay Russell came down the outside in the gray 31 machine.
Ooh. Dogs and cats living together, total chaos on the first couple corners in this lap. And there was one car came out wide here at turn 5, came back on the racetrack, may have had just a tiny bit of side-to-side action, but Brian Schofield is the early leader with Dave Ogburn right behind him.
All right, Brian, and we are going to a full course caution.
Oh, no.
Because it sounds as though we may have had a few cars that did not make it out of turn 1.
Yeah, I see one car, especially for sure. And I see a second car between 1 and 2. So I think maybe
the 9 car, the 58 car are involved over there, Brian. The 58 car is actually, I think, one of the. We'll get the number on the 58. I think that's one of the 2 cars that that Burkhardt was working with this weekend. And we'll get the 9 car here as well. The 9 is Gary Visioli. And Jackson Deal is in the 58 car. There may be at least one other involved as well. As we're trying to, I'm trying to get a read on that. Those are the 2 that we know of, at least initially.
All right, so we got our full course caution. Let's do what we do during a full course caution. Take our break. So we can get that out of the way, and then whenever we get back to action, we'll be able to take you all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Sebring International Raceway. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
All right, we are back here at Sebring International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Jordan Worth touching the buttons and getting us all the great pictures. And, of course, Brendan Kazmarek, he is the driver's eye, producer in charge. He's the guy who makes this thing all happen. We are here bringing you the race coverage here.
And Brian, we have a little bit more information. One other car that was involved down there over at Turn 1. So we had Nils Macias. Now that I finally got the pronunciation of his name correct. He started 12th today. Jackson Deal, who started 13th. And then Gary Visioli in the 9 car. They are the 3 machines that are down over at Turn 1. And we think Visioli had actually started towards the rear of the field and may have just ended up getting caught up in some of the debris field that was down there. Tom Burt in the 45 car. A 4th car not to complete a lap, but I don't believe he took the green flag either.
Yeah, there was a debris field in turn 1 after that opening lap, so it is a bit of a cleanup there. Just looking to see. Still have, I think, the 36 car is down in Turn 1. Appears like we have a slow car coming down. That might be a car in pit lane.
Okay. All right, I do, and I'm getting now a little bit more information from the corner workers over at Turn 1. So it sounds as though the 36 car of Macias spun, ended up over at the apex of Turn 1. The number 9 car, which again was, I think, at the very rear of the field, ended up spinning, trying to avoid the 36 car. The 58 of Deal, I think, has already gone on, and we might even, and I think is, we see now that he's actually crossed the start-finish line. So Jackson Deal has managed to continue, so it looks like the 36 and the 9 are the 2 machines that were left over at Turn 1. Just got word from race control, Brian, and we should be seeing the lights on the safety car extinguished. I believe we're going to be going back to green flag racing this time by.
All right, well, that was a rather quick cleanup, which is awesome. We'll have 12 laps to go once they cross the line the next time, and as quick as that was, we might still be in line to get all 12 of those laps in here. This is our 3rd race of the day. After this one, 2 more before we take a break for lunch. Or for those of us on the West Coast, like I am, we call that breakfast. And we will take a little break then and come back with 3 great races here at the end of the day. Here they come. Those double yellows will eventually come down here, it looks like. Lights are out on the pace car. Pace car looks like it's already going on to pit lane.
Yes, it is.
Brian Schofield's going to lead them down the line. It's Schofield and Ogburn first and second at the start here of our restart. And then Russ Turner and Caleb Schrader 3rd and 4th as they come down to the line for the next green flag. Hopefully this will be the last time we have to have a restart. And here they go, obviously single file, so there should be a little less chaos as they head into Turn 1, and I hope.
Well, you say that, Brian, but remember, when we have this many cars in line, in SCCA road racing, when that green flag comes out on the starter stand, the double yellows get dropped all the way around the course. And so there's a lot of racers that had not gone into sunset yet when the green flag came out and those yellow flags dropped. And you have to keep your eye on those corner stations as much as possible. There's a good opportunity to pick up a couple of easy positions. Somebody could be asleep at the wheel there coming into sunset. As we take a look, and we just had a helicopter fly by. No, that is not one of our camera vehicles here. But coming down into turn one, it's Schofield and Ogburn, and still coming down a little bit further back in the field, like Ben Jacobs and Mac Harrison. I saw the number 30 gray machine of Harrison, who was sitting 12th at the restart, come down. Looked like he was trying to slide underneath the 171 and maybe Colin Clark into the hairpin.
But he seems to have gotten along nicely here on the opening corners of this second green flag lap, or hopefully this will be the first full green flag lap of this race. And everyone is snaking their way through. I love that camera, by the way. That's a new camera for us this weekend, this year. And really, really great view from that particular camera. Here they come, coming out of turn 14. Everybody seems to got it together now as they want to get some green flag racing. In fifth place car, they're looking like they're getting a little racy. That's Clay Russell. He was yesterday's race winner. He, of course, wants to stay with that lead pack and move to the front if he can. A lot of racing action to go there in this race. And honestly, being at the front on the last lap, not always the best thing, as we have learned over and over again with this class, Greg.
Yeah, exactly, Brian. They are so closely matched, and the competition and the racing is so tight here. It is very, very tough. One, to make your way through the field, and it's tough to, we've got a lot of very accomplished racers coming from other disciplines, and sometimes can be very, very challenging to make your mark here in Spec Race Ford. Making a move down to the inside, that was Clay Russell, Brian, and I believe he has now found his way around Russ Turner. He turned in the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. He now slots into third position, and he has Russ Turner in the dark blue, Caleb Schrader in the light blue directly behind, and then only about 3 car lengths back to Vaughn Mishko and Nicholas Royce Puto. We mentioned Royce Puto turned his very first laps in a Spec Racer Ford last fall here for the Central Florida region's Turkey Trot event, and yesterday finished yesterday in let's see, what position did he finish? He finished yesterday in 7th position after having started 9th. So right in the same spot here today, right at the tail end of that second group.
Denny Stripling, he started 4th, fell all the way back to 32nd. He has already worked his way up to 27th. I'm not exactly sure what happened at the start for that, but I'm guessing he was part of that schmozzle of cars that went into turn 1 and didn't come out quite the way they wanted to. Roger Cadell in chat, thank you for pointing that out to me and to us. But he is one of the best drivers with one of the best cars out there. If the car's not damaged, his run up through the field should be fun to watch.
Yeah, and so I was also just watching now Jim Goffrey, who is currently sitting back in lucky 13th position or thereabouts. Yesterday, worked his way back up to 5th. If you remember, Brian, Goffrey had gone around over at turn 3 fairly early in yesterday's 25-minute race, fell back to, I think, 15th or 16th position before working his way back to that 5th place finish. Finished on the podium last weekend at Homestead on Sunday. We'll have to watch and see how he does here, as I think we may have just had somebody get around Dave Ogburn, and I think that's Russ Turner, Brian, in the 123 machine, our leader, or probably our winner from yesterday, now moving up into second.
I think you are right. At the line, it is now Schofield, Clay Russell, Ogburn, Russ Turner. So that was Clay Russell making his way past. And then, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Those are really 4, 5 talented people in that first group of cars. And then you got a couple of other cars going off there and coming right back on. Lots of dust there coming out of turn 1.
All right, Brian, and Caleb Schrader in the light blue number 99 machine has gotten around Russ Turner to move Turner back in the 5th. And we were just talking a moment ago about Jim Goffrey. He gains 2 positions, gets around Jim Lebecco and Andrew Wisniewski, and now moves up into 11th.
10 laps to go here, Greg. Let's do a call to grid.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's our big bore group, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, American Sedan. Please head to the grid.
Greg, this Spectre Ford is what I call our chess match group. If you've got a group of cars like we have right now, 5, 6 cars up in this front pack, the first, all but the last 2 or 3 laps is basically a game of chess, trying to determine what move you're going to make checkmate here at the end.
Right.
And that's what they're doing, figuring out, taking in the measure of the cars around them, who's fast where my car's fast, where I want to be on that final lap. And it's all about getting ready for those last 2 laps, because most of the time, whoever's leading on under the start stand going on to the last lap is not who wins this race. So it'll be very interesting to see who is the best chess player, who is the chess master today.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And, we saw the strength of the draft, and also really the importance of getting a good run out of this turn, the sunset bend out of turn 17 onto the front straight, where the margin of victory yesterday for Clay Russell over Brian Schofield was 1/100th of a second. All right, and so much like at Road America, the draft is very strong and plays a very important role here. And and over the course of 3 3/4 miles with 17 turns, I mean there's a lot of opportunity there to lose tenths or to gain tenths, and you really just have to watch where the strengths and where the weaknesses are. And when you're in these long trains, Brian, I mean, we talked about this a little bit during SMX as well. You have to really hold that in your pocket, hold that in your quiver until the very end, as we've got a driver running wide, because you run the risk of bringing many more combatants into that last lap battle just by going side by side into a corner and fighting for a position a little bit too early.
Absolutely. 9 to go here. Your top 6: Schofield, Russell, Ogburn, Schrader, Turner, and Resputo. So that is the way it looks right now.
And Brian, we just had Caleb Schrader, who ran fastest lap of the race on that last lap, get around Dave Ogburn. So Ogburn, who started on the front row today, now finds himself in 4th position, that orange and blue machine there, almost towards the back of the first pack.
Aren't Ogburn and Russ Turner teammates?
Yes.
That's just my thought process. So it could be that Ogburn's moving back to hook up with his teammates so that they can be ready for those final few laps and make a move to the front. We'll see if that works out or not. Or I could just be making stuff up in my head. 9 to go here. And the joy of this race group is we've got these 5 cars up front, but there are 5-car battles all throughout the racetrack right now. Here's a 3-car battle, and then we're going to see, here comes another 3-car battle, and then another 3-car battle. All of these drivers, no matter how fast they are, how slow they are, tend to have someone to race with, and that's what makes this class fun. That's why there's 55 cars in this class, and 45 of them start this race knowing they're not going to win, but they know they're going to have a blast. Here they come now under the bridge and towards the start stand again. It is Schofield, Russell. Now it's going to be Schrader, and then Ogburn, and then Turner. All of them still in the mix. If you're in that lead pack on the last lap, Greg, you got a chance to win this.
Yeah, indeed. And you'll see there those second and third packs a little bit further back. We got Jim Goffrey and Colin Clark together. And then, the battle for 11th, Brian, right now is all of 7 cars deep. As we have John Antonino in the 59 car, Dan McBreen, Todd Vanacore, Jim Lebeco, Andrew Wisniewski, Gian Claudio Angelini, Denny Stripling working his way back now into 17th position, having gotten around Mac Harrison. And then you've got John Jansen as well.
8 laps to go. All right, people out there watching on the YouTube, smash the like button and subscribe. There's 718 people watching, and only 116 of you have hit the like button. What is wrong with you people? Smash that like button. That helps us with the algorithm, helps more people find the SCCA, and that is a big part of why we do this. It's to have fun and to get more people involved. So hit that like button. I want to see those numbers jump up there into the several hundreds right now. It is time to get it done. 8 laps to go here in our Spec Racer Ford feature race of the weekend. It'll probably go to time with that full course yellow.
Sure.
But nonetheless, 15 minutes or 8 laps to go.
Yeah, without a doubt, Brian, with probably a little bit less than 2.5 minutes per lap and 8 laps to go, even my limited ability to do
I don't do math.
Yeah,
clearly, or else I would have known it was going to be on time.
That's why we speak and not sit here with a calculator.
Right.
Jim Goffrey seems now to have broken away from the group that he was in. He is running in 8th position, but still a number of seconds back from Nicholas Rice-Puto, who's now in 8th. And we're starting to see now, Brian, where Schofield and Russell are starting to inch away from Caleb Schrader in that light blue number 99 machine. And just as I say that, Schrader's able to draft right back up to the pair at the front. But now, challenge for the lead.
And we'll see if that challenge was successful. It looks like it was. Look, Schofield's going to drop back 2 positions, it looks like. So it's going to be Clay Russell and Caleb Schrader are going to make it around. And Dave Ogburn looks like he's going to try to get it through too and just close the door with Schofield. That's a 2-car change of position for the lead here with 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, and Brian, as we saw there, just going into turn 3 there with a couple cars side by side, that was enough to bring Ogburn and Russ Turner back into the conversation, as they had fallen when they were coming down the front straight almost 5 car lengths back from our lead trio. Now, taking a look here at this second pack, that is Jacob Lauder in the number 97 machine. It is Vaughn Mishko in the 114 car. And they now also have moved just a little bit closer. They are, I'd say probably around 4.5 seconds back, but they picked up maybe 7 or 8 car lengths because of that exchange over at turn number 3.
How quickly things can change in this class. And the good part for these cars up front, much like the Spec MX-5 race, they've got a big enough gap to the next group where they can kind of start to race a bit and not have to worry about being caught. The only issue is if one of them decides that they can't, that they don't stay on the racetrack, then they're going to get caught. But with the 3-corner lead here that they have, it is time that they can do their thing. But to be honest with you, it's, again, like I talked about earlier, it is a bit of strategy is to decide when that time is. And it's certainly, all the racing they do now doesn't really make a whole lot of difference until they get to the final 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah. Brian, interesting story here. Andrew Wisniewski, who is currently running at the moment in 16th position, driving the red, white, and blue, primarily white, number 132 machine, has been in this car now just this year. Took over driving it from his father, Jeff Wisniewski, with Lindell Motorsports. Jeff used to race this car in Gen 2 configuration with the 1.9 liter iron block motor. Unfortunately passed away from cancer back in August, and so we're seeing his son pick up the mantle and driving the car in his dad's memory here this weekend. And good to see is he finished he finished yesterday in 13th position, and after having made up I think around 5 on the race start there. So a good run for him once again here today. And again, our hearts and prayers go out to the Wisniewski family.
Absolutely. Let's revisit Denny Stripling. He had dropped back to 31st place after the opening lap here. Now circulating in 14th place and on the move. So he has made up for, what is that, 16 positions?
16.
That's as much math as you're going to get out of me, people. But he is on the move and continuing to move up the order. So a heck of a recovery run.
Yeah, but it is so difficult, and when you are faster, Brian, than the pack of 3 or 4 that you're with, and you get past them, and then you lose the effect of the draft. You don't have cars pushing you forward. You don't have anybody ahead to pull you towards the next group. You just kind of get stuck in this no man's land here at Sebring, where the runs are so long. In some cases, coming out of the tower turn here into all the way by the time you get to 16, and then of course that very long Ullman straight down heading into 17.
I wonder, Greg, and I think I've asked this question of them, and I don't remember the answer, whether Ogburn and Russ have they're in each other's radios where they can talk to each other during the race.
That I don't know. I mean, we have the 3 teammates. We've got both. We've got Ogburn and Russell. We also have and Russ Turner, as well as Dennis Strickland.
Right.
They're all working together. I do not know if they are on the radio together during the event. Brian, you've had, I think, 2 of the 3 on your podcast before.
I have.
On different episodes. You should know the answer to this.
I know. I should. That's why. And I think I asked Dave about this at the runoffs, and I think he said that they are.
They are.
So,
yeah, I'm fairly certain.
And, that means that they're probably trying to talk to each other right now and saying, okay, when do we go with 9 minutes to go here and move to the front? Because both those cars are capable of getting to the front at this point in time. But the question is when to do it.
All right, and Brian, we just saw coming through turn 3, Clay Russell got very loose on exit, maybe turned in a little bit early, rear end stepped out on him, and Brian Schofield now opens up maybe 3 car lengths, but as we've seen, I think that's certainly within the draft, and they're probably going to be able to close things down here. Now making a move to the inside, Dave Ogburn, maybe it is go time, Brian, as Ogburn tries to come underneath Caleb Schrader going into the Hawk Performance braking zone.
And Ogburn makes that move stick, moving into 3rd place now. So there you've got that orange car is the one we're talking about. Right behind him, that powder blue or teal blue or whatever you want to call it, that is Caleb Schrader now in 4th. And Ogburn is now trying to get to the back bumper of Clay Russell.
Want to welcome to the
bumper.
No. Want to welcome to the chat another great spec racer, forward racer, Grayson Strathman out of Oklahoma, and hopefully we'll see. I know I've seen Grayson's activities. I think relate to snow and snowboarding and skiing of late, but I would love to see him behind the race car again. Hey, since I'm going to be at Hallett this spring, hopefully I'll see him race here. That's his home track.
Yep. There is a heck of a contingent of Spec Racer 4 drivers that race out of Hallett on a regular basis.
Yes.
And some young kids as well. I call everybody younger than Greg a kid, which is like 71. But
71 years old or 1971?
Either.
Yes.
1871. But there's some great spec racing. Right now you see Caleb Schrader trying to answer back going into 17, trying to get underneath Dave Ogburn, but Dave closes the door under the bridge as they move down towards the start-finish line for what is probably going to be the 3rd to last lap is my guess here. Maybe 4 to go.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Race group number 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid.
I want to say hi to Gabe Estrada Sr. in the chat. Gabe is a Spec Miata driver out here on the West Coast. He also runs Cal Club's track event, things that we do during our divisional and weekends where we have street cars have a session, kind of like a driving experience situation. He is in charge of that group, but we usually get 15, 20 cars out at least every weekend for that. So, hi, Gabe. Welcome. Glad you're up early with us here on a Sunday morning here out on the West Coast.
All right, Brian, had Ben Jacobs, driver of the number 171 machine. He's out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, where he's a contractor. Had, I think, a podium on the Super Tour at the June Sprints in E-Production. He pulled his car alongside just, I think, around 4 laps ago. His race is now done.
Beth Burkhart's in the chat.
Who?
Beth Burkhart in the chat. She is, of course, Morgan's mom and a pretty awesome race car driver in her own right.
Yes, she is.
The apple does not fall far from the trees. Dad's a race car driver, too. It's not too bad as well.
Yeah.
So, big racing family. Thank you and welcome, Beth. Tim Adelson's the track. Jacqueline Cottrell is with us as well.
Yeah, I think she was probably in a little bit earlier for Skylar's run in SMX.
Thomas Weaver.
And starting to see, we talked a little bit earlier where Jim Goffrey was about 4 seconds back from the drivers up ahead. We're starting to see him close things down, Brian, on John Antonino as they come. Well, we'll see here as our leaders come onto the front straight. Antonino in that purple number 59 car, now working his way up into 9th position. Great move for him. Jim Goffrey now up into 10th. It's been a little bit more difficult a race for Goffrey, who started in 6th position today. And I'm starting to wonder if perhaps, and there goes Goffrey just underneath us, and I'm wondering, as we talked about Denny Stripling falling back through the field, I'm wondering if perhaps early on he and Goffrey might have not run into the same challenges, as Goffrey had started 6th and Stripling had started 7th. And just a little bit as we try to piece things together. But Antonino
waving yellow here in turn 7.
Yes.
As they head into the Hawk Performance braking zone. And now the yellow's been dropped.
08. Yeah, I think, Brian, we might have had the 08 car go around over and spin around over at the hairpin there, and just now gets underway. That was Andrea King, and we'll see Andrea a little bit later today in one of the touring car classes. I think we saw her in her BMW take a podium yesterday in I think Touring 3.
Caleb Schrader tried to take a look on going around the outside of Dave Ogburn there. Did not get the pass done. If Ogburn wants to put himself in a position to go for the win in this race, he's going to have to at least leapfrog and get past Schofield here, probably on this lap, because the place you want to be is going into the last lap is 2nd place. That is usually the catbird seat. The most advantageous spot, especially if you've got 3 cars behind you to push you across the finish line. And so Ogburn's going to have to get around one more car sometime on this lap, because 3rd place is probably not the best place to try to get this done unless the 2 cars behind him will push. And I don't think Caleb Schrader's going to be that interested in helping Dave Ogburn win.
All right, and Brian, getting word now that the number 3 car, a bit off pace, now coming down the Flying Fortress straight. That is Nicholas Rasputo. Had been running 8th on the last, and had been running 8th, and he is now, I think, falling a little bit further back. They're covering him with a white flag there to denote a slow-moving vehicles. I'm sure he's trying to loop back to the pits.
All right, Caleb Schrader's made his way around Dave Ogburn here going into turn 17. He is now in 3rd place. Once again, now it's his job to try to get into 2nd so he can be in a position to make that pass on the last lap. He is now all over the tailpipe of that Clay Russell number 31 car. You got a spinner there in turn 15 or 16, and he will find a spot to get back into the action. He sees what's going on. He'll join safely again. There's our leaders here. Turn 5, that is Schofield, Russell, Schrader, then Ogburn and Turner. Your top 5 here. They're going to get the white flag this time by, I'm guessing, Greg, and that means we're going to finish on laps.
Well, oh my gosh. Who would have thought that?
Yeah, our producer's telling me Bielanski math worked. It'll never happen again. Don't worry about it, guys.
All right, well, Brian, as they're coming now into turn 10, let me make another call to the grid for our next group, as things are definitely starting to heat up here in that battle for 2nd. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4, GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, this is your final call to the grid.
It is go time for the leaders of this race. Some slower traffic. They're going to have to negotiate, hoping they can get around that without any issues. We don't want slower cars to make a difference in this race. One more slower car to get around. There's your leader, Brian Schofield, followed by Clay Russell, Caleb Schrader, David Ogburn, and Russ Turner. They'll get around. They'll hit this slower car at the exact best time, going on to this last straightaway.
And I think that's Andrea King. I think that's the 08 car that we saw go around over at the hairpin on the previous lap. But they're getting to her just at the perfect time.
Correct.
As they come here onto the Ullman Straight.
Correct. So they'll be able to get around here without any problems, and then they'll have clean racing all the way, or at least clean track all the way on this last lap. And that will be exciting to say the least, I am pretty darn sure. And a little bit of gap between all these cars. You'd think they'd want to be a little more nose to tail here as they come to the white flag. Schofield is going to try to hold on for the win, and Schrader right up underneath the second place car. The second place car also defending, trying to keep that position, knowing that he needs to be in second place going in the last couple corners if he has any chance of winning this race. Got another slower car. And maybe not the best place to come into contact with that car, but they're going to get around, I think, on the long straightaway down to turn 7. If hopefully that car will move out of the way and let these 5 cars through.
Well, he may move out of the way, Brian, but that may impact the ability to overtake coming into the Hawk Performance braking zone, as that driver was trying to stay left, now moves over onto the line. Schofield's going to come in, and there you go, making a very late move into turn 7 is Clay Russell, and he manages to hold off Schrader, who I think had the exact same idea as they went in there. So it definitely bottled them up coming through, and you'll now see that there's a bit of a gap between our front 2 drivers, Schofield and Russell, and then back to Schrader, Ogburn, and Turner in the battle for 3rd.
Yeah, it looks like now we've got ourselves a 2-car battle for the win. Not quite sure if Caleb Schrader can catch up at this moment. So will it be a big spin there. They're going to have to get around that car. It looks like he'll just stay there. That shouldn't cause any problems. There's your leaders going through turn 13. Will it be Clay Russell for the repeat, the 2 in a row here this weekend, or will Brian Schofield be able to hold him off? 3 corners to go here. It looks like it's just a Schofield and Russell race to the finish here. I don't think Caleb Schrader, unless the first 2 cars come together, I don't think Caleb Schrader's close enough to be in the consideration here on this final lap. Here they come now down the Ullman Straight for the final time. You can see the cars weaving back and forth, trying to break the draft. That is Brian Schofield trying to get those guys a little off kilter there as he goes into turn 17 for the final time. Can Clay Russell take advantage of that situation? Schofield's got a big enough gap. It's too big for him to overcome.
Wow, and Schofield bobbing and weaving more than Muhammad Ali, Brian, down to the line.
Yeah, that was yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, taking the win, Brian Schofield by a little over 3 seconds over Clay Russell. Not 3 seconds, 0.3 of a second over Clay Russell. Caleb Schrader finishing in 3rd. Dave Ogburn 1/10 back from there. Then Russ Turner, Jacob Lauder, Vaughn Mishko crossing the line. Jim Goffrey works his way all the way back up to 8th. John Antonino, who started in 23rd position today, Brian, works his way up to 9th. Colin Clark will round out your top 10.
Brian Schofield with Spec Racer Ford version of the rope-a-dope going down that back straight, just trying to break the draft, break the rhythm of the cars behind him. Extremely successful. So Clay Russell took the first race of the weekend. Brian Schofield takes the feature. And the difference between points, though, between the first race and the feature, same points. So they're going to come out of here as the Super Tour points leaders going into round 3, coming up in a couple of weeks here at Buttonwillow, next month at Buttonwillow.
That's it. And we saw there coming across Arvid Albanese and Trey Ayers, the 177 and the 71, the 2 teammates in the blue with yellow stripe machines. Brian, I don't think they were ever more than about 8 inches away from one another at Homestead, and they crossed the line here today, locked nose to tail. as well. But great run here for our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers in such a big, tough field. And you knew here coming into that last lap of the top 5 racers, Brian, this being Caleb Schrader's first ever weekend racing at Sebring. If anything, again, I think that little bit of extra track knowledge for Schofield and Russell, Ogburn and Turner maybe put the 99 car at a bit of a disadvantage. But great run here regardless, as our top 5 drivers were separated by a total of 1.08 seconds.
All right, let's do a call to grid, and then we'll take ourselves a short break, and we'll be right back with more racing action.
Attention in the paddock. The last one wasn't your final call to the grid. This one is race group number 4, GT1, 2, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Sebring. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We are back here at Sebring International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Our host, Central Florida region, Gregg Ginsberg, is with me, and he has our starting lineup.
Indeed, Brian, and we had 48 drivers set qualifying times over the course of the weekend for our big bore race, big ground pounders. Much like yesterday, we're going to have a split start. We're going to have our GT cars at the front of the field, GTX, GT1, GT2, and behind a second safety car, we're going to have our Touring 1, Touring 2, and American sedan racers. Let's start off with that group first, and we're going to start with Matt O'Toole, who is going to start 14th on the grid in that second group. He's starting 5th in Touring 2 in his Porsche 911. Starting 13th is Gary Crook in the Touring 1 Chevrolet Corvette. Starting 12th is going to be Ken Davis. Ken is in his Touring 1 Chevy Corvette with Tom Ellis in his American sedan Ford Mustang, starting 11th. Starting in 10th position in second group, Brian LaCroix in his Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. He will be sharing row number 5 with James Davidson, also in a Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette. Starting in 8th will be Bruce Griffin. Bruce is driving his, say it with me, Touring 2 Chevy Corvette, alongside not a Chevy Corvette, but a Touring 2 Dodge Viper driven by Scotty B. White. Starting in 6th position is Brian Goodman. He is in a Touring 1 BMW M3 with Phil Lasco in his Touring 1 Ford Mustang, starting in 5th position. And then on the outside of row number 2, we've got Danny Lowry. He's in his Touring 1 Mercedes AMG GT4. He will be starting alongside Hugh Stewart in his BMW M3, another Touring 1 machine. And your front row for that second group is Jonathan Vasquez. He's in his Touring 1 BMW M3, and he starts alongside yesterday's T1 winner, Mark Bowden, in a Mercedes AMG GT4. Now let's move over to our GT cars, and we're going to give you the top 16 drivers. Starting 16th, driving the number 05 GT2 Chevy Camaro, it's Stephen Lustig. He is going to be joined by Ray Mason in that Howe chassis Ford Mustang, a GT2 machine. Starting 14th is going to be Greg Shermer. Greg is driving the number 199 GT1 Porsche 911 with Justin Elder in his GT2 Chevy Camaro, starting 13th. Starting 12th is Jared Odring in his GT2 Ford Mustang alongside the Dodge Viper of Jonathan Start. That's the number 151 machine, starting 11th. Starting in 10th position, Tim Kesman in his Porsche 911. The GT1 car is the number 145 with Austin Jers in a GT2 Chevy Camaro. The 131 car starts 9th. Starting in 8th position, Tony Ave. And I believe today we're going to see Tony Ave in the GT1 car. So everybody's going to move up one behind him. So let's move over to William Griffin, starting in 7th position. He's in the number 43 GTX Mercedes AMG GT4. Starting in 6th position, Barry Bowes in the number 32 GT2 Ford Mustang with Joe Frieda. Starting 5th, Joe is in the 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette. Let's watch out for Joe. He had an amazing start yesterday in that red Corvette. Dave Panterick, the number 57 GT1 Ford Mustang, starts on the outside of row number 2, right alongside Michael McAleenan in his Lamborghini Huracan. He starts 3rd in the GT1 car. Then we've got Jacek Luka in his GTX Delara. He starts on the outside of row number 1, and your pole sitter today in his GT1 Chevrolet Camaro, Tony Ave.
And we are getting ready to take our green flag here in just a moment. Joe Aquilani in the chat asks, can we see the T2 start from the Bruce Griffin car? That could be interesting, Jordan. Once that group comes through, that might be a fun place to catch the start for one race anyway. Here is the Bruce Griffin car with the in-car camera. And getting ready to get these races underway here. 14. Don't tell these guys it's 25 laps. Right. They'll be like, oh, crap, I need more gas. 14 lap races, 35 minutes in length if we have to go to time. Got a couple cars in this race with in-car cameras. Love the in-car cameras. Thank you, people, for sending us the links when you do it. Here comes our first group here through turn 17 behind the first pace car, the Mazda Classic of Orlando pace car that's being provided to us this weekend. Fantastic to have them on board to help us out with these races. And someone asked, "Great, did you just say Lamborghini?" I think that would be a good way to change the name of that.
Given the color, yes.
Yeah,
Brian.
exactly. I love it. Here they come. The green flag is in the air. Too wide across the line. We'll see what happens when they get to turn 1. It is more than too wide. There's John McAleenan in that Lamborghini on the inside. I'm never going to be able to say it correctly again. And Tony Ave holds the. Oh, is that? No, yeah, it is the Lamborghini, and then. Very cool. Oh, big car. I think is that Dave Pinteric off to the right there? No, it's not.
A little bit further back for Pinteric. That was, might have been Lustig in his Camaros. We've got the green flag in the air for our touring cars.
This should be amazing going down to turn 1 in this pack. What a great idea this was. Thank you, Joe. As we come to turn 1, brakes on and the cars in front, closing speed here, hitting that apex perfectly is Bruce Griffin, looking for that marker as he tracks out to the right, hoping nobody's to his side there. And now they come, oh, big car. 2 cars it looks like came together, or just one car? No, just hit the dirt at the right time. That car, I think, may have almost gone over. It just kind of came to a dead stop there, but he's got it back on the wheels. Oh, that was interesting. There's our cameraman there had an issue.
We won't be bringing you turn 14 for the rest of this race, Brian.
All right.
All right, there is the touring field goes down into the Hawk Performance braking zone for the very first time. I think we had Jonathan Vasquez in his BMW M3 and Hugh Stewart in his BMW M3 have gotten around Mark Bowden. So Bowden's blue Mercedes AMG GT4 now dropping back to 3rd in Touring 1. We've got Danny Lowry in another one of the AMG GT4s very close behind. So good tight battle there as we now watch, looks like Scotty B. White in the Dodge Viper. I was hoping to see, as Griffin came down into turn 1 for the start, that he'd have Scotty B. White right there with him. But I think Scotty B. White was able to use that torque coming out of turn 3 and able to move ahead and put actually Lasco and LaCroix between he and Bruce Griffin.
As we get ready to complete our first race lap here for the second group, second race lap. Tony Ave is our leader at the moment with McAleen in second. Pinteric is in third. Pinteric, of course, won yesterday's race. There's a cone that's been sacrificed for the completion of this race.
And now they can withdraw that debris flag there over at turn 3.
I messaged back and forth with David Pinteric after the racing yesterday, and he had a great race here at the end, holding off that Lamborghini in the last 3 or 4 laps. I was not certain that he was going to be able to do that, but there was just enough horsepower in the Mustang to offset the aero on the Lamborghini, and I think dirty air coming off the back of that Mustang as well helped a lot. But yeah, great finish there. We'll see if that class can provide a similar finish in this race as well. This is one of my 2 favorite classes. If you can't get your juices flowing with the ground pounding sound of some of these big V8s and V12s and V10s and whatever it is under the hoods of these cars, you're not a race fan, I got to tell you.
All right, Brian, and we've got a local caution now coming out over at turn 6, over by Big Ben. And I believe we may have a car off heading down towards the brake zone.
Yeah, right there, right underneath the E in Advent. He had an adventure to get over there, is my guess. See what I did there? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, looks like he's getting it back underway.
And there is Tony Ave. He was the early leader in yesterday's race as well until he started falling back. And there's a car being dispatched. There's a track truck there being dispatched to that car, heading in that underneath the Advent Bridge there, Advent Health Bridge. So we're going to have at least a local yellow. I don't know if there's a place to tug that car right there. I know there's a place on the other side of that bridge, but I don't know. Can you get there from the side they're on, Greg? I haven't looked that closely. Is there a cutout there beforehand? I don't think there is.
Yeah, and they are sending some of apparently the driver does need a flat toe.
Yeah.
So they'll pull him. Yeah, there is that opening in the wall over by the on our side of
right,
the
exactly.
bridge,
I don't think there's one on the other side. I think that Jersey barrier is for safety reasons.
Exactly.
Kind of curves out there.
Yeah, keep
that
people
wall
from driving into the bridge itself.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Yeah, maybe. All right, this is the battle for the lead in Touring 1, Brian, as we now have a new Touring 1 leader, and that is Hugh Stewart, pardon me, with Mark Bowden getting around Jonathan Vasquez, slip of the tongue, there, and Ken Davis now almost 7 seconds in a rear. So a big, wide margin there between our top three and our fourth place car. But actually a good fight going on as they just came by me here between Ken Davis and Phil Lasco in the battle for fourth with the number 164 Corvette and the 14 Ford Mustang. But so far, we're seeing a good run here from Hugh Stewart.
Oh, big spinner.
And that is that
that's
one
of the
of
Mercedes? Or is that one of the Corvettes? And we should know. I think it's this first car coming through here. And I think that is a Mercedes AMG.
No. No? Oh, let me see if I can pull up the car number there.
And big props to the Sebring safety crew here for plucking some of these cars as hot pulls. We don't get that at all of the racetracks that we go to, and we do have to shut it down on occasion. It's just not safe enough. But these crews will go over and above to get a car out without having to go full course yellow. Back on board now with Bruce Griffin. This is the T1 car here, and he is going through, that's turn 14 and 15 coming up here. And then this right-hander they're going to hit to come onto the Ullman straight here.
And actually, it is a T2 Corvette.
T2, okay.
Yeah, T2 Corvette. He's currently running second. Yeah, exactly. And Brian, you can see it if you look at the camera. You look at the rear view camera on at the top right of the screen. That is Brian LaCroix in the number 2 T2 Chevy Corvette directly behind.
Yep. And that car hits 141 miles per hour at the end of the straightaway before hit the brakes and making the turn into 17. So, and you'll get really close to that speed here too at the end of the front straight, even though it's a little bit longer. It's a big tug, and he'll cut just short of 140 miles per hour before he has to hit the binders to go through turn 1 here. And you're going to get on those curbs. That curb not quite as bumpy as the other one coming out of 16. Now he goes into turn 3. Little right-left combination into turn 5 here. Beautiful cameras here provided by the Sentinel camera system. That's James Candelaria, who is not here racing with us this weekend, but he is in the chat. James Candelaria is the designer of these Sentinel cameras. Now they come under the bridge here. You can see that car no longer there, so that car's been cleared. So we're back to full course green at the moment into turn 7, and the right-hander. A little left-right combination here. Turn 9. Oh, another car. That's the 99 car. 99 car, if I scroll down here, is going to be, that is Michael Chameleon.
Chameleon
of the Ford Mustang.
Yes, Chameleon, who raced that car last year in Touring 3, has it converted and moved over. He is a retired physician out of Marietta, Georgia, and he said, Brian, the history of this car, and maybe we know where he's having issues with now. He says the car was a completely submerged flood car from the last big storm that hit Florida. So they call it the U-boat or the submarine.
That's funny. That
might
is
explain
funny.
a little bit about what's going on.
Silver Pear a Duck says, I ate a Leger once. It's kind of gamey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not the tastiest Italian food, but it's
That
fun.
is true. That is true. Put marinara on it, it'll taste just fine.
Exactly.
There's McAleenan coming through 16. It looks like he has lost touch with Tony Ave. 2.6 seconds was the gap at the last time. This could be bigger than 2.6 seconds now. Definitely larger than that. I'm going to guess we're at about 4.5 seconds now, the gap between first and second at GT1. And David Pinteric might be, oh, there's another Corvette off there. Not quite sure what the situation is there. There's Ave coming through one, and then the green car behind, the Lamborghini Huracan of Michael McAleenan, and then the red, white, and blue American flag livery Ford Mustang of David Pinteric. A little spread out there at the front of the pack in GT1. Let's see if we can get any other close battles here. Our A sedan group, also a big gap between Thomas Ellis and Thomas West. 16 seconds between first and second. Looking over at GT2, a 10-second lead for Barry Bowes over Jared Odrick. And then Justin Elder is in third in GT2. GTX, Jacek Muka has a big lead over William Griffin in that race as well. T1, that one is your closest battle. Hugh Stewart is only 0.4 of a second ahead of the second place car of Mark Bowden. I think that was them just going through our frame right there. Hugh Stewart, and then another 1.2 seconds back to John Velasquez. Yeah, I believe that is your battle for T1 right there. Hugh Stewart first, Mark Bowden second. 9 laps to go here, Greg. This would be a good time. Are you ready to do a call to grid and take our break?
I am, Brian. Let's do that now. For our last group before lunch. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And with that, let's take a quick break, Brian. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Sebring International Raceway.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Sebring International Raceway. This is our ground pounders, big bore for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg. Got 7 laps to go here at Sebring for our race here this morning. And it has been a good one so far, Greg.
Yes, absolutely it has, Brian. A great fight going on still in Touring 1 between Bowden and Stewart, with Bowden, of course, taking the lead here in Touring 1 in that light blue and black Mercedes-AMG GT4. Hugh Stewart in his BMW M3, the red, white, and black machine. We also have a great fight going on now in GT1 between Tony Ave in his Camaro, Michael McAleenan. Actually, I say great fight. It's actually about separated by 6 seconds. But a little bit further back in GT2, we've got Patrick Utt in the number 49 Chevy Camaro and Ike Keeler in his Ford Mustang. I think they just crossed the line going down into turn 1. Here we are, and they just swapped positions as they were coming into the Sunset Bend, Brian. But they've been battling it out now for the last couple of laps, and again, it's a little bit further back in the field for battle for 5th in class, but still a wonderful battle as we've got that emergency services vehicle that had been working to pull that car away from turn by the bridge over by turn 6, finally going to be returning to its home, likely between the little cutoff road coming out of turn 13 over by 14.
7 laps to go here. Tony Ave, Michael McAleenan, your top 2. David Pinterick in 3rd. That's your GT1 running order at this time.
And Brian, I'm getting word that we do have a car off by turn 10.
Okay.
Or actually, probably it's over. It's actually coming out of turn 11. My apologies. So a little bit further than 10. They've got a local caution at 10 because we do have emergency services teams out on track to recover the car. And let me see if I can pick up who that is and who that might be who had just gone off. I think
it's car number
I think it may be the 164 machine of Ken Davis in the Chevy Corvette out of Ocean Island Beach, North Carolina.
Yeah, my view of the Flagronics screen isn't quite wide enough to see the off track right there. So, there's a car off. Is that David Pinterick in the Mustang? No, I think that's not the right.
No, he's just coming into the zone there, Brian. But I believe that they've got that car moved out of the way.
Yeah.
So should be fine. No, Pinterick is still out and running. Currently running in 3rd. He is at the moment a pretty good distance back from McAleenan.
Yeah, I don't know what you just saw, or if you saw it right there, but that car looked like he made a pass under the yellow and then almost came to a stop to fix the problem. Came really slow, let that car by, and then is trying to get right by him again. Here's McAleenan coming through. It wasn't that McAleenan, it was this red car that was passed first under the yellow, and then there was a fix. So it was a make good.
There we go. Yeah, I think that might have been one of our American sedan cars, one of the American sedan Mustangs. Might have been Maury Doyle there. As we see now, Tony Ave in his GT1, the number 74 Chevy Camaro, coming down into turn 1. McAleenan running about Brian, it looks like 30, 35 car lengths back here.
Yeah, about
we
4
see
seconds.
that Lamborghini coming down into turn 3. Starting to see the rear tires go away just a little bit, but luckily aided by quite a bit of aerodynamic downforce with that car and aerodynamic grip.
5 laps to go, Greg. Let's do another call to. Oh, a couple cars wide here. Before we do our call to grid, let's see who these cars are when they come back into our. Yeah. Yep. Now we can.
Great.
They came together.
Yeah,
or one of them hit the wall.
Damage. Yep.
And they're right in front of another car.
Yeah, and that was actually right in front of Barry Bowes, our GT2 leader. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll try and get the number of the 2 cars there in the incident, but let's make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, Second call to the grid for Spec Miata, race group 5. Spec Miata, race group number 5, please head to the grid.
All right, 5 laps to go. Interesting in our chat about whether or not drivers want to share their in-car with the rest of the world. I know there's one car who definitely does not, and that is Scotty B. White. I've actually talked to him about it. He says unless he is required to do it, he will never give an in-car camera.
All right, Brian, real quick, have an update on the drivers that were involved with that incident over at 17. One of them was Scotty B. White in the number 0 Touring 2 Dodge Viper. Yeah, perfect. Imagine if we had some on-car video for him, Brian. And the other car that they mentioned was the 1.4 car, but I'm not seeing a 1.4. We have the 141 of Jeff Lindstrom. And there was side-to-side car. Oh, I'm sorry, Phil Lasco is in the number 14 Touring 1 Ford Mustang, and that makes sense. It looked like we had a Mustang come out of that incident, and there was side-by-side contact apparently coming down into 17 between those 2 drivers. Both of them have retired to the pit lane.
Gotta wonder if side-to-side contact in 17 makes me think that one car was making a move on the other and the other didn't know the car was there. So that's wouldn't surprise me. Garrett Hunter, the comedic timing of Scotty B won't show his in-car with him having a problem. Yeah, no, that's the way we roll here, Garrett. We're looking for
Garrett,
comedic timing.
Garrett, you've heard of the announcer's curse? Well,
exactly.
That may be the ultimate expression of the announcer's curse when you refuse to show in-car video and you're involved in an incident while they're talking about you. All right. Barry Bowes, your leader in GT2. Jared Odrick, second, about 14 seconds in arrears. In GT1, it's Tony Ave with Michael McAleenan now about 6 seconds in arrears. In Touring 1, Bowden continuing to open up his advantage on Hugh Stewart. It's now just about 1 second. Jonathan Vasquez another 20 seconds back from there. In GTX, Jacek Muka with now about 35 seconds on the Mercedes of William Griffin. Bruce Griffin, your leader in Touring 2, over Brian LaCroix. And I'm sure we're going to see Mauricio Sarasoli. Yeah, as a matter of fact, just as I say it, Sarasoli's coming down the front straight right now in his Porsche 911. He's going to take over third in Touring 2, and that leaves us with American Sedan, where Tom Ellis in his Ford Mustang with almost 30 seconds on the Cadillac of Thomas West.
There'll be 2 to go. Next time by, Tony Ave is taking control of this race without any problems right now. You can see McAleenan get caught up a little bit behind that yellow Porsche as they come through turn 5. That'll slow him up a little bit, but I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. He did not have the legs right now to catch Tony Ave in the final laps here. And there's no real battle from David Panteric, who's a good 15, 20 seconds behind McAleenan. So not a lot to look at here in this GT1 race.
All right, sounds as though Kelly Lubosh in the number 31 American Sedan Chevrolet Camaro having some issues with his car. They're going to tow him tow him back after the race is over, it sounds like.
Yep. After a close battle between Hugh Stewart and Mark Bowden, Bowden has opened up a 1.5-second lead, so don't really have any big battles for the podium positions in any of our classes at the moment. Everybody's now just trying to get to the finish of this 14-lap race. Big one coming up next, though, Spec Miata. That is always a barn burner, so don't go away for that, folks. There's Dave Paterick there. Oh, no, that's say that looks like Tony Ave.
That's the Ave car, and there you see there's McAleenan a little bit
closed
further
up
behind.
A little bit. Yeah, it looks like McAleenan's closed up just a bit.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Brian, here as they come across the line, now about 3 seconds separated.
Yeah, and he's gotten around another slower car, so now there's nobody between McAleenan and Tony Ave. I still don't know, with a lap and a little bit more to go here, whether there's enough to get there. And then, of course, getting around him is a whole different story once you get there. Have you got a chance, Greg, to look at this Lamborghini up close? It is absolutely gorgeous. I don't think I could get my left butt cheek in the seat, but but the car is absolutely beautifully built, and it is the cockpit area. Everything is exactly where you want it to be. Of course, this car is based out of the Pacific Northwest. He is from Tacoma, Washington. I believe this is one of the cars that Scotty B. White brings to the racetrack. He has he transports a number of cars to the Super Tour for Pacific Northwest drivers. I'm pretty certain that is one of the cars that Scotty brings to the track for McAleenan.
All right, Brian. Well, as our leader is coming down the back straight now, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Final call to the grid for Spec Miata, race group number 5. Spec Miata, race group 5, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Barry Bowes has dropped to 6th place in GT2. GT2. He was the race leader for the entirety of this race.
Yeah, indeed. It just happened on the last lap.
Yeah.
Here, as actually it happened back on lap number 9. So on the prior laps, he now drops to the back of the field here, and I'll try and track down and see where that car might be located. That's now going to move Jared Odrick to the lead in his Ford Mustang with a 15-second advantage over Justin Elder in second. Ray Mason now another 20 seconds back from there. So we're looking at 35, almost 40 seconds separating our top 3 drivers in GT2.
And I don't see any of our flag stations showing a yellow flag condition, and I don't see the 32 car anywhere parked on the racetrack. I don't know if the 32 car has a Flagtronics unit in it. Flagtronics unit's not required for this race, but coming up in 2 races in Atlanta, every car at the Super Tours will need to have the Flagtronics units. A lot of positives about that rule change, or at least the implementation for the Super Tour. Partially for us in the announce booth, but more importantly, the safety that comes with all of the stuff that comes with the Flagtronics units. So, but I don't think the 32 car has one.
All right, we're following right now Tony Ave in his GT1 Chevrolet Camaro as he's coming now down into Jean de Bien over at turn 15 as he's sliding underneath some slower traffic and working very last lap here at Sebring International Raceway. There's McAleenan just now getting into turn 15. Now McAleenan fell even further back that time, Brian. He had made up, I think, about 2 seconds. Last time when they crossed the stripe, he was about 6.5 seconds back. You can see almost the entire length of the Ullman Straight.
And And here he comes for the final time under the WeatherTech bridge, down towards the start stand. And, they're showing the white flag? No, they were showing the checkered flag to the last couple cars, and then, or the white flag to the last couple cars. The checkered flag came out right at the end.
I think the starter might have lost track of who the lead car was, Brian, as we saw McAleena did get the checkered flag, and maybe Tony Ave got the white flag twice.
No, he got the checkered flag.
Okay.
I think maybe the white flag being displayed behind the checkered flag, I may have startled him a little bit. But whatever the case may be, the race is over.
There we go. All right, so we've got the field working their way through. Let's take a look. We can start off with GT1, where Tony Ave takes the win. Michael McAleena will finish second. If Panteric crosses the line, he finishes in third. And we should be seeing the little red Corvette, or the not-so-little red Corvette of Joe Frida when he comes across the line. He will finish in fourth. In GT2, taking the win, Jared Odrick, with Justin Elder finishing in second, Ray Mason finishing in third.
And I will say real quick in GT2, Barry Bowes definitely pulled off somewhere because he ended 3 laps down.
Yeah, I think, Brian, he may have actually gotten the car back to, might have gotten it to the pit lane.
Okay.
Unfortunately, where we're located up here in our booth, we can't see the cars coming underneath us if they come down and go back to the paddock.
Yep.
In GTX, Jacek Muka takes the win in his Dallara over William Griffin and his BMW, his Mercedes AMG, and Nick Patel finishing in third. In Touring 1, it is Mark Bowden with the win over Hugh Stewart. He stretched things to almost 8 seconds at the finish, with Danny Lowry finishing in third place, with Bruce Griffin taking the win in Touring 2. Brian McCrory finishing second. Mauricio Sarasoli finishing in third. And I believe that leaves us with American Sedan, where Tom Ellis in his Ford Mustang will take the win over Thomas West in his Cadillac. Michael Chameleon in that flood car comes home in third in his Ford Mustang. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our 4th of 5 races this morning. Next up is our final race before we take a quick lunch break here at Sebring. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer, and get you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
We're back here at Sebring International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg with you here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th Annual Winter Vacation, hosted by Central Florida Region. Getting ready for our final race before lunch, and it will be a doozy, folks. Spec Miata is next. Gregg Ginsberg has our starting lineup.
There we go, Brian. And see there a very large field of 51 cars following behind the pace car provided by Classic Mazda of Orlando and Mazda Motorsports. Let's run down the top 30 racers, top 15 rows in today's race. Starting 30th, driving the number 169 car, it's Chris Allen. Chris is out of Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. Bobby Gossip's going to start 29th in the number 44 car. He's out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Alfredo Sedan starting 28th. He is in the number 13 car. He's out of Miami, with Miles Hewitt from Houston, Texas, starting 27th today in the number 17 Mazda Miata. Max Stallone starts 26th. He's in the 03 car. He's from Lakeway, Texas. And then Jordan Worth's hometown, Mooresville, North Carolina, brings us Travis Wiley. He's starting 25th today in the number 78 car. Christian Sarnecki will start 24th. He's in the number 144 Mazda Miata. He's from Plymouth, Massachusetts, with Brett Kowalski from Las Cruces, New Mexico, is going to be starting 23rd in the number 15 machine. John Salerno's in the 34 car. He starts 22nd today, with Nick Bruni from Arlington, Virginia, driving the number 6 Mazda. He starts 21st today. Matt Fosnap is in the number 53 Mazda. He is from Madison, New Jersey. He starts 20th, with Owen Clark. Today, it's driving the number 92 machine. He's from Mountain, Ontario, Canada. He starts 19th. Nick Leveroni is in the number 94 Mazda. He's from Mendon, Massachusetts. He starts 18th, with Todd Burris starting 17th today. He's from Melbourne, Florida, and he drives the number 56 Mazda. Noah Harmon's in the 60 car. He's from Orlando, Florida. He starts 16th. Help me, Will Robinson. He's in the 151 car, starting 15th today. He is from Wilson, Wyoming. Daniel Williams, starting 14th in the number 28 car. He's from Scottsbluff, Nebraska. Then we've got Logan Stretch for his second race of the day. He's driving the number 98 machine. He's from Arlington, Texas. He starts 13th. And he is going to be starting one row back from brother Matt. Matt is in the number 89 Mazda, also from Arlington, Texas, and he starts 12th. Vinny Miskelis in the number 112 Mazda is from Dallas, Texas, starting 11th, with Sean Noonan starting 10th today, outside of row number 5 in the number 0 car. Max Hewitt is from Houston, Texas. He starts on the inside of row number 5 in the number 22 machine, with Matthias Ramirez starting 8th, Matthias is out of Bradenton, Florida, and drives the number 47 car. Jose Olfe is starting 7th today in the number 19 car. He hails from Greenville, South Carolina, while Christian Myers from Seminole, Florida, he starts 6th in the 197 car. Aiden Fosnock is from Madison, New Jersey. He drives the 73 car. He starts 5th. And now let's move over to our front 2 rows, starting 4th today. Driving the number 70 SCDA Mazda Miata from Shelton, Connecticut, 2012 national champion Elvin Goulart, starting 3rd with an identical qualifying time at 2:34.917 from Shelton, Connecticut in the SCDA Cruise Speed Mazda. It's Ethan Goulart, your defending national champion, and your front row driving the number 148 Mazda Miata from Miami Springs, Florida. We got Frankie Barroso, and your pole sitter today with a qualifying time at 2:34.072 from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Many-time national champion Preston Pardis.
Get ready to get to the start of this race. Danny Stain is in the chat. Danny, of course, had a big wreck at the runoffs. Unfortunately, he's had a bit of a setback. He fell on Wednesday night and broke 3 more ribs in his bathroom. I can't put the exactly what he said on the stream here, but you can read it in the chat. It is in the chat. Oh, gosh, Danny, I'm so sorry, but he was supposed to be here this weekend until he had his moment. He had a moment, a restroom moment that we don't usually have to talk about. We love you, Danny. We miss you, and get better with this as well. And we can't wait to see you back out here.
Expected that kind of an issue from a Japanese driver, Brian. But,
yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. All right, here comes our cars through turn 15, 16. They'll be lining up now going into turn 17, hopefully nicely in rows of 2. And when we get here, and we've got here is the in-car camera for Chris Clark. It's the number 46 car.
Yep, starting 34th today in the field. And I think we also have it on board.
Max Stallone.
In the 03 car, or yes, the 03 car.
This might be another one of those cameras worth taking going into turn 1 here on this first lap as they come out of 17 here behind the classic Mazda of Orlando pace car here.
Brian, looks like they're all coming down the 405.
That's right. 405 on Christmas Eve. Here they come under the WeatherTech Bridge, coming down for the green flag. Hopefully the starter will like what he sees and put that green flag out there. And it is in the air. There we go. Now we're already 3 or 4 wide. That was a quick jump out start of that yellow car. Lots of cars wide here as they go down towards turn 1 for the first time. It's 2x2. Another car ducks to the inside. 51 cars go into turn 1. The question always is, will 51 cars come out of turn 1? There's a little bit of dust. That's not a big issue. There's still 3 wide somewhere right there in a second. Oh, there's that Max Stallone car as he comes through turn 2 now, or turn 3, I'm guessing that is. Yep. Oh.
And Brian, there were 3 wide coming through 3. As I think he's sitting right behind the 44 machine. And was that pardon me, that's the 144 of Christian Sarnecki. There, and very, very tight as he has the 17 of Miles Hewitt directly ahead. Talk about working man's country back there in 25th position, right about the middle of the field as our leaders come down into the Hawk Performance braking zone for the very first time. And it is Preston Pardis. If you remember yesterday, Brian, Ethan Goulart, who took the win in yesterday's race, over his father, had an amazing start, worked his way down into first place on the opening lap. Oh, it looks like Max Stallone had some issues at the hairpin, Brian.
Yep. The question is this a terminal situation, which it does kind of look like he's trying to get as far out of the way as possible.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Max. I don't know what the issue is. Maybe he'll get it restarted here and collect himself and get back in the action.
Yeah, I was just going to say he's driving pretty far out of the way. Somebody should tell him if he's going to rejoin the track is that away over to the right. I mean, we saw yesterday an amazing start down the inside from Ethan Goulart. Swapped positions numerous times with our pole sitter Preston Pardis, but Ethan Goulart, our defending national champion, took the win during yesterday's sprint race, 25-minute sprint race. Father Elvin finished in second. Pardis took the 3rd step on the podium, with, I believe it was Max Hewitt finishing in third position. Probably in fourth position, just off the podium.
And here comes our cars down towards turn 17 for the first time. And a lot of cars still nose to tail, but those lead two cars already with a bit of a gap to third place.
And that's Frankie Barroso in the red machine with the white stripes down the hood. Currently your third place running car, the 148 machine.
Frankie Barroso ran up front for the early part of yesterday's race too before he fell back in about the middle part of the race here. He's now in third place, so it's Preston Pardis, Elvin Goulart, and Frankie Barroso. Ethan Goulart a little further back in fourth place with Christian Mayer and Aiden Fosnock.
Yeah, and we just saw Ethan Goulart come down the inside of turn 1 to try and slot in underneath Frankie Barroso. And it looks like he got the move done there, Brian. And he might have brought Christian Meyer in the 197 car along with him. No, it looks like the 197 was not able to make his way around Barroso. Barroso's going to hold them off and continue in fourth place, but you can still see here how tight this field is, Brian. Still in many cases 2x2 coming out of turn 3 and then through 4 in Big Bend.
All right, so this is one of those situations early in the race that Ethan Goulart does not want to lose touch of the lead cars. Ooh, there's a car with a little black up. I believe that's one of the Tires America cars.
Wheels America, yeah.
Wheels America cars,
yeah.
Thank you.
And it was actually right by Jose Olfe. That was Logan Stretch in the number 98 machine. He's got, and he was sitting right behind Olfe and Todd Burris. You can pick out Burris because he's got that orangish number 56 right there as they're coming out through turn 9 and 10.
So this is a situation where Dad Elvin would probably back up a little bit to try to help Ethan get back into the mix here if he has the opportunity to do so.
That's a lot of backing up they got to do, Brian.
It is
about 10 car lengths at this point.
It is. It's almost too far to do it though, because if Pardis were to get a 10 car length lead by himself, that's enough where he could start to drive away. So it's kind of a little dance that they're doing here. This might be on Ethan to get to the front by himself here. Good news for him is he's got 4 cars to work with to draft to get back up to the front.
All right, Brian, and we do have some emergency services vehicles heading out towards turn 8 to pick up the 03 machine of Max Stallone. So we do have now a local caution over at turn 7, over at the Hawk Performance Braking Zone and the hairpin, and now over at turn 8 as well.
Trooper Nicole Cephalo helps us out with information. Frankie Barroso lost an exhaust on lap 1 yesterday, and that's why he fell back early in that race. That has been fixed, and hopefully they've used some safety wire, and so that won't happen again. Here they come under the start stand for the third time now. And Goulart and Barroso starting to work together to try to get back to the front 2. And that is the goal for them. And it looks like they're close enough now where they'll be able to make that happen.
Yeah, Brian, and we just saw there Jose Olfe in that yellow and white number 19 machine along with Todd Burris. Come down the inside, push through past Vinny Miskelis. So move Olfe now up in the 10th, Burris to 11th, and Miskelis falls from 10th back to 12th. Although it looks like Miskelis as well as Logan Stretch trying to fight back as they come out of Big Bend and just a little bit further back from them. I believe that was Travis Wiley in the 78 machine bounding through the grass.
I don't know who it was. That was definitely a rough ride there. So that is Todd Burris. I believe he's the one in the orange car trying to stick with the with that white car or that yellow car that we're talking about of Olfe.
And Brian, we have a car driver's right before that Advent Health Bridge.
Okay.
Coming through turn 6. You see he's pretty far back there. So we do have a local caution over at Big Bend that may come into play the next time all of these racers come by.
Wow, look at that action. Too wide for 3 or 4 rows there as they were coming through that section, and then they straighten out here to get through turn 13.
Oh, we have somebody just running wide. Just got word that is Noah Harmon. That is off coming out of Big Bend.
Here come your leaders now through turn 16, and Ethan Goulart is almost to the back bumper of his dad, Elevin, setting up a very, very similar situation to what we had yesterday.
Yeah, and Brian, as you were talking, that probably wouldn't make a lot of sense for Elvin to back up to pick up Ethan. Looks like Ethan, leading that second pack, was able to separate himself fairly well, and Elvin has gotten around and drafted past Preston Pardis as we have those two silver SCDA cars once again, much like yesterday, working together, working the draft. You can bet that Preston Pardis isn't going to be getting the push from either one of those two cars when push comes to shove.
Pardis trying to retake lead all by his lonesome. No help from Ethan Goulart, who was in third place at the time. Ethan sticking with Dad here as they go through turn 1. It looks like Pardis has been able to retake the lead, but now you've got the Goularts, Dad and son, 2 and 3, and Frankie Barroso with all that little action has been able to come right up. So now we have a 4-car train at the front of this race.
And Brian, I'm going to take a quick look at the back of the Barroso car. It looks like his bumper cap is moving around quite a bit on some of the longer straightaways here. That could definitely impact his terminal speed.
Sure.
But for the time being, it looks like being in the draft with the 3 cars ahead, maybe overcoming that, is now Barroso takes a look to the inside of Ethan Goulart, and he's going to go side by side with him through the Hawk Performance braking zone and into the hairpin at turn 7. And it looks as though Barroso able to take over third place now, getting around the number 72 machine.
Ethan Goulart dropped a purple lap, 1:34.6, almost a full second faster than the leader on that last lap. That's how he's able to get to the front group. Now we've got Frankie Barroso, who's made his way around Goulart to get into third place now. So your front 3 are Preston Pardis, Elevin Goulart, Frankie Barroso, and Ethan Goulart. Those cars trying to keep together to pull away from your group of cars in 5th through 10th. Fosbach, Ramirez, Hewitt is in 7th. Then you've got Meyer, Noonan, and Olfe right there through your top 10. Vinny Miskelis and Todd Burris, that's your top 12. $11 laps to go here before our break for lunch. 3 more races this afternoon. You'll want to come back after our lunch break for those. Still some really good racing action ahead. The second pack, I'm looking at our Spec Miata experts in the chat, working together, still able to catch that front group because the front group's doing a lot of racing. They're not sticking together. So that group of Fosnach and Ramirez definitely have a chance to catch back up to the front and make this a 6-car train, especially since the cars up front not working together as a group of 4. They're kind of working together as 2 groups of 2. And then if this next group here can work together a little bit, a 4 or 5-car train can come together, they could certainly pull themselves up and be part of the discussion here. A lot of time left in this race with 11 to go. Pardis, Goulart, and Barroso at the line. Barroso now slips back to 4th place again. And there's that 5-car train. If they can stay nose to tail, work the draft, not do too much trading of positions, that is going to be a big opportunity for them. And there's that car under tow. That was a car that was under the Advent Bridge, and they're going to get that car out of the way pretty quick here just before the leaders come through. And the leaders were under a white flag condition, so they could have passed there. The white flag there, not a yellow flag. In the SCCA, the white flag means 2 things. At start-finish, it means a last lap. But when they show a white flag at the corners, that means that there is either a slow-moving car or a rescue vehicle, in this case both, a slow-moving car and a rescue vehicle, that people need to be aware of. And the leaders hit that right at the perfect time. Probably didn't have, well, obviously looking at it here, didn't have any bearing on their race at all. And then you've got these 5 cars here trying desperately to catch those lead 4, Fosnach, Meyer, Noonan, Ramirez, Hewitt, and Todd Burris a little further back.
All right, and Brian, I believe we do have We do have another car off over by turn 10. Yeah.
That's the 192 car.
And the 192 machine, that is, well, it's somebody.
Somebody loves me.
And it sounds like he got a little help out there, Brian, from what we're hearing over the radio.
Let's see if I can find 192 is Jesse Singer. He is out of Miami, Florida.
Was running 42nd at the end of the prior lap.
And now our front group trading positions again, or at least attempting to. Every time they get out of line is a chance for the group behind them to catch up a little bit more. So that's a big opportunity for that second pack to be able to do something here. And now they're in line. Elevin Goulart ducks out, see if he might take a chance to go under Preston Pardis here going in turn 1. Son, Ethan right behind him. Both of them are going to try to push through. We'll see if they make this pass stick going into turn 3. That is the positive part about having a teammate to be able to help you get that pass done. Ethan Goulart on the inside now with 3. He should be able to work his way past Preston Pardis, but Pardis will be there right there to pounce when he can.
Yeah, Brian, and as we see them come through here, as they're still now working through 4 and 5 and in the Big Bend, with Ethan Goulart coming down and following Dad into turn number 1, they were able to set up for turn number 3 and be able to push Pardis wide, make him take a much slower exit. And it becomes very difficult when you've got 2 cars to the inside, lock, nose, to tail. It's very difficult to kind of split those machines up. And it looks as though we now have both the 70 and the 72 ahead of the 42, dropping Pardis back into 3rd position, picking up Frankie Barroso there in 4th. And we're starting to see the fights come up in that group behind Brian, as we now have Fosnock and Noon and Christian Meyer in the 197 machine. They made some pretty big moves yesterday. He was alongside Sean Noonan coming through turn 9, and that might give a little bit of breathing room to aid Fosnock to the 73, at least for a couple seconds. Of course, they're going to go and compress once again, coming out of the tower turn here onto the Flying Fortress straight.
Best thing Barroso can do right now is just kind of hang where he's at, save his tires, kind of learn how he could potentially work with Preston Pardis, because that will be the natural pairing to go after the Goularts here in the final laps of this race. If they can find a way to work together, that is going to be the key to either of those 2 cars getting it done.
Brian, real quick, we are going to a full course caution. And we're going to be standing up the safety car at the end of the pit lane. And I'm trying to get word on what precipitated that the full course caution. Yeah, we do still have that, and I think the call coming in was, Brian, that they weren't maybe giving deference to the emergency services team there, and I think part of it also, as you can see, there's at least
not a lot of room
a 1/3 track. It's like a 1/3 track blockage there, as well as they're going to be looking to get that other car hooked up, and I believe that car there, we'll see in a moment, might be. Well, as the rest of the field is working through, we'll try and get the number in just a moment.
It's the 192
Oh, that's right. It's the
car.
192 machine, the Singer. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, we already talked about it.
All right, so let's take an opportunity to take our break here, get that out of the way. They should be able to hook that car and get it out pretty fast, and we'll get back to racing action pretty quickly. So let's take our break. When we come back, more action from Sebring International Raceway.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
And we're back here at Sebring International Raceway. The track crew has made quick work of that car that was off at turn 10, and I think we might go back between this time by, right, Greg? Have you heard
that?
That
is it, Brian. I believe the lights are out on the safety car, and we should be going back with, it'll be 7 laps remaining out of, oh, no, sounds as though, Brian, I think we might have one more lap here under full course caution.
Also hearing that there were several passes under the yellow at the safety truck. That's why we got the first course. So a lot of times, folks, full course yellow comes out because the drivers aren't being good going through the yellow flag zone. A lot of times it is their fault. So not always, but in this particular case, it sounds like they were overdriving the yellow. And when that happens, they get to go slow for a couple laps. So.
Indeed. And there you go, Brian. You can see the lights still on, lit on the roof of that safety car as it comes through turn 17. Look at that fade. Thank you, Jordan.
Art.
Yeah.
This is the Art Deco segment of our coverage.
I just wish I could see the Mission Foods banner as they come down the
and
the
here's
front
one
straight.
thing. Ken Carter makes a good point. With Flagtronics, when it's fully implemented, they will know exactly in race control which cars were driving excessively fast through that section. That will be something they'll be able to monitor through Flagtronics, and if they choose to do so, other race series actually adjudicate punishment through their Flagtronics. And that will be one thing they can do. The other thing they'll be able to do is they'll be able to go to a virtual safety car, which will also get things going faster.
Which we implemented at the runoffs this past year.
We did. So there's a lot of functionality within Flagtronics which will help make things safer. They'll make the yellow flag, they can make the full course yellow shorter because they'll be able to get the course trucks out there faster because they can freeze the field, and it'll be very interesting to see how much that helps keep us green more during these races once it's fully implemented.
All right, so quickly to recap here, we'll give you the top 10. Elvin Goulart, who finished second in yesterday's race, is your current race leader. Ethan Goulart, defending national champion, running second. He was yesterday's winner. Preston Pardis who finished on the third step of the podium yesterday, currently sitting third, just ahead of Frankie Barroso, Sean Noonan, Matthias Ramirez, Aiden Fosnock, Christian Meyer, Max Hewitt, and Logan Stretch. And Brian, one of the things that we haven't really discussed here is, we saw that top four breakaway, and they had opened up maybe 35 car lengths on the second pack. Obviously, that advantage now is gone. We'll have 6 laps remaining when we go to green flag racing, and I'm not going to try to make that guess whether we're going to end on laps or end on time here. But the Goularts, Partis, and Barroso might find things a little bit more challenging, as they have a couple of other drivers maybe on the restart try to slot in underneath them going into turn 3 for the first time.
All right, hopefully we'll get to go back to green flag racing here this time by. This yellow flag lends a new lease on life to those 5 cars that were right behind that lead pack of 4. No longer do they have to figure out how to get there. They are going to be there, and that could shake things up here a bunch. Our cars, our whole field now comes through turn 13. After lunch, we've got our Wings and Things group, our STU, GT3, T3, and T4 race, and then our last race of the day is STL. That's coming up after lunch. Please come back and see us after that. Those races should start around 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon.
All right, Brian, just received word from race control. The safety car has been instructed to extinguish its light, so when they come through turn 16 here, we'll likely see those lights go out. I want to thank Nicole Cooper-Cephalo in the chat, who alerts us that Sean Noonan, driving that number 0 machine out of Newburgh, New York, currently running 5th. He is a teammate of both Elvin and Ethan Goulart, so I think that adds maybe another little wrinkle into this competition here, as he could certainly be working with our 2 leaders to displace both Partis and Barroso there in the competition for last step on the podium. We also had, sitting in the chat, believe it was Garrett Hunter, who was asking who's made up the most positions. Garrett, I'll start trying to work through here. Unfortunately, the timing system that I am using does not show that information, but I'll see if I can pick up some big movers and shakers here for you in the next couple of minutes.
All right, here they come into turn 17. We see that the lights are out on the pace car. It will duck into the pits here, and then we will send another 50 or so cars down by turn 1. Here we go. On the gas now is the Goularts in the point position here as they come down to the start-finish line. Green flag will be in the air. Cinch up your knickers, people. Here they come into turn 1 more time. Already some cars breaking out in the middle of the pack there. As they come down to turn 1, will there be any moves for the lead here as they go? And you've got the Goularts on the outside, and then you've got Preston Partis and Frankie Barroso trying to work together on the inside as they all go into turn 1 here. And one car goes really wide. Hopefully, pull it together. Oh, look at the big bump it took going onto the racetrack. The Goularts still first and second. You've got in third place Partis. Right behind him is Barroso, and a whole gaggle of cars trying to keep up.
All right, so here as they come down into turn number 3, bounding over the outside curb. Remember yesterday, Brian, and maybe going a little past the curbing. Remember how wet that was yesterday?
Yeah, that not today.
Racers had some issues. Now they just use the dirt. There's a lot of grip out there. Garrett, I think one of the drivers at least we can look at, Miles Hewitt in the number 17 machine. He's up into 14th position. Miles started in 27th, so I can tell you he's picked up 13, and we'll try and find some other big shakers for you as they work their way through. We got a couple laps to figure it out here as the 2 Goularts lead the field now through turn 10. And look at that, as Barroso's now pulled alongside the 42 machine. And Brian, we talked about Sean Noonan. It looked like Noonan was trying to push Barroso through, not able to do that. He now slots back behind the 42 car along with Matthias Ramirez in the 47.
And there is the entire field snaking its way through turn 11. Now we're at turn 13, and that is the Goularts out front. That's Elevin out front, and Ethan right behind him. They've got about a 2-car length lead over a pack of about 22 cars bearing down on them as they go on to the back straight and make their way down turn 17. A big draft for that group behind them, but it doesn't take long to break the draft, so there's a 6-car pack there and only a couple car lengths back to another 15 cars, Greg?
40, something like that. Oh, and we've got one person going around. Oh, 3 cars going around coming through Jean de Bien. And we'll try and get the numbers.
Well, 1 car has continued on. There are the Goularts coming through turn 17, and then the 2 cars, that is Barroso and Preston Pardis, coming through next, and then a little gap back to 5th and 6th place. Big wide car going through there. You can go wide going through turn 17 without any issues, but it gets bumpy when you go wide.
All right, Brian, getting word that one of the cars involved Brad Williams in the number 71 machine. He was running 38th at the time, and he has retired the car.
Hopefully he has retired in a position where we can keep racing.
There's a crossover road that right by where they are that they can bring the car back. Jack Gold in the number 55 car also involved. And also the 133 car of Ryan Peterman. So it was 37th, 38th, and 39th. Peterman is still there at that location. The other 2 cars have managed to get off the track surface.
Yes. It would definitely be the race if they can't. That car is sitting in a bad spot right there. If this goes full course yellow again, this race is probably going to get checkered early. So this right now is a battle for the lead in this race and possibly the race win. Elevin Goulart's in first, Ethan Goulart's in second. Then you've got Frankie Barroso and Preston Pardis. Those 4 cars there as they come through turn 9. A decision's going to have to be made whether or not to go full course yellow here pretty quickly. Ethan Goulart knows that might be the case. He is pushing really hard, but Elevin Goulart's been able to, now we got another car going wide. Hopefully that car can collect itself. Nice driving there. What a great piece of driving.
Yeah, that was the 98 car of Logan Stretch just behind Max Hewitt, Sean Noonan. Noonan, who was running 5th, is now 7th. Matthias Ramirez moves up to 5th. Christian Meyer moves up to 6th in the 197 car, as I think these racers, Brian, starting to contemplate laps running down and what that means, and we're starting to see a little bit of overdriving from some of these racers towards the front of the field.
Wow. You got all of the field making its way through there at this moment. I am really, really surprised that we didn't go full course yellow there. But we're still racing action through there. And you still have the Goularts out front. But now Frankie Barroso goes to the outside, trying to take a better line.
Brian, real quick, we are going back to a full course caution. And this is absolutely in response to a number of drivers overdriving the waving yellow flags as our emergency services team were trying to work the situation over by turn 15. And it looks as though, Brian, as they come down into turn 1, it appears that both Ethan Goulart and Frankie Barroso have worked around Elevin Goulart. Of course, we didn't see when the full course caution came out, but that is definitely the case, and they are saying that the 72 car is the leader. They are going to be dispatching the safety car here now with 4 laps remaining.
So the question is, did the safety car come out before or after these cars crossed the start-finish line? Because if it came out before, it should revert back to the final lap.
No, Brian. No, nothing reverts back under a full course caution.
Okay. Does it, when a full course caution, it goes back to the starting, the order of the last recorded lap?
Black flag, Brian.
Huh, okay.
Black flag. So no. So right now we are seeing. What I was saying was, and we are getting word that the next time the field comes through and onto the front straight, they will see the checkered flag. The question, Brian, was whether or not the full course caution was deployed. I think before they came through 17 or 17A, and whether or not. And I don't know, since we can't see it in our camera, we couldn't really tell there. But we are being told that the checkered flag will be shown to our leaders when they come onto the front straight. At the moment, we see Ethan Goulart as your leader, Frankie Barroso second, Elvin Goulart third, Matthias Ramirez and Christian Meyer, Sean Noonan. We show Preston Pardis as being the seventh car to cross the stripe to begin the 11th, what will be the 11th and final lap of this race. Then Max Hewitt, then Logan Stretch, then Aiden Fosnock, your top 10.
All right, well, that's going to do it for our last race before lunch. We do though need to make sure that all these cars actually make it to the next checkered flag. Otherwise, but yeah, that should be the running order when we get there. Well, unfortunate that we were having to finish this thing under yellow, but again, this was one of those situations. They went into a waving yellow situation too hot, and that is why they ended up having to put the full course yellow out.
All right, and so, Brian, again, this is going to be our last race before lunch.
Yep.
Our first race afterwards will be our open wheel group of Formula Atlantic Continental FE2 Prototype NP2. We'll see what the start time is. We think the start time is going to be somewhere around 1:25, but as soon as we get a definite word from race control when our next group will be on course, we will put it up on the screen and let you know here. And of course, we'll let our sixth race group know so that they can get to grid in plenty of time as well.
Three races to go after lunch. The first race going to be Wings and Things, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2 Prototypes and Prototypes 2. Then our STU, GT3, T3, and T4 race. Final race of the day, STL. Michael Lewis, they tried to keep it green, but a few chuckleheads, that's a good way to put it, made it impossible. Yeah, that's the way it works, unfortunately. Here comes our pace car through 17 for the final time for this race. Ethan Goulart's going to become back-to-back race winner here at Sebring to open the first two rounds of the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. Double checkered flags are in the air. Pace car will take the win, followed by Ethan Goulart and Frankie Barroso. Second place, great recovery after having problems early in the race yesterday. And then Elvin Goulart will round out the podium. That's going to do it here from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be back after lunch. Hope you join us. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We should be around 1:25 for lunch. See you.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. We've just received word from Race Control that race group number 6, that's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and P2 will be on track at 1:10 p.m. today. Again, race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and P2. You will be on track a little bit less than an hour, 55 minutes from now, at 1:10 p.m. Have a great lunch, everybody.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Central Florida region is our host for this weekend. Thank you to all of those folks. Lunch, or for my kids, breakfast is in my belly. And it's time to go racing here.
Yes, Brian.
FC, FE2, P, and P2. Greg, give us our starting lineups.
All right, Brian. Once again, we're going to have a split start. We're going to have our Formula Atlantics, our prototypes, at the behind the first safety car, first pace car, and then we're going to have our Formula Enterprise 2 and Formula Continental drivers behind the second pace car. Let's run down that second group first. Starting in 15th position, driving her Formula Continental Van Diemen, it's Arshia Akhtar. Starting in 14th position, Peter Vajda in his Formula Continental Van Diemen, with Mark Teffer starting lucky 13th in the 08 Formula Continental. Starting in 12th position, we've got Ross Wolf. He is in a Van Diemen as well in Formula Continental. It's the number 91 car, with Doug Rocco, surprise, surprise, also driving a Formula Continental Van Diemen. That's the number 46 car. Starting in 10th position in this second group, we've got Chris Sharno. We'll see if Chris makes the grid. I was talking to Rob Aller during lunch. Sharno might have some mechanical issues. He's in the number 24 Formula Continental Van Diemen with Whitney Strickland. Our first of the Formula Enterprise 2 machines. Whitney starting 7th in that class and 9th overall. Starting in 8th position, we've got Robert Wright in a Formula Continental Elan DP08 with Andrew Whitston starting 7th in the group in his FE2 machine. That's the number 54 car. Robert Aller, just spoke to, took the double wins at Homestead last weekend. He's in the number 52 Van Diemen with Steve Whitston in an FE2 car. The number 18 car starts 5th. Starting on the outside of row number 2 in Formula Enterprise 2, driving the number 98 car, it's Jim Lebecco with Russ Turner. If your reigning national champion in the class. He is in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine, number 32 car, starting in 3rd position. And on the front row, in his FE2 car, Vaughn Mishko, the number 17 machine, with Eric Wisniewski in the number 25 FE2. That's your pole sitter for group number 2. And at the front of the field for our Formula Atlantics and prototypes, starting 16th, we've got Bart Wolf in his prototype 2 Ligier JS51, with the west of Peter Shadowin starting 15th. Starting 14th is Shane Prieto in a Formula Atlantic JDR, the number 43 car, with Paulie Gatto to his left, also in a JDR. The number 99 car starts 13th. Starting in 12th position, Alexandra Lima in the number 07 Tatis chassis, and I believe that's an F3 machine, with JR Smart in a Swift 014A, starting in 11th position. Starting in 10th, it's Jim Booth in his Swift 016. Jim is driving the number 63 Formula Atlantic machine, with Asen Yelkin starting 9th. He's in the number 75 Swift 014. Starting in 8th position, it's Rob Radman, and I heard Rob had some transmission issues this weekend. We'll see if he brings that car out. He's in the number 05 Elan Pro Formula Mazda, with Nathan Bird in his JDR scheduled to start 7th. Starting in 6th today is Bill Munholland in his Swift 016A, with Brandon Schwartz in an F3 chassis Ligier starting in 5th. Starting on the outside of row number 2 in his Swift 016, it's John McAleer. He's driving the number 68 machine, with Larry Howard starting in 3rd. He's in the number 51 Swift 016. And your front row today, James French in his Swift 016. That's the number 06 car. And your pole sitter today is Todd Vanacore. Todd is in his Elan DPO2. He's out of Ormond Beach, Florida, and had a qualifying time of 2 minutes flat .061.
I guess it's time to go racing here. 3 races to go today, 14 laps each. These are our final 3 races of the weekend as we wrap up our first Super Tour weekend of the year.
Super Trooper. It's like an ABBA song, right?
Yeah, we are getting ready to go. As you can see, the lights on that classic Mazda of Orlando pace car that we have with us this weekend. Thank them for helping us out with that. Right behind that first race group, and here we go down to the starting line for the first time.
All right, Brian, as they come around and underneath the bridge at Sunset, Larry Howard, your winner in Formula Atlantic, Rob Aller in Formula Continental, Russ Turner in FE2, and Todd Vanacore in Prototype yesterday.
There you go. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. Already 3 wide here as they go across the start-finish line, as they head down to that big turn 1 here, that big left-hander. Wide here, not so wide at the exit. We'll see how they all negotiate it right here.
Yeah, and Brian, I think very key here is looking to see what Todd Vanacore does. You mentioned yesterday about everything funneling down in round 1. Your pole sitter had some issues on lap 1, turn 1 yesterday, spun the car, and it brought out a full course caution. And this time he makes it through safely. He slots into 3rd position as we've got James French and Asen Yelkin jockeying for the lead, both overall and in Formula Atlantic, is our second group now coming out from underneath the bridge at Sunset Bend, and over to you for the start.
This is FE2 and Formula Continental coming down for the start of their race. Also 4 wide down the front straight here as they come down here looking for that left-hander, and there we go. That's Rob Aller right out the front in that blue car, and he gets through just fine. The rest of the cars behind him making it through nicely. Everybody playing like good boys and girls here as they circle their way through turn 3 and on their way down to turn 5 for the first lap here, first of 14.
Yeah, and leading that first group, Brian, not Rob Aller.
Oh, no, you're right.
Formula Enterprise 2 of Russ Turner, the blue number 32 machine out of Montpelier, Virginia. And he's got, looks like Lebeco and Whitston there behind. Rob Aller's in the black number 52 machine, the Van Diemen. Again, yesterday's Formula Continental leader. And I believe there he is turning in. I believe he is sitting fourth in that group.
Back to our first group of cars as they now come through turn 9. Oh, actually, no, this is still the Formula Continental group. and the FE2 group here. Now our first group is coming through 17 down onto the front straight for the first time. I am now back with it. James French, your race leader. After I must have the food coma here. Brandon Schwartz in second. Todd Vanacore comes across in third. The Pete and the prototype car. Then Larry Howard, J.R. Smart, and Bill Holland. Mulholland here is fifth. Is in fifth place.
Yeah, there you go. And looks like Larry Howard there in the red number 51 Swift, hanging right on the gearbox of that big green and black Elan DPO2, as he's got Brandon Schwartz just ahead, and French not checking out, but French now, as they came out of turn 3 and through the carousel there, 4, 5, and 6, has now opened up about 5 car lengths on Brandon Schwartz in that number 48 Ligier. Pretty easy to pick out the Ligier chassis there, Brian. The second car in that group, is it does have, I believe it's got the halo on it, that most of the other cars in that group do not have.
That is the car right there where Todd. It's hard to see the halo on that camera from that angle, but yes, that is the case there. Here they come, coming out of 13. You can see the bumps there, much more pronounced in these little open wheel cars than it is in the sedans. Usually we see the bumps coming out of 17, but that's another nice little section. Definitely not billiard table smooth there.
Well, you know, you've got the biggest elevation change of the entire track there, Brian.
Exactly.
Over at 13, it rises up, I don't know, maybe about 1.5 feet. Kind of reminds me of the 1.5 foot drop that you have at turn 1 over at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I don't think it really upsets the cars all that much over there, but indeed, you know, obviously with 13 not being nearly as quick a corner as 17 is, that you know, these cars all with a lot of aerodynamic aids, wings both front and rear. You know, when they carry speed through 17, they've got the aerodynamic downforce to help them quite a bit. Where the 10 tops that we saw before that really have issues with those bumps just have that mechanical grip to help them through.
James French now opened up a 2.9 second lead over Todd Vanacore, who has assumed second place overall, first in the prototype class. I'm wondering, Greg, also if it has a little bit to do with it that the Atlantic tires come into heat a little faster than the prototype tire that he's using, whatever compound each driver is using. And now the tires have gotten up to temperature for Todd Vanacore as he starts to work his way up towards the front.
Well, you know, I think there might have also been a little bit of additional caution, and I think he probably remembered a little bit what happened yesterday, and given that he was able to, over the course of a 25-minute race, work his way back around and through the entire prototype field, that it wasn't a bad idea to enter turn 1 on lap 1 with maybe a little bit more caution.
Right, especially considering he's not racing against any of these Atlantics. You know, the only trophy that really he cares about is the P trophy, because there is no overall trophy. And again, as we learned, and we always, is that Todd Vanacore?
No, that is the number 77 machine of Michael Moulton out of Wilmington, North Carolina. He is in a store WF1. And that car, I believe, Brian, likely the motor has expired. There was a call that the car was smoking heavily just before we went to this.
You can actually see the smoke now as he slows down and comes a little closer to our camera. So, you can see the smoke right there puffing out of the rear tailpipe, and he is going to check out of that car as quick as possible.
Quickly as he can, yeah.
And so look at how fast that truck is coming to help to the rescue as well.
And Brian, we are going to a full course caution. To help rectify that situation, as we are just now 3 laps in the books, as James French is your leader, Todd Vanacore second overall, French leading from Atlantic, Vanacore leading P or prototype, and then we've got Larry Howard, Brandon Schwartz in our second group. We have Russ Turner, your leader in FE2, Jim Lebecco and Eric Wisniewski behind, and Formula Continental, Rob Aller. He's your leader over Doug Rocco and Robert Wright. So why don't we, Brian, as we are wont to do here with an early full course caution, why don't we take a quick break?
Yep.
And thanks to our partners and sponsors, as we are now going to a red, for the second time this weekend, Brian, going to a red flag condition. We're going to see our drivers come to a safe and controlled stop. And let's take the break, and we'll fill our viewers in on what's going on here when we come back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Sebring International Raceway under a red flag condition here. Turns out that car that we saw pull off was on fire a little bit, and needed to get the pumper truck out there to make sure that we get that car put out before it's too late or too soon. And there's the pace car coming to pick up the race leader. I think that pace car
counter race.
Yeah, came counter race. I think it came out like by 10. There's a way to get there.
That's where they stage it.
And
indeed.
Had to come back and get it. And since everybody was stopped, this is a good way to do it. But,
the question from John Mustin in the chat is no black flag all. Well, not yet. We'll see. We'll see if they bring them down the pit lane and black flag them. As I look out our window here, we do still have our emergency services team over with the Molten prototype. It's before the Corvette bridge, so coming out of turn 5, going into turn number 6, which I think is right between two of our cameras.
We have an international flair in the chat. We've got Marie Cedric from France. And I know earlier we had Erwin here. He comes from what, the Netherlands?
He's from the Netherlands, yes. All right, and John Mustinen, here comes your black flag all. So the safety car is going to bring the field around, and I believe they are right there with, that's actually, I believe he's right in front of the 51 of Larry Howard. So there may be two other cars a little bit further up the field, possibly. Oh, no, I take it back. That is, no, that's the French machine and the Vanacore machine. There is Larry Howard in the 51. They're going to bring the field around the course and then bring them down the pit lane.
this is what happens, unfortunately, when you do a red flag, is you sometimes get a car that will not restart. And
and that is the 06 car, Brian, of J.R. Smart out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin. So we'll see if we can get that car back underway. And the other car that appears to be having an issue, and it's over by turn 10, is William Niemeyer in the 188 car. There is Mr. Niemeyer, and he cannot get that car restarted, and they are going to have to tow him home. Well, let's see.
Well, that means he's going to be a lap down.
Moving around. Yeah, he told the corner workers over there that he couldn't get the car started. Maybe he was. We'll see if he starts rolling. And the answer is no. So we're going to have a little bit of cleanup here. All the while, Brian, the clock is running. And we are just a touch over 22 minutes remaining in this 35-minute or 14-lap race.
Yeah. This would be a perfect time to let people know that if you are at home or on the road and have access to YouTube on February 8th and 9th and want some more of this amazing SCCA racing, tune in, because we're going to have the Central Florida region Cabin Fever Sark and Into the Dark Enduro. I believe that's at Sebring here as well.
It is here at Sebring, yes.
And it's a 2 to 4 hour enduro. I'm not sure I'm reading that right. And a 2 and 4 hour, so it's 2 enduros. One's a, got it, okay. So there's a short enduro and a long enduro for the folks who want to do the light version, the 5K versus the 10K. They're going to do the 2-hour enduro, and then the rest of them will keep going on for the 4. This is also a majors event for Formula V, Formula F,
and
Formula 6. So big weekend of racing here at Sebring, and we're going to bring it to you here on the SCCA YouTube channel, and it'll be a good time. That's February 8th and 9th. All right, so they're going to bring these cars down, black flag all, and then they'll get the other couple cars started. And I think because it was a red flag, I screwed up the whole yellow flag thing earlier. So
the red flag has nothing to do with it, but because it was a black flag, Brian, they will be rolling back to the previous full lap before they send them back out again. So we'll probably have a couple shuffling of a couple of cars.
All right, so
possibly.
See, I'm getting reacquainted with all these yellow, black, and red flag procedures.
I heard you were a flag chief at one point in your life, right, Brian?
Yeah, but I was not a timing and scoring chief. This is a timing and scoring issue, which is math.
That is
and
correct.
You know me and math. See, there's a reason
true.
why Bill Skibby will never see me working for him at the racetrack unless my job is to just get him coffee. And
That's
I am fully skilled at that task, but I will not be helping with these timing and scoring systems.
All right. Well, I do see our pit lane volunteers walking out, and they are likely going to have to do a little bit of shuffling.
Well, they're definitely going to have to get 2 cars back into position once they get them restarted. They'll come in and slide them into the right spot. My race data is laughing at me. He must be, if he's a data guy, that means he probably does math better than I do. But then again, that is a very, very low bar. A very low bar. So.
All right. So again, go ahead, Brian. As I was going to say,
we should.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was also going to remind people that our next Super Tour is going to be at Buttonwillow Raceway Park on the brand new circuit at Buttonwillow. And I have the dates right here in front of me, shockingly. Not shockingly, awesomely. February 22nd and 23rd. Yeah, February 22nd, 23rd, Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Then, Greg, you'll be at Road Atlanta for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta on March 7th and 9th. And then back out to NOLA, March 22nd and 23rd. That's my wife's favorite race of the year because there are beignets, not at the racetrack, but in other parts of New Orleans. Then we head to Virginia, Hallett, Portland, Mid-Ohio, Road America, and then we wrap things up in June, my birthday weekend at Watkins Glen. So good stuff ahead. All of it here live streamed, every minute of the racing action live streamed here by DriversEye Live on the SCCA YouTube channel. As you were going to say, Greg, before I completely rudely interrupted you.
Yes, how dare you? All right, so word is coming down now, and they're doing those calculations up on the pit lane now that they just saw all the drivers come across the timing stripe to see if they need to make any changes in the order before they send them back out for lap number. They're actually going to be starting lap number 4. Pardon me, starting lap number 5 behind the safety car.
While we're on this shot, Jordan, don't switch off this shot for a second. If you've never been to Sebring, there's some awesome history. That is the pit lane garages, and above each garage is every year's race winner of the 12 hours. And it is really, really cool. It's like literally a walk down memory lane.
Memory lane, yeah.
Yeah, when you walk through there. Some of them obviously way back in the Wayback Machine that before I was born, but there are some names on there and some years that are very, very familiar to me as a fan of the 12 hours of Sebring. So that is pretty cool if you ever get a chance to get here and take a look at that little bit of history. Lots of nuggets of history around this racetrack, and the SCCA gets to go and play with cars there as well, which is tons of fun. I'm a motorsports history buff, Greg.
Yes, you are.
If there was motorsports history Jeopardy, look out, people. I would be the Ken Jennings of motorsports history Jeopardy.
I just like that you can seemingly go toe-to-toe on NASCAR stats and history with our own Jordan Worth, our director Jordan.
He is a NASCAR geek, and there's nothing wrong with that. All right, well, we're going to get this thing back to going here, and we're going to end on time, I'm sure, on this one now.
All right, Brian, just got word that the 188 car, William Niemeyer, with the assistance of the emergency services teams here at Sebring, has been able to refire that store WF1. He's going to be heading back towards the pits now.
All right, they'll get him lined up. Hopefully he will not turn off the car.
yeah, hopefully not. Also, JR Smart's number 06 Swift, the Formula Atlantic car, has now been moved off the course as well. And as I look out my window, we still have our emergency services teams working on the 77 car of Michael Moulton, coming out of turn 5, going into turn 6. Looks like they put it up on, I believe, on a rollback there. And most of the vehicles now exiting the scene. And the rollback with the 77 car is now leaving the scene of the, I don't want to call it a crime, Brian, but leaving the scene of the retirement.
Incident.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. The rapid unintended disassembly. Yeah, there's the car up on the rollback, which is nice because it won't be dribbling oil down the racetrack for everyone else to then drive through. I don't know when that expired, but it doesn't look like they've been out there putting down kitty litter. So no oil dried, the best I can tell there. So it doesn't appear that he put too much oil down. Maybe if he'd started the race with oil in the car, it would have lasted longer. I'm joking. Clearly I jest. Clearly I jest. 14:30 on the clock as it still continues to roll down. As soon as they get that car going, I imagine we're going to try to get this race started rather quickly here. Let's reset our field here while we're sitting here waiting for things to get going again. In Formula Atlantic, your race leader is Ron Howard, followed by Brandon Schwartz and Bill Munholland in third, Nathan Bird in fourth, and Austin Yelkin is in fifth. Going to our Formula Continental group, Robert Aller is your leader, followed by Douglas Rocco, Robert Wright, Mark Deffer, and And Arshia Akhtar, she was in with us yesterday on our last race to talk about her introduction to motorsports, and it's a great story. I look forward to having her on the podcast. We determined that she's smarter than all of us combined here in the broadcast team. In FE2, Ross Wolf is your leader at the moment. Russ Taylor second, followed by James Lebeco, Eric Wisniewski, and Von Mishko.
Did you say Ross Wolf?
That's what it says. Ross Wolf in first.
Is that Formula Enterprise 2? You mean Russ Turner, maybe?
I think what happened is because of the red flag and the black flag that this is out of order.
Yeah, are you combining? I just thought you were combining Bart Wolf and Russ Turner. But
no, on my list it actually says Ross Wolf.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Here,
let me refresh.
Yeah, I want to try that again. Ross. And I think part of that, you're showing Ross Wolf up there, Brian, because we do have some of the FE2 racers. Once they got the black flag, they were on the backside of the course and were the first ones to come down the pit lane. We do have a regridding procedure that is about to start. That we are going to be rolling things back to the order as they were at the end of race lap number 2. So that will be, it'll be a few minutes and we'll get the order right there. But why don't we do this as I still show the clock as operating. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a quick call to the grid, if you don't mind, for our next race group, just in case. Attention in the paddock, race group 7. Super Touring Under, GT3U, Touring 3 and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Race Group 7, GT3U, STU, T3, and T4 racers, please head to the grid.
Down 465 is going to test my claim to be the history guy. I'm going to say Juan Manuel Fangio. Am I correct, down 465? Asking who won 4 consecutive IMSA GTP championships. Thinking either that or Jeff Brabham, but I'm thinking it's Juan Manuel Fangio. We'll wait to see if he responds. We're hearing now that we will be on time remaining as we get started. It is Brabham, Jeff Brabham. So, very, very cool. I was almost right. I would do some studying before we go on the show. But yeah, Jeff Brabham 80. And my favorite car of all time, by the way, that is that Nissan GTP car. That is the car that made me fall in love.
That's many people's favorite car.
Yeah, well, it is mine in particular. The way that thing, when they would lift off the gas and it would hit the wastegate, it would it's the coolest sounding car in the world. Yeah, very, very cool.
Yeah, and that was the GTP ZX Turbo.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, amazing machine. Ran from 85 to 90 in IMSA, and absolutely spectacular.
I'll also say, here's another little bit. My first race shop that I worked out of was Jim Downey's Mazda Kudzu shop before he moved into a bigger shop in Atlanta. So, that's cool stuff.
Well, yeah, and of course, you talk about the Nissan GTP, and no, I am not necessarily a Mazda fanboy. My blood boils H, I guess. I don't know how you'd put it. I'm a Honda boy at heart, but obviously the Mazda 787B, another one of those race cars that the old Group C prototype car is just something that gets my blood boiling. So beautiful car. If I remember right, took the win in. Yeah, Brendan says better sounding than looking. Yes, assuming, but you could only hear it once because you were deaf after it would go by once with that multi-rotor rotary engine. If I remember correctly, was it a 4-rotor? Yeah, I think you're right. I thought it was a 3-rotor, but I think it won the 24-hour Le Mans. And it was 80. Was it 91? Okay, yeah, 91. That's right. All right, Brian, and as I look down out my window here on the front straight, which is about 3.5 feet wide, so I don't get a huge view, but we are seeing a number of the cars shuffled around here down on the pit lane.
Oh, let me take a look. We got to make an announcement here, Greg, if you'll throw me some tones.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Ryan Peterman, Spec Miata driver, car number 133. Please see the race director. Ryan Peterman, Spec Miata, car number 133. Make a visit up to the race director.
All right, so we have not received word whether or not the clock was going to be stopped, Brian. Of course, we just look and see that the clock is down to 8 minutes here. And the word we're getting from race control is, although the clock was not stopped, they are going to be adding time to this race. So we'll have that the information in just a few moments here, and we'll get that updated on our timing pylon for you. Or not.
Hopefully.
Because Brian, I have enough issues with base 10 numbers, let alone base 60 numbers.
Ooh. Well, as soon as we get word from the powers to be about how much time they're going to add to the clock, we will let you know what that is. It looks like now we've got the cars lining up behind the pace car. That gives me, my spidey senses tell me, Greg, that we're about to go back to racing here pretty quick. Want to remind everybody that this is, of course, a Central Florida region race. If you want to get involved with the SCCA, you can check out any of our regions all across the country. There is a region near you, I can guarantee it, and there are racetracks you can come work at and all of that kind of stuff. You can find out more information at scca.com, and all of that information is there. You can also tune into the Inside the SCCA podcast on Wednesday nights. We talk about a lot of stuff SCCA. You can hit me up in the chat. We'll be able to share all the information you need on how to get involved with the club. Got 60-ish thousand members and have a great time racing events pretty much of different sorts and different types pretty much every single weekend of the year somewhere. They even race in Alaska, Greg. They do solo, and it's not ice racing. Well, they do ice racing too because it's Alaska. But they have, in their summer, they do some great solo events up there. I'm going to get up there one of these years and just do a solo event. But yeah, racing all over the U.S. pretty much every weekend. SCCA.com. #funwithcars. What's your favorite non-road racing SCCA discipline, Greg?
My favorite, well, of course, I spent a couple of years as the staff announcer for the SCCA's Time Trials National Tour.
Nice.
But I will have to say that some of the most exciting events that I've covered have been hill climbs.
Yeah.
I was there for the first two iterations of the Pine Mountain Hill Climb down in southern United States, and the Norton Hill Climb in Western Virginia. And it is so exciting to watch drivers. We have here at a racetrack. You can the racetrack is defined. You have multiple laps every single session that you can learn corners and get better, and if you've never raced Sebring before, you can get on YouTube and pull up video of a lap of Sebring International Raceway. You can go back 35, 40, 50 years to see laps of Sebring International Raceway, but you come to a hill climb, which is typically on a public road.
Yeah.
Where you don't have people other than going 25 miles an hour in traffic up a hill or down a hill.
Yeah.
It's so much more challenging. And not only that, but you have most of the hill climbs that I've been to here, you have so much support from the local communities, and having local residents come out, and the businesses around the area really support these events, because it is a form of tourism.
Yeah.
To have racers come out and take over the public roads for 2 days out of a week, and but the competition is just absolutely stupendous.
My race at a Florida boy here, what's a hill?
It's the if you take a look, it is the exit of turn 13 here at Sebring.
I had a blast.
There it is. There is your hill.
There you go. I had a blast with my kid. We did a road rally together, and the look on my kid's face when we won a trophy in our first road rally was just the most cool, proud papa moment you're ever going to have. They were my navigator, and we had an absolute blast. So there's so many different places to go play here in the Sports Car Club of America.
Absolutely.
And whether it's solo or time trial or hill climb and road rally, we've got some race experience stuff, track night in America. We can go on and on and on. What was I driving in the road rally? It was a Honda Fit in the novice class, but we would have trophied in the non-novice class too. It wouldn't have been first place, but we would have trophied in the non-novice class too. So we had a blast. And they have every first Friday night of the month out here in California, the Santa Monica Sports Car Club, which is an affiliate of Cal Club, puts on a road rally that goes into the night. And we just had a blast with it. So many different ways to play. SCCA.com. If you want to get involved, we'd love to have you come out and have fun with us. Matthew Wisniewski, what a mess again. Well, yeah, we're trying to get things restarted here. Unfortunately, sometimes these cars don't like to restart after they've gotten hot. That's also can be a part of a problem. But
Hey, Brian, looking back at the chat here, Down 465 would say how they break out the Mazda GTP cars every once in a while. I think we've seen at the Monterey
Historics. Yep.
Yeah, last couple of years, that car is out. I think they had a big Mazda reunion either last year or the year before. And unfortunately, folks, this does take a little bit of time. Lots of cars on track, lots of volunteers, and we've got to go through these timing systems to find out exactly where these racers were before this incident happened. And so apologize for the delay, but including the conclusion of this Formula Car race, we are going to have 2 more feature races afterwards. We're going to have our Super Touring and Touring races after this. And we are now at our corners. They're going to be starting to display that yellow flag instead of the black flag, which means now, Brian, we will see the safety car bring the field out.
I see a finger in the air, and I'm guessing it's not the middle finger. Those are your pit lane workers telling people there's 1 to go, I think, right?
No,
or
they're
5.
Giving 3 minutes.
3. Got it.
3 minutes before the cars roll off.
So several fingers in the air, thankfully.
That's right. But it's not the peace sign. Yeah.
Exactly. That means we're about to get this thing ramped up again. I've been looking at the timing in here to see if they've added time yet. So at some point, the timing and scoring folks will put the new time on the board here, and we will share that all with everyone involved, how much time. I'm going to guess 10 minutes is what they're going to put on the clock. I'm just guessing, speculating 100%. I know nothing, which everyone will agree with. I know nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gregg Bielanski, or is that Brian?
Exactly,
Kreskin?
the great Sarnak.
Yes.
But I think that
Karnak,
would be Greg Karnak. I think that would be a reasonable amount of time to add here to get some laps in here and give everybody a chance to go racing again. Maybe 12 laps on the clock, and by the time they come down to or 12 minutes, by the time they come down to the green flag, they'll have 10 minutes to go. Dean Farabach, Track Night in America is great for beginner members. Absolutely. I call Track Night in America, Dean, the entry drug to the SCCA. A great opportunity to get out, get on the track with your street car under a controlled situation, and it would be and of course you get to meet a lot of other racers and people involved and find out what else is going on in your area besides the Track Night in America, and that can sometimes lead to a time trial life if that's what you want to do or whatever, but it's definitely a great entry to go in.
Yep. All right, Brian, just got word from Race Control that the racers are going to have a 7-lap race here And they are going to be sending the cars out now from the pit lane. And so you'll see there, right behind our timing pylon, those racers will start to head on out. But 7 laps in this race, Brian.
Although they've put 5 laps to go. Oh, is it on the timing scoring?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, that's a good sign. I see cars moving down the racetrack, and we'll get all of the timing systems sorted out. But and they said 7, but they put 5. Okay, so that'll be including this out lap.
Yeah, okay. So 7 laps total. That includes, Brian, the 2 laps that are technically in the books.
Got
the
it.
Racers right now
That
are
makes
actually
sense.
working lap number 3.
Got it.
And
So
so
there'll be
they
4
will have
flying laps.
4 flying laps, exactly.
Very good.
Laps 4, 5, 6, and 7.
I'm glad there are smarter people than me out there. Yeah, our producer Brendan's one of them because he got to do the math that I couldn't do. I couldn't add 5 and 2 together to get 7.
And we've already agreed that our Shia Akhtar and our Formula Continental is smarter than all of us. So that's 2.
There you go. There you go.
All right, all of the race cars now have left the pit lane.
All right, they're going to get around here, get some heat in the tires, hopefully get these engines warmed up again, and then they'll come down for another. It'll be a single file restart because we were double yellow, or we had a couple of green flag laps. So this is not a start of the race. This is basically your regular full course yellow restart at this point.
All right, Brian, so since we will have just 4 laps remaining when the drivers take the green flag, let me make another call to the grid for the next one. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid.
All right, everybody seems to be restarted and trying to get a little bit of heat in the tires, although in the podcast I did with people at Goodyear, they said that weaving back and forth thing really does absolutely nothing, other than maybe cleaning your tires off. That is helpful for that, but there's no heat being put into the tires by doing that back and forth thing. That was one of the great mysteries when I asked the question, so. Gregg Ginsberg here with me this weekend. Jordan Worth, the director, changing the cameras and making it look great. Brendan Kazmarek is our executive producer here, keeping us in line, setting up all the cameras for us. WC, it does more than clean the tires. It makes me feel like a real race driver. Okay. It's all in the feels. I get it. Turn 14 here. Cars coming through.
And Brian, we had in the chat, Lenhart05 asked when the Formula Fords are racing. Not going to be here this weekend, but as we mentioned, come spring, or not spring, but come February 8th and 9th for the event that will be held here, the CFR SCCA Cabin Fever SARC and Into the Dark Enduro. We will be holding Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600 races, and for the Formula Vs and Formula Fs, their points their racing will contribute to their qualification for the SCCA National Championship runoffs.
And they will also be with us out at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for rounds 3 and 4, race weekend 2 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. So that's where we will find our Formula Fords, which are actually Formula Fs.
I've trained you well now, bro.
Yes.
I got you to call them Formula F instead of Formula Ford.
I get it right about half the time, just like all the names I have to pronounce.
That's right.
All right, here comes our field now through turn 17. Pace car will duck into pit lane. We'll have 4 flying laps to go when they hit the line, and that will be the deciding factor for these 5 race groups here with us this weekend on race number, I guess this is 6, right? Yep, race number 6. Green flag is in the air. Here we go again, racing at Sebring.
All right, and here we go. Now, as they cross the line, see as our timing ticker now has moved to 4 laps remaining, and it was James French, our lead car in the number 6 Swift. He was the first to take the green with Vanacore, Schwartz, Howard, and Smart behind. And Brian, I'm hearing that we may have had a car go around just past turn 3.
Okay.
But it looks as though most of our racers have now continued on, so that is definitely, well, certainly not an issue.
Very nice. Keeping everybody going here.
Actually, Brian, not over turn 3. We have a car that has gone around, did not take the green flag over at turn 17 at the Sunset Bend, as we have 2 cars that have gone off at turn 4. And Brian, we are going back to a full course caution, as I've heard, and not just for these 2 cars here, but I believe we've got about a 50% track blockage coming through the Sunset Bend. Jordan, can we get a shot over by 17?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, and that's one of our prototypes. And there's definitely one car pointing in the wrong direction there. Yeah.
And I'm taking a look, trying to get a feeling for which cars those are, because I've got...
That looks like a red, maybe E2 car, and one of the Formula FE2 cars.
Yeah, I think one of them may be Niemeyer in the 188, who was at the tail end, but we'll try and get the numbers here in just a moment. All right, we think one of them is Von Mishko in the number 17 machine.
Are you sure that's not turn 17 on Flagtronics?
Yeah, the FE2 of Von Mishko at turn 17, which may be making things a little bit more confusing as we have the field here now. Very slow.
We might be able to tug these 2 onto pit lane really fast and get one more race lap in here before it's over. Because they're right there, easy exit off this track here. They've sold the field way down for 2 good reasons. One, because there's people on the track right there. But if they can keep this, can only go so slow with this pace lap because these cars will overheat. I didn't look at the temperature at the moment, but I know it's not a hot weekend at Sebring. But these cars require air to go through them to be able to get those radiators cooled down.
Brian, getting word now from race control, and you'll see it here if we take a look at the front straight, that our starter is holding the checkered flag, and that is going to bring an end to this Formula Car race. So let's let the prototypes and what have you come through, and that way it'll be a little bit easier for us to pick up which drivers did not come across the line to start this lap. But we can tell you with a good amount of certainty, James French was your leader at the end here in Formula Atlantic. Should take the win there. Brandon Schwartz second, Larry Howard third in Formula Atlantic. In prototypes, Todd Vanacore, who finished his second overall, should take the win in class, with Peter Shadowin second, Sherman Chow third. Bart Wolf, I believe, was our sole P2 racer. He crosses the line. And as we look through here, I think possibly Ross Wolf involved. Let's take a look here. Well, we'll find out, because I'm showing Ross Wolf not having started lap number 4. So Ross Wolf and his FE2, the number 91 machine, may have been involved there. We'll see. Is there, I think, still a couple of cars to cross the line? Or Shia Akhtar in the number 95 machine crosses the line. So it looks like Ross Wolf in the 91 might have been one of the cars involved in that incident as well. But that is going to bring an end to our Formula Car race. Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 7, STU, GT3, T3, and T4. Race group number 7, STU, GT3, T3, and T4. This is your final call to the grid.
All right, let's take a break and we'll come back. When we do, it'll have race number 7. Stay with us, everybody. You are watching the 45th annual Winter Vacation, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Sebring International Raceway. We will be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
I am back here with my good friend Gregg Ginsberg, all of my friends, Gregg Ginsberg and Jordan and Brendan and all of the people in the chat. We are back here at Sebring International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 45th annual winter vacation. Thank you to the good folks at Central Florida Region for having us here, and we are time to go racing again. STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and Gregg Ginsberg is going to bring us our starting lineup.
Indeed, Brian, and for this race group number 7, it is, as you mentioned, STU, GT3U, T3, T4. We are going to have a split start once again with our GT3U and STU racers behind the first safety car, and our T3 and T4 racers behind the second. There were 31 drivers overall that put in qualifying times. Let's run down the starting order with that second group, our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers. We're starting 15th, driving the number 23 Touring 4 Subaru BRZ. We've got John Ferguson starting in 14th position. Is Dirk Strassfeld. Dirk is driving the number 122 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5 with Randy Johnson in his T3 Ford Mustang starting 13th. Starting 12th in the Touring 3 Mazda Miata, Robbie Hines, former national champion in the class. Robert Daimler in the number 121 Touring 3 Ford Mustang will start 11th. Starting in 10th position, Connor Thomas in his Mazda Miata, the Touring 4 machine, with Scotty B. White in Touring 4 Ford Mustang, starting in 9th position. Starting in 8th, we have... Who do we have? Oh, yeah, we've got Devin Anderson. He's in that number 111 Subaru BRZ with Ethan Barker in his Mazda MX-5 starting in 7th. He's in the 112 car. That's a T4 machine. Starting in 6th position, Andrea King. Coming off a podium finish yesterday is she, and a great run yesterday in her BMW with Brian Heitman starting to her left. Brian is in an ND, a third-gen Mazda Miata that is a Touring 3 car. Starting in 4th position, Mark Cefalo. He is your Touring 4 pole sitter today in his NC Mazda MX-5. Dan Moen will start 3rd. He's in a Touring 3 Mazda MX-5 as well. Then we've got Todd Clark in his Touring 3 BMW 330i. He will start to the right of Juan Carlos LaRue in his 2015 Subaru BRZ. That's a Touring 3 car. Let's move on to our STU and GT3U racers. Starting 16th, we've got the Porsche Boxster of Edwin Soto Quinones. He starts 16th. Starting 15th, Michael Reese is in his Honda S2000. I think that's the winking car, Brian. One headlight on, one headlight off. Starting 14th today is Whitfield Gregg in his STU Mazda Miata. Paul Azon in a BMW Z3 convertible. He is starting 13th. Starting 12th today is Scott Sansone, and I think that's Sansone, the senior, in the number 80 Mazda RX-3. That's a GT3U machine. Ray Philibert in his Mazda Miata will start 11th. He's an STU racer. Starting in 10th position, Armin McGregor in the GT3U Mazda Miata. He starts 10th with Zach Arnold in his BMW 330i, starting in 9th position. Starting in 8th today, Miles Hewitt. I think we saw Miles a little bit earlier today in Spec Miata. We'll see him now in his STU Toyota GR86 machine. Michael Kuna in his BMW M3 starts 7th. He's an STU this weekend. And starting in 6th position, there he is, Scott Sansone Jr., much like Dad, racing in a Mazda RX-3 in GT3U. Kip Van Steenberg will start 5th. He's in that rocket ship Porsche 944. That's an STU machine, with now starting in 4th on the outside of the front row, STU racer Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX, who finished 3rd in that car at the runoffs this past year. Richard Estacio in his Lotus Exige will start 3rd. That's also an STU entry. And your front row, both GT3U racers. First, we've got Jeff Durnell. He starts on the outside of the front row in his FD Mazda RX-7, 3rd-gen Mazda RX-7. That's a 65 machine. And then on the pole, driving the 2018 bright blue Honda Civic, we've got Tony Ave. That's the number 44 car.
All right, that is your starting order here. Pace car lights are out. It's going on. It's the pit lane, and Tony Ave and Jeff Durnell are going to lead the field down to what I'm hoping will be a green flag. and it is in the air, and we are racing second to last race of the weekend here at Sebring. That is Tony Ave on the inside. Jeff Durnell with a little lead out in front as he comes across the line, and we'll see if he can hold that going into turn 1, and he does. That's that Mazda RX-7 leading the pack into turn 1 for the first time. Tony Ave cycles in right behind him, and then we've got the Lotus Exige. I learned last weekend I was saying it wrong, and I was saying an Elige. That's because I'm old, but this is the Exige, is in third place right now. That's Richard Estacio. I think I screwed that up for like 3 seasons. But he has cycled into third place. Maybe. Kip Van Steenberg, thank you, Greg. Kip Van Steenberg is fourth. Here's our second group now coming down to the line. And this is going to be a fun one as well. 3 wide, kind of in the back here, and a little smaller group here in the back. This is your T3, T4 group.
Yeah, they're right at the front there. Clark in the BMW 330i and LaRue in his BRZ. LaRue, famous for Rue helmets going down the inside. They're into turn number 3 with Todd Clark to the outside. We'll see what happens when they come through the carousel here, and it looks like now we do have that Subaru jumping out to the lead in Touring 3. And 3 wide, a little bit further back in the pack.
Still 3 wide.
Yeah, and I don't know. It looked like they might, as Andrea King had a little challenge getting through turn 3 in that Golf liveried BMW. A couple of the cars behind seem to fan out just a little bit, and they happen to fan out 3 wide. I think they've gotten things back under control. Back behind her, we've got Brian Heitman, Ethan Barker, and I think Connor Thomas might be in that group as well.
Those are those 2 cars up front, LaRue and Todd Clark. And they're cycling through 10 and 11 here. There's Scotty B. White, the Mustang.
And Brian, real quick test for you. What are the colors of a Planet Miata car? Because
some kind of blue and some kind of yellow, which is actually green. Or some kind of green, which is actually yellow.
That's it. Because Mark Cephalo currently sitting third in that that pack of touring cars. He is your leader in Touring 4, and I think Ethan Barker, the 112 machine. His Mazda MX-5 currently running second in Touring 4, a little bit further back. And I think now, Brian, it only took 3 miles, but it looks as though Juan Carlos LaRue and Todd Clark have finally decided who should be leading this race now as they come onto the Ullman Straight.
There we go. Here they come down to the turn 17 as they come on through. Here for the first time, for this group anyway. Everyone get through nice and clean. If you go wide, you get the bumps. If you go on the inside, you don't. Some cars like the wide, some cars don't.
You just get to avoid the wall, drivers of left.
That's right.
You go to the inside there as they come through. Brian, when our first group finished lap number 1, I was listening to Edwin Soto Quinones STU Porsche Boxster, and that's the green Boxster. It does have a roof on it, and it sounded very much like a flat crank Mustang, which a flat 6 Porsche motor probably shouldn't sound like. It sounds though something's a little off with that machine.
There is Jose Osiris Pena in that CRX. And it looks like the Elige has stepped out here a little bit, got a nice little lead.
Or the Exige.
Exige, sorry.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, I've done it again. 2.2 seconds ahead of Kip Van Steenberg and Pena here in STU. So that car is set up really well for the dry here at Sebring. That car wasn't quite so fast yesterday. Maybe it likes the dry weather more so than it likes the wet weather. But there he is there. Coming through 17. That is a beautiful race car, I have to admit.
It is.
And right there is Pena. And I think he's gotten around Van Steenberg there, so he'll be in second place when they get across the line here. That black car should be Kip Van Steenberg. There you go. And then we'll have next across the line Michael Kuna and Zach Arnold. And that's where they stack up right now in STU.
All right, Brian, we do have a car off over by turn 8. We've got a local caution both at turn 7 and turn 8, trying to get a bead on the number of that car. And had heard that, and it may very well be Tony Ave's Honda Civic. Now, Tony had some issues with that car yesterday for a short period of time, came back and took the win in GT3U over Jeff Durnell. But we'll see. We're going to get where we're going to keep things going right now, and they're going to bring that car in at the end of the session. In addition to that, early on in the race, we were watching that battle between LaRue in the Subaru and Todd Clark in the BMW 330i. I got word that Todd Clark brought his BMW down the pit lane. And so that early battle for the lead now done, as his race is now over. And
where's the car? Oh, yeah, under the tree.
Well, it's always good to have shade.
I say if they send a mechanic up there, would he be a shade tree mechanic?
Ooh, there you go. And sounds as though we also have a car that has come to a stop on the Ullman Straight, on the back straight here.
Oh, boy. Oh, and it looks like, yeah, way down there. Looks like that's a, could that be one of the, maybe the Viper? Is there a Viper T3? No, there's not a Viper.
Well, we'll get it in a moment here.
That could be Todd Clark.
No. Todd Clark, we just mentioned, is on down to the pit lane.
Okay.
His race over.
Well, let me cycle
better
through
question. Well, I thought maybe that was Jeff Durnell's RX-7, the 65 machine. Well, it was Durnell that came through with Richard Estacio right behind. Estacio, your leader in STU, running second with Jose Osiris Pena, about 20 car lengths back from there, and then Kip Van Steenberg's Porsche 944. As they circle through, we'll try and pick that up.
No worries here as they come through. That is Zige now looking to get through some slower cars, it looks like. That may give Jose Osiris Pena a chance to catch up just a tiny bit. Does look like he is closing down on that Lotus. I imagine those two cars make power and in very, very different ways.
Yeah. All right, so Brian, we thought that they might leave Tony Ave there for the remainder of the race over by turn 8 under his beautiful shade tree. They have now decided that they are going to send a flat tow out to bring him back to safety rather than keep him there.
Right. And they don't have to take him all the way around. There's a cutout there they could pull him through. So hopefully everyone will slow down and heed the yellows, and we won't have to go full course yellow. There is Durnell in the Mazda, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then you've got the Lotus Exige right behind him.
Yes. and the Exige that is Richard Estacio. That's the number 72 machine. Jose Osiris Pena in that CRX, and we saw this yesterday where he, for a good portion of the race, lost ground to the Lotus. But yesterday in class, Richard Estacio did retire early. He only completed 10 laps. And when we say retired early, Brian, if you remember, he retired coming out of turn number 8 on the run down to turn 9 on the very last lap, on lap 11. And we then saw Osiris Pena make the pass. He went on to take the win in class, with Kip Van Steenberg finishing second, and then Michael Kuna coming home in third. And in Touring 3, we saw at the very end a great run to the checkered flag with Daniel Moen and Andrea King separated second at the line. King was actually in position to take the last step on the podium coming into the final corner, coming into 17A, and she just did not get a good run out, and Moen was able to drag her to the line.
All right, the next thing we should be seeing is the battle for the lead in T4. That first place car there is Mark Cephalo. Right behind him, and now right next to him is Ethan Barker trying to make the move going into 17, and he has completed that move. That's a bold move there going into 17. And now we'll see if Cephalo can fight back here. They're side by side going down with a slower car in front of them. And we'll see if that car gets out of the way or plays a role in this thing. But it doesn't look like they're going to catch it before they get to turn 1. Barker trying to go on the inside of that slower car, kind of using it as a pick with Cephalo coming up next. But Cephalo stays right there. They're both going to get around that car going into 13. That should be a pass there. But then you also got to keep an eye right behind him. I believe that is Scotty B. No, Scotty Boyd's a couple cars back.
No.
That's Daniel Moen. Both those Mustangs look somewhat similar from a distance.
Yeah, and the car they just passed coming down into turn 1, Brian, that was Michael Reese in the Honda S2000. And real nice move there. We saw Cephalo really take Ethan Barker almost to the wall going into turn 17, and Barker was able to hold off, was able to come right underneath him, do an over-under, and then have inside position going into turn 1. So he was able to and managed to hold him off for now as we watch him coming towards us now. And then that is Dan Moen, who is your T3 leader directly behind them, with Devin Anderson in the light blue, or the blue-ish. Yeah, we'll call it blue-ish Subaru BRZ out of Mooresville, North Carolina, right behind Moen's BMW.
I always have to take a beat when we talk about Devin Anderson. My best friend from childhood is Devin Anderson. He races an IT Acura, so he's certainly not here this weekend. But whenever and he's talking about changing it to an STU car, but at some point. But I always think, my buddy's it's not him. A different Devin Anderson.
And Brian, I just said that a difference with Daniel Moen, actually the same Daniel Moen, was your leader in T3. He's actually running second in T3. Yeah. Juan Carlos LaRue a little bit further up the road in his Subaru. Oh, my!
That is a bold move through 16 there.
Lots of bold moves, Cotton.
Yeah, I know. It's been pretty very interesting. Ethan Barker in that red car now. Cephalo's going to try to go around the outside, just taking a different line. That car might be where his car sets up better. And then you've got a couple more cars fighting through here. Cephalo stays behind Barker, coming out of 17 as they take the drag race here through 17 and down towards start-finish line. It's going to be Cephalo at the line just by a little bit, 3/1000ths of a second.
Yeah, and this time Cephalo had the inside position going down into turn 1, Brian, and we saw him come right across the nose of Barker to try and open up that corner and carry more speed through that complex. Barker for a moment looked like he was going to be able to fight back, but as he planned, Cephalo, carrying much more exit speed through turn 1, was able to lead that pair coming down into turn number 3.
The big Mustangs, Greg, look like they like that outer line better through 17, and the smaller, nimbler cars like the inside line through 17.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the weight on the nose of the Mustang, and being able to get the front end to turn in and get the rotation, as we now see coming into the Hawk Performance braking zone, Brian. Ethan Barker, can he outbrake and hold off Mark Cephalo there as they come into turn 8, and he has got the pass done.
I sure wish we had an in-car in one of these two cars, or both of them, because this battle for the T4 lead is spectacular at the moment. Looking at all of our, just scrolling through our other classes real quick. The only other class that has a close battle at the moment is STU, 0.4 of a second between Richard Estacio and Jose Osiris Pena.
All right, Brian, real quick, got a couple of announcements to make here as we're just about halfway through this race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Would the drivers of the number 32 FE2 entry and the number 98 FE2 entry please report to the race director in impound? Number 32 FE2, number 98 FE2, please see the race director in impound. And also, this is the first call to the grid for race group number 8, Super Touring Light. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8, Super Touring Light, please head to the grid. Brian, I was going to say, why don't we take a quick break?
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Got to get out of my brain, Ginsberg.
I know. It's painful that way, isn't it? All right, we're going to take a quick break here as Ethan Barker continues to lead Mark Cephalo coming into Sunset Bend. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more STU, GT3U, T3, and T4 action from Sebring. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We are back here at wow, look at those cars bouncing through 17 there. What an amazing race here we've got from T4. Right now, Ethan Barker's in first, Mark Cephalo is in second, Devin Anderson is in third place. Quick response to Patrick Lasinik in the track, asked what happened to Ave. He broke on the, I think it was the first lap or the second lap of the race, so he is out of this race, opening it up for the rest of that field.
Yeah, Brian, so we do have the two Mazda MX-5s. We've got the two NCs. We've got the Subaru of Devin Anderson now heading into T4. Just got word that one of our Touring 3 racers, Paul Azon, in his, was that Touring 3 or was that an STU car? Pardon me, an STU car, the BMW Z3, did pull off over down the Flying Fortress Straight by turn 14. His race is now done.
If we can pick up the STU race just for a lap or two, Richard Estacio has a 0.3 of a second lead over Jose Osiris. This is the race right there. That looks a lot closer than 0.3 of a lead. It's the Lotus Exige is the yellow car, the bright yellow car. Then the multi-yellow car right behind it is the CRX of Jose Osiris Pena, but they are right there with another car in front of them. And this is your lead battle in STU here as we have 6 laps to go. Here are the cars coming under the Advent Health Bridge here. And the leader right in front of them is Jeff Durnell. I believe he is our overall leader and our GT3U leader. So a big amount of importance of these 3 cars here as we get into a little deeper part. This is also first, second, and third overall in this race as well, Greg.
Yeah, and Brian, normally I'd be concerned if I was Jose Osiris Pena. A lot of weight and a lot of force being put on the front tires of that little Honda CRX. Of course, being forced to taking the brunt of the load under braking, also turning, and also, of course, required for the motive power. The Exige with the axle, the rear axle, a little bit behind the motor, true mid-engine car. Very, very well balanced. Also a little bit lighter than the Honda as well. Maybe a little bit less torque from that motor and really necessary to carry speed. But again, I think a much more balanced car than the Honda CRX. But, again, we only have now, 6 laps remaining. A little bit less than, I'd say, about 22 miles thereabouts.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as long as Pena can make those front tires last, it should be in pretty good shape there with the Exige ahead.
Well, and it should also be noted that these are the 2 classes that are going to get combined together next year, GT3U and STU,
right.
And they are right together, 1, 2, 3 on the racetrack here. And this is the kind of data that the SCCA needs for when they make the final decisions on how to combine these 2 classes next year. So real good data set's going to come out of this race for them. Wow, look at Jeff Durnell go 3 wide to get around them, and then the 2 STU cars are going to go on the left side around those 2 cars. What a great little bit of driving. Osiris Pena tries to get underneath there going into 1, but Richard Estacio able to hold on right now as they come into with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, Brian, good comment there about the combination of GT3U and STU. And I think there were some questions yesterday about times, and I think from what I've seen on the internet, I think a lot of the traditional STU drivers are a little concerned about GT3 racers coming into the field. I think Tony Ave's fastest lap time this weekend, a 2:19.6, which is considerably under, about 0.8 underneath the STU record coming into this weekend set by Joe Moser. But, again, that is also, and you have to take into account, that's an example of an incredibly well-built chassis with a very good driver, and that is one of the things that our club racing board is going to be using to determine balance of performance between these different chassis. Right now, your fastest racer in GT3U is, of course, Jeff Durnell. He has only made it down into the 221s. He qualified with a 220.5 yesterday. And so, again, right around what the track record is for STU.
Oh, big something going on there. Yeah, huge wreck there. Is that Jeff Durnell?
I'm going to get the number here in just a moment, and I think it may be.
Wow. I don't think he caught just a weird line there and went into the wall really hard.
And, Brian, that was indeed, and I guess that means it's the announcer's curse, Jeff Durnell in the number 65 Mazda RX-7 out of Cumming, Georgia.
There is our STU lead. If we're going to probably end up going full course yellow here is my guess. So this could be the battle for the lead here in T4, possibly for the win. Right now it is Mark Cephalo at the point, and right behind him is
Devin Anderson.
Devin Anderson?
Yes. Devin Anderson directly behind. So then the question becomes, where is, and actually, is that Mark Cephalo with him, or is that Ethan Barker with him?
No, it's Cephalo and Anderson. Ethan Barker's a ways back. Wow, he must have had a moment too. Yeah. There is Cephalo in first. Anderson in line to possibly take a win here. Right there with Mark Cephalo here as they go through 5, heading down towards turn 6. They're going to come right here under the Advent Health Bridge, down towards turn number 7. That would be the Hawk Performance braking zone that we're coming into. Not a pass under braking here. We hear Jeff Durnell has been able to get that car moving again. I'm not quite sure what the health of that car is, but at least we won't have to go full course yellow here. Unfortunate situation for him, but that is what we've got going on here with 4 laps to go. Maybe he didn't hit the wall and it just looked really impressive.
Hit it pretty square.
Okay. Sounds like he hit it rear first, so maybe he'll just be driving it in here at the end of this lap.
I stayed out and the one down.
All right, well, that does move Estacio into first place now overall. Richard Estacio in that Lotus Exige. Jose Osiris Pena, now your second place car overall, also second in STU. He is right there with him. Actually, Pena's now gotten around Estacio. He is now your overall and STU race leader as we get ready to finish up lap number 4 here. Here they come. That is Pena right there in front. I'm not quite sure how he got around the Exige, but he is around them as they now come into Le Mans and onto the Ulman Straight. When they come across the line, it'll be 3 laps to go.
And Brian, they are coming up right onto the back of that Touring 4 race that we have been watching as well. You can see they were probably a good 15, 20 car lengths back.
Yep, Devin Anderson making the move, trying to get around Mark Cefalo. I think he may have done it. And now Cefalo responds back side by side, coming out of 17, down towards the line. Another drag race, 3 to go for these. They're actually starting their 4 to go lap as the leaders come under the line now to make it 3 to go with Osiris Pena in first and the Exige of Richard Estacio now in second.
All right, Brian, with 4 laps remaining, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, please. Race group number 8, please head to the grid. Race group number 8, that Super Touring Light, please head to the grid.
Your 2 best races on the track in our camera all at the same time. The first 2 cars you saw was T4, Cefalo, and Anderson. Then you've got right behind them the race for STU and the overall. It looks like the Exige has gotten around Osiris Pena again. So now the Exige of Richard Estacio is in first, and he's going to take that slower car and uses a pick going into turn 7.
All right, Brian, we were wondering what happened to Ethan Barker, who was in that battle for the T4 lead. He is now on the pit lane, and car is dead stick. So looks like he was able to coast down there on that last lap here as we watch this battle now coming through turn 9 and 10. And we have the Exige back around Pena. Pena's going to try and cross him up now, coming towards turn 13.
All right, those faster STU cars have made it past the T4 cars, so now they have a race of their own all the way to the finish line. And now you've got your T4 leaders right there behind them. Devin Anderson in first, Mark Cefalo in second. Cefalo looking to go around the outside here. That is probably not the best way to get around a car at this particular spot, but he pulls back in. Here's a lot of opportunities left with 2 laps to go next time by. And with the leaders now around that T4 battle, it'll be 2 laps to go for the T4 cars as well.
Yeah, and Pena came right underneath the Exige of Estacio as they came into turn 15, probably into turn 16, Brian. Now, we also are hearing that there is about a bit of white smoke coming out of the tailpipe of the 199 machine, something to take a look at here. But I think Estacio might be off the pace a little bit now, Brian, as he's dropped a number of car lengths to the Pena car.
Big wide move for Devin Anderson through 17, opened the door for Cefalo. Cefalo makes his way around and has opened up about a 2-car length lead going into the final to turn 1 here. The Exige may have been, the Richard Estacio may have been a little off pace, but it looks like it's now picked up the pace, whatever the problem was. But a nice big gap now for a big-ish gap for Jose Osiris Pena here, going into turn 3 for the second to last time.
Well, we'll see if he can maintain that as he comes up right behind the big-ish Mustang, Brian, and just is able to slice by, coming out of turn number 4, going into Big Bend. And that may be one of the last things that he needs. We'll see coming down into the braking zone and see if Estacio, that Exige very good on the brakes, also gets around the Mustang, and he now pulls right up to the back of the Honda CRX.
Devin Anderson trying to make move to the inside, going into the Hawk Performance braking zone, did not make it happen. Cephalo pulls back into the lead there as they come now down towards turn 9. There is Pena, right behind him, Estacio. That's your STU race lead. Now we've got our T4 leaders coming through. That is Cephalo on the inside. Devin Anderson trying to pass on the long way, the hard way around. Is he going to make that happen here? We'll know more when they come into turn 10. Side by side, there is Devin Anderson pushing Mark Cephalo a little bit wide, but Cephalo still has the better line through 11. Pena holding on up front. That is Estacio in the yellow Lotus right behind the Honda as they go into turn 14. There is your T4 leaders. Mark Cephalo in first, Devin Anderson in second. Same.
Yep. Yeah, and Brian, we should point out there, the third car in that line, that is Brian Heitman, driver the number 25 Touring 3 Mazda MX-5.
Right.
He is not in the same class, not in this battle, but he's just kind of, I don't want to say he's hanging back there to let these two racers race, but he's certainly not presenting the nose to the car to complicate the race between Cephalo and Anderson at this point.
Right. And he's not being challenged from behind or has anyone he can really catch up front. So good move for him. Very, very nicely done. Here comes Cephalo on the inside, Devin Anderson on the outside. Different lines. They've been taking these different lines through 17 over and over again. And look at the bumps that Subaru has to go over. And the Mazda definitely negotiating 17 a little bit better. White flag is in the air.
That's right. And also now working their very last lap, Juan Carlos, in STU, Jose Osiris Pena, Richard Estacio, they are also working their final lap. They are about 10 seconds now further up the road, Brian, but as you can see here, that gap has now opened considerably, but they're getting to the part of the course now where that Lotus Exige is very strong. We'll check back in if things tighten up, but let's go back to the T4 race.
There's our T4 leaders just coming through 3 and now into turn 5. That blue and yellow car is Mark Cephalo. Right behind him in the dark blue car is the Subaru of Devin Anderson as they come down here through and under the Advent Health Bridge for the final time on the final lap. Anderson's going to try to maybe make a move here going into 7. Not enough horses under the hood to get the pass done there. Cephalo responds, stays in the lead here. Coming into turn 9, we're going to see these cars for the final time. The car up front is the Mazda of Cephalo. Right behind him is the Subaru BRZ of Devin Anderson. Just a couple corners to go here. Now they're side by side again. This time it's Anderson on the inside. He's going to complete the pass here. Will there be anything left for Mark Cephalo here as we get into the final 5 corners of this race? Oh, and here we got the leaders in STU as well. That is Estacio back around Pena now. As they get ready to go down the back straight, Mark Cephalo is too much going on right now.
Yeah, and Brian, we still got Pena leading Estacio there as they come through the final corner and onto the back straight, but still only separated by a half a car length because we do have Devin Anderson ahead of Mark Cephalo. Let's take a look as that STU battle and the battle for the overall lead coming down into turn 17, into the sunset turn for the last time, Brian.
Here we come. Osiris Pena's in front. Estacio is behind. Estacio's going to try to drag race him down to the checkered flag. Checkered flag is in the air. Who is going to get the win? Is it going to be Pena or is it going to be Estacio? It's going to be Pena for the win in STU. Let's go back to T4 right now. Here they come into line. Devin Anderson's in first. Mark Cephalo is in second. Cephalo tries to go underneath at 17. He's going to try to respond on the inside line at 17 while there is Anderson a little bit wider. Now they're going to be side by side coming out from under the bridge down towards the line. Is it going to be, on this case, Cephalo or Anderson? It looks like Devin Anderson's going to get the win at Sebring. Woo-hoo.
All right, so as we just saw, for STU taking the win, Jose Osiris Pena with Richard Estacio second. Kip Van Steenberg comes across the line in his Porsche about 30 seconds in arrears. He'll finish third. Michael Kuna will finish just off the podium in fourth. In Touring 4, Devin Anderson takes the win over Mark Cephalo. Margin of victory, 27 hundredths of a second. Scotty B. White will finish in third. Connor Thomas runs his fastest lap of the race. He will finish in fourth. Now let's move over to Touring 3, where Juan Carlos LaRue will take the win in his Subaru. Margin of victory just about a full minute over Dan Moen and his Ford Mustang. Brian Heitman will finish in third. And then finally in GT3U, Jeff Durnell holds on for the win over Scott Sansone Jr. So two Mazda rotary motors at the front, the RX-7 and the RX-3. Armin McGregorian in his Mazda Miata will come home in third.
Let's give some mad props to Ethan Barker, who fell back in the last few laps. But to Ethan Barker, Devin Anderson, Mark Cefalo, three drivers swapping positions almost every lap. I do not believe they swapped even a tiny bit of paint in any of those exchanges with those two cars. Over and over again showed how to race clean, perfect racing. Little more perfect for Devin Anderson because he's your race winner. Yeah. But big props to those three drivers because they put on a fantastic show and showed us really how to get it done.
All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our final race group of the day, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 8, Super Touring Light. Please head to the grid. Race group 8, Super Touring Light. This is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. One more race remaining here from Sebring International Raceway. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back to our final race of the weekend, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at the 45th Annual Winter Vacation, brought to us by Central Florida region of the SCCA. This is STL. Greg, you've got our starting lineup.
That's right, Super Touring Light, 13 drivers set qualifying times. Brian, let's run down the starting order. Starting 13th, driving the number 97 Mazda Miata, we've got Joseph Miklos out of Lockport, Illinois. Starting 12th, driving the number 55 Mazda Miata from Deerfield, Illinois, it's Jeremy Goldberger. Mark Kiefer is going to start 11th. He is in the number 9 Mazda RX-7. He's out of Mars, Pennsylvania. With Frankfort, Illinois' Mike Ryan starting 10th. He is in the number 119 Mazda Miata. Then we've got the Honda S2000 of Daryl Stein. Daryl's out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, driving the number 169 car. Starting 8th, driving the number 79 Mazda MX-5 from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, Javier Sanchez. Then we've got John Elder starting 7th. John's driving the number 21 Mazda Miata. He's out of Bloomington, Minnesota. Then we've got Minnesota. Then we've got Thomas Paolino. Thomas is driving the number 34 Mazda Miata. He's out of Colts Neck, New Jersey, with Chris Childs, the cat killer, out of Purcellville, Virginia. He is starting 5th today in the number 7 machine. Salt Ferenczi, he's going to start 4th. Salt's in the number 18 Acura Integra out of Alpharetta, Georgia. Then we've got Manson, Washington's Amy Mills. Amy is in a Mazda Miata, the number 37 car, starts 3rd. And your front row today, starting 2nd, your winner yesterday from Tallahassee, Florida, driving the number 48 Acura Integra, it's John Sewell. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 1 Honda CRX from Miami, Florida, with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 27.002 seconds. Well, and you know what? He's not out there in the field, Brian. And I was going to say, because he broke yesterday, Jose Osiris Pena, who just raced and just won the last race, not racing an STL today, but if he were, he'd be our pole sitter.
That's right. And after winning the last race, I think he's okay with that, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I don't know if the car was put back together. Someone, our producers thought that maybe the victory lap was too long and he couldn't get in. He could pick up at the end of this and start from pit lane if that's the possibility here.
That'd be like a Formula One race.
Yeah. So, but I don't know if they were able to get the car fixed after yesterday.
Yeah, and so Osiris Pena was leading the entire race yesterday. I almost said Larry.
Oh, you did it.
Hi, Larry. Hi, Larry McLeod. Was leading almost the entire race. Broke on the very last lap, ceding the victory to John Sewell. And what a race we had for the last step on the podium between Amy Mills and Chris Childs. They followed Salt Ferenczi onto the front straight. Amy Mills out-dragged Chris Childs by 4/100ths of a second.
All right, we see the car, pace car, coming right into our living room with the flashing lights on the front, but the flashing light on the top is not flashing, which means we're about to go racing. We're going to have 14 laps or 35 minutes. Final race of the weekend here at Sebring. Here he comes, or she, not quite sure who our pace car driver is this weekend, but as they come through 17 here, we're going to get to our green flag racing action here in just a moment as we get this final race underway. Here we go, under the WeatherTech Bridge here, heading down towards our start stand. Lined up nicely, green flag is in the air, and here they come.
Early green flag, Brian, and John Sewell in that Integra, jumping out to an early lead, and we saw that how strong that car was yesterday. Did not quite have the pace after the third lap of Osiris Pena's Integra, but I think definitely on another plane compared to the Acura of Ferenczi, as well as what we saw from Chris Childs and Amy Mills. Jumping out into now third place, though, is I believe the Mills machine, the number 37 Mazda Miata, with their slotting into fourth position. Yep, that is the number 7 Mazda of Chris Childs right behind, and then we've got Daryl Stein's red Honda S2000, the 169 car, already about 5 car lengths back from our top 3.
Here they come down into the Hawk Performance braking zone here. Top 4, there you go. Amy Mills back is in 3rd place now, I think, as she came through that time. What a great race she had yesterday. It's a brand new race car for her. She had an issue with her car at the runoffs, put it upside down. She said she's still getting used to how that car drives, and was real proud of herself after yesterday's race. Yeah, there she is in 3rd place, which is where she finished yesterday as well. Made a great final lap to get to that 3rd place position yesterday. There's John Sewell already opened up a pretty big lead here.
Yeah.
And then a 3-car train going to have to try to work together to try to catch him.
Well, and we saw yesterday, Brian, where when Pena was on pole, Sewell was able to keep very close for the first 4 laps or so of that 25-minute timed race. And then Osiris Pena started to work himself away as I think the front tires started to give up just a little bit on the Integra. And I think the margin at the line yesterday between Sewell and Ferenczi was about 2.5 seconds. So Ferenczi also in the Acura Integra, obviously, but Sewell had built up a pretty good gap to the red and white number 19 machine with the 2 Mazdas. And I would say the 2 Mazdas a little bit further back in the field. Now, as Amy Mills gets around Salt Ferenczi coming down the Ullman Straight, and as they go into turn 17, she's going to be your 2nd place racer now with 1 lap in the books. But Childs and Mills were spending so many laps swapping positions that that they lost touch of both of the Integras and were, I think, about 3.5, 4 seconds back from Ferenczi when that race ended.
Got 466 people watching and 329 likes. If you're watching right now and you haven't hit that like button, hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel here. It is a great opportunity for us to push our racing out to the rest of the racing fans around the world, and maybe get ourselves some more members, some more volunteers. You never know. So at least 130 so of you have it. 134 of you, I did a little math in my head, have not hit the like button yet. So hit that like button, smash it. I'm told that's what the kids say.
And Brian, for all we know, none of those folks have hit the like button. They were all from this morning.
Oh, that's possible too.
Yeah, please go ahead and do it. As we now have Ferenczi side by side once again with Amy Mills. Amy Mills holding off the Integra now, coming through turn number 9.
John Sewell is your leader. Amy Mills in 2nd place. Zolt Ferenczi in 3rd. Christopher Childs in 4th here.
And we had a couple other drivers besides Osiris Pena that did not take the green flag today. Brian, John Elder, driver of the number 21 Mazda Miata, did not take the green flag. He was scheduled to start 7th today. And Javier Sanchez in the number 79 STL Mazda MX-5, scheduled to start today in 8th position. Did not take the green flag.
Want to also remind folk in Florida here, if you enjoy, or anywhere, honestly, if you enjoy what we're doing here, we're going to have some more racing from Sebring February 8th and 9th. We will be down here for the Central Florida region Cabin Fever SARC and Into the Night Enduro, and that will be here at Sebring February 8th and 9th. We'll have all the coverage here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. You can see all the information here on our lower 3rd graphic there. So enjoy that. Come and be with us for that. We're also going to be at Buttonwillow in a couple of in next month. We'll have more on the whole Super Tour schedule here at the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed. And so that event coming up at the here at the beginning of February, that is also a bonus majors event. It will be a points, probably not a points race, but a qualifying event for our Formula F and Formula V racers to attend the national championship runoffs this year.
That battle for third's pretty racy. It looks like Christopher Charles just got around Zoltfernsny here to come into third place here. But both of them, a lot of side-by-side action. You mentioned it earlier, Greg, and you are spot on. That's allowing Amy Mills to have a fairly comfortable lead here, or at least as comfortable as anything is at this stage in the race. Your fifth place car, that green Mazda Miata, Thomas Paulino, is coming up there in fifth place, right behind these two.
And that's exactly where Paulino finished yesterday, about a half minute back from our top three racers. Of course, he was sitting in sixth at the time that Osiris Pena did retire. But a good, I would say, consistent race from Paulino here. And I believe he's starting to make up a little bit of ground here on the racers ahead. Actually, no, I take that back. About a second off of Childs and Ferenczi's pace at the moment. When I have to take my word back.
None of us are perfect, Greg. It's okay.
No, I know, but I strive for perfection.
Don't make me pull out my Vince Lombardi quote on you. John Sewell is your leader. Just dropped the purple lap. Close to perfection, 129.901. Amy Mills a couple seconds off that pace with a 2:31 is her last lap. Her last lap was her best lap. So if you're looking at the timing pylon there, you'll see John Sewell in purple. That means he just went fast lap. And then if it were green, that means that the driver has turned their best lap of the session. So looks like Christopher Childs is starting to open up a little bit of a lead over Ferenczi here. There's Sewell. Got himself well, we'll know in a second. He's got himself a 5.25 lead over Amy Mills, and then 3 seconds back, 2.5 seconds back to Christopher Childs in second place.
Yeah, and at the moment, Brian, John Sewell, the only driver to break into the 2:29 range, currently running about a second and a half a lap faster than Amy Mills. And that last time by, now Childs had his pace slowed just a little bit as he was working to get around Ferenczi on that previous lap. But Amy Mills almost a half second faster than the driver of the black number 7 car.
In the chat already, a question about where are all the Hondas. Well, we got 2 Acuras, which is kind of Honda adjacent, and John Sewell, your leaders in the Acura Integra, and then 2 Mazdas, and then another Acura Integra in 4th place. So,
and your pole sitter would have been in a Honda.
Yes.
However, a car broke yesterday and did not bring it out today.
In 6th place, if you let this cycle through a little deeper, Daryl Stein, he is in a Honda S2000. So there is one Honda out there right now.
And Tony Kart Racer says that once that VTEC hits, it's over. No, it's once VTEC kicks in, I think is the operative term.
There you go. Absolutely. Oh,
whoa! Wow. Paulino getting a little loose, and that's always a challenge there. You turn in a little bit early at that corner, and we saw that yesterday, but it looked more like the damp weather racing that we had yesterday morning from that Mazda MX-5 as the rear end, speaking of kicking in, kicked out just probably a little bit too much to Paulino's liking.
That's right. Let's take a second, if we can, Jordan. Can you pop up the Super Tour schedule for me so I can run people through what's up next for all of us here with the Super Tour team here? Of course, this weekend we're at Sebring. Coming up February 22nd, 23rd, we'll be at Buttonwillow Raceway Park on the brand new circuit at Buttonwillow. Will be the second race ever on the circuit. We've got a race coming up in 2 weekends, and that'll be there. March 7th and 8th will be at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And then on to NOLA Motorsports Park, end of March, and then we'll hit Virginia International Raceway, Hallett, Portland International Raceway, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Road America, and then we will wrap up the season June 27th through the 29th. And I guess technically, Greg, the final Super Tour event is the runoffs, right?
Well, yes, technically the runoffs are part of the Super Tour Points Championship.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So, yes, and of course that will be at the end of September, early October at Road America for the second year in a row. So we'll all be heading up to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. So Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, was asking in the chat if the Sark race, if the cabin fever event in just a few weeks will be broadcast on the SCCA official YouTube channel, and indeed, yes, it will.
Yeah. And then if this isn't enough for you, is Amy Mills slowing down?
And indeed, she is, Brian.
She is slowing down.
The 37 car going to pull off coming out of turn number 5. And she's going to try and head to that break in the wall so that to hopefully not bring out a local caution.
Not quite sure what was wrong with her car there.
Yeah, and she did get to the cut through, and so no local yellow over at turn 5.
Well, very good on her for making that happen. Yeah. Also, so if this isn't enough racing for you, we'll have Gregg does all of the Mars Series races for DC region on their YouTube channel, and I do all of the Cal Club races except for maybe Willow Springs because it's kind of hard to get a cell phone signal out of there. We're going to try, but we do all of the Button Willow Cal Club races and hopefully something from Willow Springs on the Racing Network's YouTube channel. So lots of SCCA live stream racing action out there. And if your region wants to live stream a race, don't hesitate to reach out to DriversEye Live, and that could possibly happen for your region as well, just like Central Florida region is doing for their race coming up in February, and Florida region did last weekend at Homestead. So we have the technology, as they used to say in the $1 Million Man.
That's right. So be sure to join me, and that is on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel, at WDCR. The first weekend will be March 29th and 30th from Summit Point Raceway. We'll also be covering all of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events and majors, both at Summit Point as well as New Jersey Motorsports Park. And if you're interested about the Mars Series, we will be at Virginia International Raceway as well in May for the annual Sark Mars Challenge.
John Sewell is in first, Christopher Childs second, Zolt Ferenze is in third, Thomas Polino fourth. Amy Mills has dropped down to fifth on the chart, but she's going to drop down even further here because she's no longer on the racetrack. Also should mention that every Wednesday night at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific, inside the SCCA, it is a video podcast dedicated to all things SCCA. We talk to drivers, workers, crew members, officials, lots of different stuff, great stuff. Coming up on this Wednesday is the start of season number 5, and our guest is a special one I've been wanting on the show for a long time. Andy Lally will be with me, and we'll talk about his career, amazing career that started in the SCCA and ended up being one of the best North American sports car racers ever, and I would say one of the best in the world. He is joining us for that. He has talked about his new job as the president of Trans Am, and we'll talk about how he believes SCCA is an important part of the North American road racing landscape. So, great episode coming up at 6 o'clock 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern on Sunday. 9 laps to go here in our last race of the weekend. STL here. The gap between first and second, John Sewell, 9 seconds. Then another 7 seconds or so back to Zolt Ferenze. And then another 5 seconds back to Thomas Polino. Mike Ryan now in fourth place.
Fourth position, yeah.
Daryl Steins moved up to 6th. And Mark Kiefer is your 7th place car. You're interested in getting involved in the SCCA, go to SCCA.com. You can find out about all the different programs the club has, including how to work these races. If you work these races and you become one of the quarter marshals and you want to go quarter marshal in a Formula One race, the SCCA is the path to do most of to work pro races in most of North America. Most of the racers at IMSA and IndyCar races, most of the corner workers are SCCA members, trained through the SCCA, of a great system. But there's lots of things to do also besides corner working. You can be a grid worker, timing and scoring. I always forget somebody, so put the hate in the chat right now. I will forget somebody. You could become a steward. Let's see, timing and a technical inspector, a scrutineer, a pit worker. You could become an announcer if you want to come help me You could become Gregg Ginsberg, our producers, not just an announcer, but actually become Gregg Ginsberg.
Become me.
I don't think that's a selling point,
I mean,
Brendan.
usually most people wait until Halloween for that, but yes, you could do that at any time during the year.
Would that be 25? If we had 5 Gregg Ginsbergs, would that be 25 G?
25 G's.
I want 25 G's and a bottle of Cristal. I want 25 G's and a bottle of Cristal. But yeah, lots of opportunities. SCCA.com will find you your local region. So if you're in Florida, it would be Central Florida region. If you're in the northern part of the state, if you are in the South Florida, you would be part of the Florida region possibly. And all of that is cool and fun. And if you want to be an announcer, just give us a call. We'll find, especially if you're in California, I'll get you out there with us at Cal Club. So.
Tristan might have some competition.
No, I want a pit road announcer, Greg. I want a pit road announcer. Anyway, Russ Lundgren says announcing is hard. I did one iRacing race. Yeah, it is not the easiest thing in the world, but we both love doing it, and with the support of the DriversEye Live team, it makes it a whole heck of a lot easier. So, 8 laps to go here. John Sewell, Christopher Childs, Zolt Ferenczi, Thomas Polino, that's your top 4. Mike Ryan is in 5th. Daryl Stein is in 6th. Jeremy Goldberger in a Mazda Miata is in 7th. Mark Kiefer has dropped down to 8th in his RX-7. Joseph Miklos is in 9th. And Amy Mills, who was running in 2nd, finished 3rd yesterday. She had, I'm guessing, some sort of a mechanical problem. She pulled off after 2 or 3 laps here, 3 or 4 laps, I guess. And so she will finish 10th in this race. She'll also go through and say hi and thank you to a bunch of people in the chat. Irwin, Tony Kart Racer. Let's see, Throttle Exploring. I love that nickname there. Screen name. Nicole Cooper Cephalo, always in the chat. Russ Lunger, always with us as well. Deacon Greenfield, I just saw you. I don't know how much you've been with us this weekend. Glad to see you here. Josh Torres, John Torres, Kathleen Etienne, Bill Stazinski. Hi, Bill. Wish you were here. Understand all of that. Let's see here. S. Goff. Patrick Lipsinick, Stefano Spinello, My Race Data, been a huge help with us this weekend. I don't know who My Race Data is, Greg, but I think they're going to be our associate producer of the weekend. How about that?
Actually, here they come right now. Jordan, I think, coming out of turn, I think so. One of them is a Mazda RX-7. Yep, there you, well, no, that was the RX-7. We're trying to pick up a battle that's going on right now. Mark Kiefer in his Mazda RX-7 and Jeremy Goldberger. That's the battle for 7th position. Yeah, and I think we're still waiting for them to come out of turn 17. There's the 55 car, the orange 55, just crossing the start-finish line, and now the RX-7 a little bit further behind. They were just about separated by about 3/10 when Brian started talking. They are now about 5 seconds apart.
I talk so long. So, Greg, we picked the associate producer of the race.
Yes.
I don't
race
know
of the weekend.
Yeah, I don't know who My Race Data is, but they have been big and helpful this weekend.
They have.
So if they'll find a way to reach out to me and let me know who they are, and they will be our race associate producer of the weekend.
Actually, if you will send us an email to supertourannouncers@gmail.com, that will help us immensely.
74 people in the chat are going to claim to be My Race Data.
That's all right. Then you're going to give out 74 hats, Brian.
No, I am not. Oh, thank you, Greg. No, thank you, Greg. Oh, starting to lose my voice here at the end of the weekend.
Well. All right, so running down the order here, it is John Sewell, Chris Childs, your second place runner. Sewell now has opened up about a 14-second advantage, Brian, on the rest of the field. Sitting in third at the moment, it is Zolt Ferenczi. He is now about 12 seconds back from Chris Childs. And we've got now Thomas Paulino running in fourth. Paulino about 5.8 seconds back from there. Mike Ryan, who had some challenges yesterday, actually his race went pretty well. I was thinking about his afternoon qualifying session on Saturday. He's got, although he's running the number 119, he's got the car liveried like Lightning McQueen, which I find quite
That's awesome.
Quite cool. As soon as he crosses the line, I think he's coming out of 17 now. We'll get a time on him, but running. There he goes. There he comes across the line. Mike Ryan running about 38 seconds back from Thomas Paulino. But as we take a look here, Brian, Darrell Stein in the red Honda S2000, actually making up a couple of tenths on Mike Ryan that last time by. Just ran his fastest lap of the race. Margin at the moment about 4.5 seconds or thereabouts as we see them both coming down into turn number 3. As we have now just about, a little bit over 13 minutes or 6 laps remaining.
I also want to take an opportunity to thank all the people at SCCA who help us get on the air. They truck all of our stuff around to all of these races, so when we show up, it is there and ready for us to go. Big thank you to the Scotts, Scott Dobler, Scott Schmidt, for driving the truck and getting us all our stuff, and all, of course, the staff at the SCCA who helps us throughout the year as well. Big thank you to them. Also, big thank you to Central Florida region and all of their workers who've been out here today. Wonderful conditions. Yesterday, not so much. Had to weather some weather yesterday for all the folks standing outside. Also, the folks who don't have to stand outside. It takes a whole bunch of people to put these things on, and I really, really hope to. Anyway, thanks to all of those folks as well. And we are 6 laps to go here.
All right, as we see now as the front of the field there, John Sewell starting to lap the competition. I believe that is Joseph Miklos in the number 97 Mazda Miata that he has worked his way clear of.
That's probably the Joseph Miklos car.
Yes,
is my
that's
guess.
what I just said, Brian.
Oh.
So Mary Vo asks in the chat if there's any update on Amy Mills. No, we haven't heard anything up here as to what may have been ailing that car. And again, she brought it into a safe position so as to not bring out a local caution. But also, I did not see it come over the bridge by there. So I don't know if she's been able to get it back to the paddock or not.
Five laps to go now.
All right, so Mike Ryan and Darrell Stein just ran their fastest laps of the race, Brian, and Stein is lapping now at a full second faster than the 119 car. He has now dropped the margin down to just about 3.5 seconds. But as you can see there, the 119 Mazda still with a pretty considerable margin over the Honda S2000.
And I don't know if that's enough seconds per lap with 5 to go here to catch up, but that is our closest battle on the racetrack at the moment. Well, that could be enough. It might be a little close at the line here.
Well, you know, Brian, as we saw yesterday during yesterday's race, I mean, you can't count anybody out until the checkered flag falls. You know, we had Osiris Pena lose power on the very last lap, and you never know what can happen here. Not just and it's not just a question of the battle for fifth. Although, again, Ryan and Stein just set their fastest laps. Mark Kiefer in his Mazda RX-7 set his fastest lap. He's now within 3.5 seconds of the orange 55 Mazda of Jeremy Goldberger. So these two races tightening up just a little bit.
So if you're interested in getting involved, maybe coming out and experiencing a little bit of SCCA, a great way to do it is through Track Night in America. It is an opportunity for you to take your street car out on some of the best racetracks around the country for a very low-key, non-competitive situation. But you get to go out and take a little, dip your foot in the water of the SCCA. I like to call it the gateway drug to the SCCA. We get you hooked and then have you come around and do some other stuff. Interested on that information? They haven't set the schedule yet for 2025, but there will be several events all across the country. I think they have over 100 or maybe even 200 events throughout the year, throughout the country. TrackNightInAmerica.com is where you go to find that information. And of course, that is brought to you by Tire Rack.
Tire Rack. I want to thank Whitfield Gregg's alter ego, Amy Mills. Actually, that's Whit's wife, Amy Mills, says that they already jacked up the car to see what the problem is, Brian, and that apparently is an issue with the steering rack on the car, and so yeah, that's somewhat problematic. And sorry to hear that, but I guess knowing what's wrong is obviously the first step to fixing it and resolving it, and hopefully we'll see her, maybe we'll see her on the West Coast swing. If not, we'll see her at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in just a couple of weeks as well. All right, here we go as we take a look coming down into turn number 1. That is a change for position, Brian, as Jeremy Goldberg in his Mazda Miata has given up 7th position to Mark Kiefer, driver the number 9 white Mazda RX-7. He is your new 7th place driver.
Maxfield Custom thanks us for the coverage. Thank you for watching Maxfield Customs. John Turris loves the Track Night program. He says his first laps in his T4 car were at a Track Night in America. So that is fantastic. See, it works, John. I said this is how we get him. He was out there in that car, and now he's a T4 race car driver. That is fantastic. John Sewell, your race leader with 3 to go. Christopher Childs is in second. Zolt Fresney is in third in the 18 car. Then you got Thomas Paulino. He is in fourth with the driver with car number 34. Following that, we've got the number 119 car, Daryl Stein.
Yeah, and we'll take
more
a look
info
here,
from Whit Gregg. Says
or
steering,
Amy Mills.
Or Amy Mills, yeah, whichever. This says their mechanic says they've never seen this type of a break in a steering rack before. So interesting. Amy drove the car so hard that she snapped the steering rack. Yeah.
Everybody uses that at least once. Amy was driving so hard she thought she just drove the wheels off of it. Instead, broke all the teeth on the steering rack.
The top drawer of my toolbox has victory speeches in it, and the bottom drawer of my toolbox has excuses in it. And I've never seen that before. It might be the top of the list of my excuses.
What do the middle drawers in your toolbox have, Brian?
Tools. A screwdriver, a wrench.
Channel locks, yeah.
Crack Lexus, yeah, channel locks. The most useless piece of equipment until you have nothing else that fits. Track Night is the cheapest way to get on track in Florida. And I know they do track nights at, I believe, all of the tracks in Florida. So they've had Sebring and Daytona. So I bet you they do go to the firm in Florida. Our producer asked, what about the firm?
Well, you know, Brian, probably the easiest thing you could do if you go to tracknightinamerica.com.
Yep. Except that I just looked and there's no schedule up yet for this year. So
so we can't send Jordan there.
Yes. So.
But Jordan, who will be living in Mooresville, North Carolina in just a few weeks, we can tell them they have many events during the year at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Also, Carolina Motorsports Park down in Kershaw, South Carolina, just an hour south of where Jordan will be trapped for the rest of his life.
Yeah. All right, so that was the Mazda of Zsolt Fresny that we just saw coming through here. Ferenczi. I'll never get that one right. Budapest Boot Camp, my producer says, so I can get Ferenczi right. Ferenczi?
That is true. Yeah.
I bet you the food in Budapest is awesome. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. So,
I mean, if you're going to be hungry, that's the best place to be, right?
There you go. There you go. Well done.
All right, as John Sewell tries to work his way out of turn 13 onto the Flying Fortress straight, just as Mark Kiefer and Jeremy Goldberger try to unlap themselves there. When John Sewell comes down the front straight, he will see the white flag signifying 1 lap to go, 3.75 miles here at Sebring International Raceway.
It's been a fantastic weekend of racing here. What a great way to kick off our first Super Tour of the year. Again, we've got 9 more events, 18 more rounds ahead throughout the year, and we have had several spectacular race finishes here this weekend, and it has been our pleasure to bring these races to you. Thank you, Matthias Bonnier, for the compliment there. Also, Jim Wolf, thank you for watching. Looks like that battle for for 7th place is not over here.
No, it is not. As they come across the line, it is still the 9 of Kiefer and 7th position, and Kiefer with about 2.5 car lengths now on the 55 machine. And we see here coming a little bit further back, that was. I think, who was that? Was that Joseph Miklos in the 97 machine? Now, Miklos is a couple laps down. He's been having some issues with the motor in that car today.
And the wind has died down, too. You can see the flag there, just barely flapping there. As we're talking less. Thank you, Brendan. This is, we have the best team in the world at doing this job and at throwing shade at our announcers. The stuff.
Speaking of shade, did you see that wipe that Jordan just did between those two cameras? This is, of course, all payback for everything that I dumped on Brendan on Friday during qualifying.
Oh, if those wipes were any longer, Jordan. We've gone from art to sublime here. Yeah, we have a really good time, and that's the folks behind the camera, behind the scenes, are racers also, and you can tell by the passion that they have, the effort that they put into this event. Greg and I, you could listen to us blather on for a couple of years now. You know we love this stuff, but Brendan and Jordan and everybody at DriverSeye, they're all gearheads, and it shows by the product that they put on here. So a really big thank you to those guys who make us look good. And also big props to Brendan's wife, because she puts up with a lot of crap letting Brendan be on the road all the time. And I think she's really the brains behind the whole operation. But fantastic. Layla is awesome as well, and we appreciate her lending us Brendan on the weekend so that we can go do this.
Eventually, she's going to want to pay back. She's going to want payback, Brian. All right,
I've given her your address and your credit card number.
They know how to find me. All right, coming onto the front straight for the last time and taking the checkered flag, John Sewell, your winner in Super Touring Light, coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight. This is not the battle for 2nd, but this is the battle for 7th. Mark Kiefer and Jeremy Goldberger, Brian. both run their fastest laps of the race on the very last lap, and in true SCCA road racing form, battling it out till they get to the final checkered flag. So a great run for the two of them. Coming across the line, finishing second will be Chris Childs out of Purcellville, Virginia, with Zolt Ferenczi finishing in third in his Acura Integra. Thomas Paulino will finish in fourth, with Mike Ryan fifth, Daryl Stein sixth. There you go, Brian. Wrapping things up here from Sebring International Raceway, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Let's bring up that schedule one more time if we can, Jordan.
Next up, Buttonwillow, February 22nd and 23rd, the circuit at Buttonwillow. It'll be the second only ever race on the circuit. Brand new configuration. We all of us at Cal Club have been wanting to get this thing done since I started at Buttonwillow 10 years ago. We've been working on this racetrack, and we are ready to go racing. And the second race is going to be a Super Tour, which is beyond cool. That's going to do it here from Sebring International Raceway, the 45th annual winter vacation presented by the SCCA in Central Florida region. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. He's Gregg Ginsberg. Brendan and Jordan are in the booth and in the control room making all the things happen here. Thanks to you all. Have yourself a fantastic weekend. And as I like to say at the end of every show, go play with cars.